Overgrowth is also used only on one hero and mostly offensively, so they don't get too much value out of that one. Also, you need to catch Wyvern before you take a team fight. You know there's going to be Cold Embrace, there's going to be Winter's Curse placed on top of you, and it's very hard for them to play against it. There's a Queen of Pain. It's an offlane co-op who's going for these utility items, so there's no silence. All right. Once again, Rubik with the big plays.
Quick grab in. Tiny's out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny's gone. And time and space for them to take another tower here. This tier 2 will fall. 496. Getting some
middle tower.
very, very strong momentum here with the push up to the high ground. Palos will be back in, does have a chrono, but as we've seen so far in this game, it's hard to do much. Ken is going to try and start something here as he jumps in with the RP onto Hung Hung. But Hung Hung is very tanky. The Sonic Wave doing nothing much at all. Palos,
Where's the chrono?
The chrono will come out. He's come to them with the Cold Embrace. Keeps the Spectre safe. There'll be a hammer dropping down. Does hit onto 458.
He wants to die.
Low, but that's the first light. He has the Aegis. He's ready for another round. And for this second round, now there's no chrono, there's no Sonic Wave. They blew everything on the first attempt. This mid lane will just continue to get pushed. Oh, toss back onto the Spectre, but still 458 able to move back with the dagger and the Manta. Palos goes in with the time dilation. It's a little bit of a slow and control, but again, the damage is just, it's not there for Execration. They're struggling to be able to push back 496.
The biggest play they have is to toss or skewer someone to tier 4 tower, and that's it. Right now, they can't be taking these team fights. 496, much stronger at the moment, and this build on Viper is just keeping them alive. Oh, and again, yes. Stolen RP, didn't he use a single spell?
I mean, we're seeing so many RPs from Yassi. This was the third RP this game from Yassi that's resulted in a kill. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a stolen RPs that many times within the same game. He's just on top of it. He's in the Magnus's mind. And he's coming in with better RPs than the Mag's been able to this game. It's getting very tough now for Execration. Down 13k. Melee racks down in the mid lane as well.
Viper just casually uses ulti on Faceless Void to force him out of the lane. Backstab is there, but no chrono. So it's like stabbing him with the plastic knife.
Oh, pings out, but I don't know what they're going to do with these pings. They've got them all coming out on Execration, but the team fights have just been impossible to take. They're going to hit them with the 5-man smoke, see if they can catch them off guard. They do have all their ults available. Rage Poseidon will start to reveal as he takes back the outpost here, pre-30 minutes.
I would not call this a desperation smoke, but it's one of those where you need to get so much done. The scout.
Oh, this is a little awkward. As, yeah, they've tried to go for a fight, but the curse has caused the three of them. Viper strikes down on the Magnus. The RP's not going to do anything at all. They may be close to calling it. It just feels impossible. Like, what do you do if you're Execration? No play could do anything against 496 right now, it seems.
That Spectre uses ulti before the fight starts, scout things out. Where Magnus is standing, they land a good Winter's Curse. They see that the Faceless Void misused his Time Walk, and they're like, yeah, we're taking this fight.
That should help.
I mean, you said it as well. It's all down to the fountain, skewers, and tosses. It feels like that's the only play really the Execration could do to change the state of this game, as high ground getting pushed once again by 496.
They need to line up perfectly. One hero at tier 3 tower, one hero near the tier 4, and one standing in the fountain, so they can do the skewer into toss.
Let's see if they can do it. Can they set it up? The skewer toss is going to be the only way. He's getting silenced though immediately. The stolen skewer as well. Yassi just dragging the back. Skewer. Ken tries to push back, but he's just dead and gone. The Magnus down. Void as well to follow. Neither with buyback. This bottom racks will be gone. This is going to be the second set for 496. It's a tier 2 top, so the Megas won't be able to come out quite yet.
It's an elimination game, so I don't think they're gonna call it yet. You know, just gonna lose 2 set of Raxes and try one more time.
Well, the toss, no Magnus in the action at the moment. Overgrowth comes out, onto the Meteor Hammer, onto the Wyvern, but the Cold Embrace, the Glimmer keeps him safe. Earl dead and gone. And top lane, Reggie Potato having to run himself away from this spec to the Ghost. Back up again as 496 ready to close this one up. Buybacks are available on Execration. There they come. Earl and Potato straight back into the action. 20 seconds without Palos though. Can they really do anything to slow him down? 4 versus 5. The living armor keeping these towers alive.
Where's the combo?
They've got to
Tiny and Mag are still alive.
It's so hard though. Anyone that jumps in is just going to get instantly silenced by Hung Hung.
Radiant's middle tower has
They've got to get them in the fountain. It's now or never. Reggie Potato trying to bait the silence. There is Palos now jumps in. BKB pop, but the self fuels. Hung Hung buys time. RP onto the creep.
5 creeps. RP.
A 5 creep RP. But it's not enough. The stolen up again. Yassi just outplaying the Magnus in every sense of fashion. This game is the Ruben. GG is called. 496, your champions here of the Divine Asia Division of the Omega League as they take the top spot, winning this best of 5 against Execration 3-1. We had some great back and forth, but overall 496 is
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
The freest Morphling game of his life. Now Gabby actually going to be the one to take the ancient stacks with that empower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice little boost here as he is pretty behind in terms of the position 1. G Trust holding a 1k net worth lead. It's like Q's going to be working on that Spirit Vessel for the team this time around.
Vessel's always good against Void and Magnus. But in the same time, if you can't get it in the right time, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Like Void with the Empower, they're gonna be so hit. What's the point of having Spirit Vessel like kill, try to like just keep press on it when Void is gonna like hit him like a lot more harder with farmed items.
KP looks to be working towards that the Orchid build up on the Nature's Prophet. Pretty standard stuff from this Prophet.
I feel like Kings is gonna be unhappy about current situation. Not sure whether they're getting pressured by the solo Morphling, because Gabby's been like forced to got into the team fight for a few times, but Morphling, where was he?
Nowhere to be seen. Mel, bit of a DC here. I gotta say, this Motivate Trust side, they are looking really impressive. Like, the way that Jackie's been able to avoid everything throughout this whole game so far. We're 11 minutes in, he hasn't been touched. It's not gonna be too long before he gets that Yasha up into the Manta. Looks like one of those games where you may as well just rush a shotgun straight after that.
Yeah.
There's nothing really stopping you.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get Aghanim, right? But he needs Manta Step for time dilation. And possibly Eevee, yeah.
KP loves Nito Buzz noise for some reason. Not sure why.
I feel really bad for KP, to be honest. Like, it's like his responsibility for having the ping like issues, but I'm playing in 100 ping, like it actually feels really bad.
does limit you a little bit. You would know, Q. You've been in Australia for a while. You know what pink feels like to SCA. It's not very fun, is it?
Yeah, it's not.
Hey, look at the bright side. Back when Dota 2 first came out, we didn't. I believe we had to play with the NA people.
Yeah, Australia had to play with like 150 ping, 100,
No, it's worse than
180.
I had 200 the whole time back in those days. Wasn't that fun?
It was still fun
Radiant's
for
top
some
tower
reason.
is under
Yeah.
attack.
Masaros.
Smoke up. G-Trust on to March, and this Chen is going to be very, very easy pickings for Fearless. Astral Step, he will commit the hand of God. There is help coming in from Armel. It's too late. Chen is gone. Still Gabby gets involved now. Kills off Boombill. They love to get a kill onto Fearless, and they will commit the chrono for this. Armel skewing straight forward, but it will not matter. Fearless just get caught out on the void and does go down.
This time, like, lane is pushed, so is it worth it? 1-for-2 trade into chrono into...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's not. I think with Fearless, though, you just want to slow down the momentum of the Void Spirit. Just don't let him feel too comfortable on the map.
Really like how Fearless is rotating with one support at least. He never like rotates himself, like he's not being like self-greedy or like he knows like what he needs.
Mel getting gazed up. He does have a haste rune. Still has the RP available on this Magnus. Just never needed to commit in the last engagement. And now with that Echo Saber, may attempt for a quick kill with this RP.
Radiant's middle
3
tower
heroes
is
mid,
under
but he doesn't
attack.
want to go after Masaros.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Fearless showing himself. So 4 heroes mid from MG Trust.
I really like how
Radiant's
Jack is
middle
joining
tower
this
is under
team fight as
attack.
well.
Take that fight. Mel dumped on by Masaros. Simulate out from Fearless. The 8th Remnant did not land. They found the
Dire's
tier
top
1 tower.
is under attack.
It's actually
That's free tower.
it is a free tower. It's surprising to see TNC they weren't willing to try and counter that tower push. I suppose without the chrono they just weren't feeling confident.
Got spotted out.
Dire's
I feel like they just want to get all the towers. Like
Well, that's how you win the game, Q.
is under attack.
it's not like no one's dying, and like all the heroes in TNC side, like they have all the heroes ready. Oh,
Radiant structures are fortified.
great smoke break.
Dire's middle tower
Walking
is under
around.
attack.
MG Trust continues for that bottom tier 2 tower. TNC, they are pushing the top lane, but it's only 1 hero up there. It's a very, very slow process. That tier 2 bot is gone. Timps does search his way in. In fact, no, the tier 2 is still standing. He'll drop the wall. Boombill commits the chain frost. Now Gabby trying to go after this Morphling. Jackie will just morph into the void and just time walk away. Now Armel committing the up onto Masaros. They do 2 for their trouble. The rest of MG Trust is able to leave the building. That tier 2 tower, at least it is deniable. So,
They probably don't want to deny it.
Yeah.
Tier 2 tower.
don't want to expose those outposts. Is there any specific item timings you think we're waiting on here for TNC?
More than item, I think they have to wait for the levels. I mean, obviously, Orchid on the nature's probably really nice, but seems like KP is quite behind.
He's on level 8.
Seeds are voted.
His net worth is not anything to write home about. An MKB coming up soon on Gabby. Boombill goes down to Armel. Good pickoff on the Magnus.
Try for one.
Surge up. They might try to pressure this top tier 2 a bit, but mid lane, that March is going to be in a spot of danger. Masaros on top of this Chen with the Rolling Thunder out from Q, but Gabby is going to join in and commits the chrono onto Masaros. Do they have the damage up on KP? Going to come in with the Nature's Wrath, but Masaros does eventually go
Dire's
down.
top tower is
That's
under
great,
attack.
Sprout. He knew that he was going to timber chain out over there.
Just surround him with trees.
Bullets and
TNC now. Start a bit of a mid-push. Mel to just
Dire's
slow down the
top
push down
tower
to the
is
pot
under
lane.
attack. Dire's middle
AP
tower
will secure
has
the
fallen.
mid-tier 1.
Rewarded.
And all things considered, they are ahead of net worth TNC. So even though all these towers have gone down on the Radiant side, that they are still finding some decent amount of gold for themselves.
I think big factor is teams. Like teams been focusing a lot of in jungle, and March is not behind with levels too. And maybe that's why like KP is not like really high in the network.
Speaking of Tims, he does go down to Q, just buy out the mech. Just die straight afterwards.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I think this upgrade Iron's gonna do so much here. He got it way too early.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You do also have the Orchid coming out on the Prophet now, but I believe we also saw a Manta on Jackie. Again, Jackie's just kind of been missing this whole time. He's not really showing up too often. Manta up, going straight into the shotgun build after. TNC don't seem very concerned about what Jackie's up to. They seem to be happy to ignore him.
And it's Aquila too.
Very nice.
Really nice item for a Morphling. Especially if you're not getting Lincolns for the hero, you're always gonna have a mana problem.
Tims
Radiant's
just
bottom
deny that
tower
tier 2
has
off,
been
not willing to
denied.
give some free gold away. Smoke up now, straight after the outpost is taken. Fearless gonna rush towards that mid. Here, try and bait them in, but Rolling Thunder will be cancelled off by the silence. Can they burst him down to time? They can. More heroes still coming in from MG Trust, but I doubt they go for initiation here. Fearless is thinking about it. He'll just go to the creep wave instead. Now Roshan play out from TNC.
Whoosh! Good play. They're doing it very quickly.
Just have that Empower out, but Masaros, he knows about it. He's gonna make it very well known, although RP out from Armel on the high ground, into the wall and the Chrono. But Fearless still gets his way out of there. Masaros gonna chain out. Now the Rolling Thunder out from Q. They're just gonna engage all the way. Armel will get stunned up. Magnus gonna be surged up and just gets out of there, but now March gonna get jumped on. Still had the God's gonna fly out. Now the Morph needs to probably just back off a little bit. Jackie gonna get skewered back in by Armel. A lot of damage coming up from TNC and a lot of control, but it's not quite enough yet. Motivate Trust is still surviving, but Gabby jumps in again onto Fearless. He'll find one and he'll find another. A double kill for Gabby, and KP now back onto Jackie on that Morphing. Boobill trying to help with the Chain Frost. It is going to be pretty decent, but not quite enough. Does at least allow Jackie to get out on KB now. Set to fall. Tims surging up Armel.
I feel like this Surge is doing too much.
Surge seems like a very broken ability right now, QO.
And they can, because of that, they're just like sending one hero to let them play, force them, group them, make them group up, and baiting them.
But now, Motivate Trust go back for that Roshan. Well, let's go for free TNC. They're going to try and initiate another team fight, but they're missing a lot of big ultis. Masaros, however, falling very low, especially with that Spirit Vessel. Now a great skill back from Armel. He catches two again.
Armor's doing so much job.
Just a completely different story from that game number 2 performance. See you later, nerds. Consistently hitting these amazing skewers from the Magnus. And he finds another. Armel able to kill Fearless off.
This is like a revenge of previous game. You kill me like 2 times, like make me look stupid, and I'm gonna make you look stupid this time.
Oh, that's kind of what Armel's doing right now, that's for sure. In fact, Gabby gets another Q now going down. And yeah, TNC, they are not happy about what happened last game. Tips flying out from Gabby.
Game fell.
See you later,
I don't know. Suddenly it got turned over like way too fast.
Yeah. Just after one big team fight, here we go. It's
That was the first one.
Armel, the Chrono. The shockwave did actually bring Fearless back out of the chrono, but
Yep.
it just didn't matter. They eventually caught up.
Dire's top tower is
MG
under
Trust, they took this team fight.
attack. Dire's top
I suppose
tower
because
has
all
fallen.
these ultis and abilities were down, but look at the control out from TNC. They could just never
Dire's
move out of that
middle
small
tower is under
slot.
attack.
You go out, I'm gonna bring you in. You go out, I'm gonna bring you in, Strat.
I love it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That first Roshan, very explosive from these two teams, ends up going into the hands of
Dire's
TNC.
bottom tower has fallen.
Really was the brilliance of Armel that time around.
Gabi actually went first item MKB.
Is that a bad
Dire's
thing?
bottom tower is under attack.
I think in terms of killing Timbersaw, it will help a lot. So, and he's getting a buff, so it doesn't really matter. Normally, when you go MKB, you see like Battle Fury and like Midas or something.
Q, very, very cautious Armel, gonna steal back in, but Rolling Thunder is out from Q. Cappy just following the Rolling Thunder with Surge.
Gabi's angry about the previous game. Hey, go Lear, come here.
The silence is there from KP with the Sprout. Gabby won't be able to keep up with Q.
He's going.
Maybe he will. The Surge is going to be up from Tim's. Gabby's still on the chase. Just run, Q. This madman's after you. He's going to TP. It'll be all right.
Radiant's top
Fearless
tower is under
looks like he
attack.
has not been spotted in that tree line.
Yep, I think he can successfully cut next wave.
Well, actually, KP having a double check, gets the
Dire's
Orchid off
middle
with a Sprout for
tower is under
vision.
attack.
Does have help coming in, but no, they just leave him. Fearless does have TP, so he'll be fine.
I think he's gonna try to cut next wave as well. I really like how Fearless is playing right now.
Dire's bottom tower is
Cut
under
the wave.
attack.
TNC, 23 minutes in, 13k net worth lead. Everything going to splendidly for them. Motivate. Maybe force them to another team fight, but no.
Dire's middle tower.
Like right now, you probably don't want a team fight if you motivate. Gabby just picked up a BKB just on the courier. To mention, they have the RP, they have the chrono, they have the VAC wall. Got everything.
I want to go high ground as soon as possible
Dire's
in this sort
middle
of
tower
situation, I
is
think.
under
And
attack.
Fearless cutting next wave again.
Armel, your back attempt, not going to work out this time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
3T2
has
tower,
fallen.
no defense.
What is Jackie doing? I want to see Jackie in this game.
What is Jackie doing indeed? There you go. He's
There you go.
still, after that Mantis-style came out, his farm has just really slowed down quite a bit.
I think it's because the team fight went like, yeah, favor toward TNC.
Still just trying to get that shotgun up. Maybe by this point it's a bit too late, like you've got the BKBs there.
Will shotgun change anything?
Gabby get an easy kill out onto the ledge.
Earth is a promise.
Look at 6 streak, 4 out faces void. Maybe he did spot out Q. Bounty placed.
I think compared to the net worth, like KP, so KP was 4k net worth when everyone was like 8k net worth, just because he was sharing with Chen and Darkseer with the farms as well. But like, he's doing so well as soon as he got the Orchid. I feel like all the team fights like they won is because of that like Orchid on the important heroes. So
Time is money.
He's been very
I'm proud of KP.
Which may make you
Radiant's
He's got to
middle
blink up
tower
on
is
Tim's
under
now on that
attack.
Darks here. KP, they're going to run into Jackie. He'll waveform straight into the Nature's Prophet. Silence is there. They couldn't get the Sprout off in time. Jackie is still in danger. The bash is coming up from Gabby, but Jackie able to time walk, and now Armel is there with the RP, but Fearless gets in with the Yules, trying to protect his Morphling, and he does. In fact, has he? He's still on the run. They're just surrounding from every corner of the map, but he does time walk away. Armel not done yet, but another waveform away from Jackie. He's got so much mobility. They are still chasing, however. KP TPing in with the Sprout now. Gabby going to the front lines. Jackie will matter. Another adaptive strike. Here comes Armel with the surge, but he misses a skewer. Another Sprout. Jackie's out of mana. He should be going down, and he does.
Oh, that clear.
All across the map, Cure. They are not leaving them alone.
I mean, it worked well. It ended up not using a chrono, and then like now they're right in front of the towers.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm not sure whether TNC planned this thing, but if they planned it, it's a genius sort of level.
Dire's middle
It is,
tower
because now the
under
tier 3
attack.
tower's gone.
Radiant's
They have
bottom
so much
tower
damage
is
with this
under
Empower.
attack. Dire's middle tower.
Not to
has
mention
fallen.
all the creeps coming out from this Chen and Prophet. And that mid-rax, 26 minutes in, might just be gone. In fact, a great skew round again from Armel. Masaros is just melting, but he survived thanks to the chain frost of Boombill. Still they chase it now. Gabby gets the chrono off onto 2, and they just disappeared.
Dire's middle barracks.
Just trying to roll.
Dire's middle
Armel
barracks has fallen.
with the skewer does not connect, but they could go for the top rack.
Yeah, they still have catapult, so
Dire's top tower is under attack.
that one catapult actually saved the game.
Q trying to delay things. Shockwave, wall is going to be out with the skewer back on Boombill. Armel again on a monster kill now, make that a double. He's godlike. Jackie trying to fight back. KP is so low, but he sprouts himself up. He can't get vision. Jackie has to wait for him out, but the Spirit Vessel still taking him down. Still Q coming back in, but KP, he TP's out safely. Now the skewer back onto Boombill, onto Q. They are just melting Armel. Can he get a rampage? Is there time? Now are they heroes? The Morphling does eventually kill him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Any rampage? Maybe it's too late.
Might be too late for Armel. That Fearless goes in for the Aether Remnant. Armel, Shadowblade goes back in onto the Timbersaw. Now the vacuum from Tims into the RP. Oh, that is disgusting to see. Masaros does go down. Gabby the one to pick up the kill. Oh,
Dire's
Kyo, it's
middle
looking
tower
rough
is under
for Motivate Trust.
Looking very rough. And it had DD before. It got changed to Invis rune.
What do you do now if you Motivate? How do you get back into this game?
Keep killing KP. Yeah, let's kill KP.
Kill KP.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Here we go. Fearless and Jackie on the mission to kill KP. They'll chase Tims instead. Gabby, TP, Fearless will cancel. Aether Remnant to lock him in. Do they have enough to burst him? They do.
They actually did.
The Aghanim Septum from Fearless.
We have to bring the Shifu guy from yesterday. The guy who bought the Divine Rapier and carried the game after Mega Creep.
Yeah, bring him in.
Jackie can do it. Everyone can do it.
We believe in Jackie.
We believe in 10k Jackie.
Armel, he's up to something. Shadow blading past Masaros towards that top lane, and it's going to be poor old Boombill. Life of a position 5.
2 hit, 1 shockwave, 1 hit, 2 supports down.
See you later. Still, they are not done yet. MG Trust.
Not sure whether TNC will wait for the Roche or just go straight. I think they have enough advantage to get the bottom side of,
under attack.
I mean ancient side of the Dire jungle.
There's your Roshan.
Roshan is up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna scout it out. March. We'll just send some creeps in.
My thrift reward bounty.
We saw how fast TNC could take the Roshan the last time. I mean, it just really disappeared quite quickly.
There's a leech again. They see him this time.
Boombill's actually baiting here. Armel has the BKB TP up.
See you later.
I mean, I said baiting. He was standing in his own base, so I don't know if I'd go... Maybe baiting wasn't the right word, but he had a sentry down at least.
At least that drew so much attention from Motivated Trust, and it looks like TNC doesn't They're not gonna get interfered by Motivated.
They let the Roshan go, however. There's a smoke out from Motivate. Counter smoke from TNC. They have the high ground. Fearless gonna have his smoke broken. He just jumps in. He has no fear. Straight onto March. Now he wants out. You've lost Q.
Tower is under attack.
Fearless, Gabby, Chrono. Not gonna be used up. Now the Chrono will be committed, but Gaze is gonna be, no, rather Aether are gonna lock him in, but it won't matter. They just have so much damage.
What made you take use for the chance?
Gabby's out of control. So is Armel. He wants Jackie on that Morphling.
You just have to RP.
He wants to skewer him first, and with the silence out from KB, it's not going to be enough. But now the vacuum onto Jackie. He's on the run. Orchid is there, but unwilling to commit the RP here, Armel. He is surged up.
Dire's structures are
Jackie's still not safe. Skewer not going to be there. Waveform just in the nick of time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They might just go for the final racks though, TNC.
Yeah, I think even though they're having fun, you know, diving tier 4, like they'll still want to get tier 2 towers, like go step by step at least.
There's your tier 2 bot tower
bottom
going.
has fallen.
Side device now up on KP, and there is no buybacks
Dire's bottom
left on this
tower
map.
is under attack.
That's the item that Morphling hates the most. Side device.
Final tier 3 tower now under siege. Can't afford to lose his team, but they'll go in onto Gabby. Rolling Thunder is going to connect. Do you have enough control? There is no follow-up onto Gabby. They're trying to focus someone else out, but Armel gets a skewer up onto Masseros. They won't commit all the way. Now Gabby jumping back in. Boom Bill gets the gaze off, and now beside the device, and Armel gets an RP off on the left side. Gabby goes in. It was onto 3. They burst down Jackie. There goes Masseros, and there goes Q. And that's it. They've called it. GG. TNC appear to have teach Motivate a lesson.
See you later, nerds.
What series that was, QO? It was a fun one. TNC. GG. TNC appear to have teach.
Middle lane. Because Chessie versus Limp. I always thought that they kind of already figured out who was. I can only imagine that if you and your sibling are both professional Dota players, you end up practicing against each other quite frequently, right? And they've been on the same team in the past as well.
I mean, you have to share some secrets. Yavar, Sumail, I'm pretty sure that in this case, you know, Sumail was giving Yavar some tips, and one of the reasons why he improved so much. So I think, you know, they know the matchups, they know what's good, what's bad against the certain heroes, and I'm pretty sure they, you know, just play against each other. Let's practice.
Yeah. So who comes out on top?
Remaining.
I think Limp has been the mid laner for longer compared to Chessie. Chessie's been on the safe lane a couple times as well.
He's gone back and forth. I think Limp's got the upper hand mechanically in the mid lane, at the very least. We saw yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before with EG, with GBK. Like, he just won both matchups against Wii, and I think we might see something similar in this series. I think Chessie, good general game knowledge, where his rotations and his itemization and all that kind of stuff as we scale into the mid and late game. But in the laning stage, I don't believe you can compete with somebody if they've played the mid lane 10 times as much as you have in the last, 4 or 5 years, because the Chessie has bumped around the rolls a little bit.
So we have a draft.
We do have a draft.
Wow. Alliance opening up with the Darkseer. I would not mind seeing Grimstroke here. You know, these two heroes seem like they're breaking some mechanics in the game, and you have Grimstroke. During the Divine League, I talked about this hero, how this hero has everything. You have a stun, silence, good wave clear, you have a leash mechanic, and that hero is going to be good at every single stage of the game. And against the Phoenix, like, you use a silence on him, he can't stop the dive. But they go with the Disruptor. This is also the hero that they've been opening up with. Great against Faceless Void, that glimpse back. So I would love to see some kind of save from 5 men. And it's also a Vombo combo setup. Darkseer plus this Disruptor. You can also play a bunch of different heroes with them.
I almost wonder if we'll potentially see Outworld Devourer for the first time this tournament. Just because it goes so well with Void, and it's a save against the Darkseer Disruptor combo.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
you know, I'm reaching. That hero's pretty garbage, but initially when it came to mind, that was one of the first ones for me. The Faceless Void Phoenix. As much as I love seeing Wombo Combo team fights, I've seen enough of this pairing. When are we eventually going to see one of those heroes banned out in the first round? But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
True. Does mean that you kind of probably want saves, right? Against the Faceless Void. And so far with the Disruptor support, do you count that as a save? Like Glimpse?
5 seconds.
You gotta be still so fast back into the...
At the early stages, yeah, but you know, at one point people are gonna have BKBs and you can just rely on that. We've seen in Southeast Asia where there's a Magnus in every single game, and we saw Winter Wyvern getting picked up quite a lot, and I think this is something that these teams should look into.
Yeah, we saw Winter Wyvern from 5 men yesterday, so it's on the radar. I don't know if it worked out, can't remember.
I don't think you want to have like Wyvern Disruptor. They just feels very weak to me. Like who's going to be playing 4 Disruptor scales with the items, of course, getting Aghanim Scepter, but they're filling kind of the same role, and you don't have that. You want to have something else paired up with the Darkseer as well in the laning stage. You want to have a melee position 4 that, you know, threatens a kill, has some kind of a burst. The Tiny is still in a pool. I just love these two heroes paired up together.
I wouldn't mind if Alliance doesn't necessarily draft a save, but they just draft a hero that doesn't mind getting Chrono, something like a Death Prophet, something that frontlines for Nico Baby, and then he picks maybe like a Wraith King. You know, I'm just mentioning heroes that yeah, of course, Chronosphere is always super annoying, but it doesn't ruin their game. I'm almost surprised they banned the Slark, because that is traditionally a very bad matchup versus the Phoenix Void. We did see the Darkseer Slark be incredibly potent. I believe that was their last series, right? It was a few days ago. That they took that one. So I don't know, Darkseer, he makes a lot of heroes that are previously like kind of mediocre quite like terrifying, and Slark's one of those few that has very few place in the meta right now, and Alchemist would actually fit that description very well. He doesn't particularly die to Chrono. Faceless Void in the early to mid game, he likes to go these luxury survivable items, you know, like the halberds, the mantas, and you just can't kill an Alchemist with those types of items.
10 seconds remaining.
Everybody likes to go halberds nowadays as well.
Yeah, it feels good to have, you know, that much survivability, and just in case, you know, the disarm on top of it.
Looking at the draft that the Alliance had against the Virtus Pro, they opened up with the same thing, and then they followed it up with the Spirit Breaker and the Batrider. Like anything that like benefits from the move speed, you know, that just kind of breaks the game. What we saw when Enigma was playing against EG, where they were 5k gold down, and then Batrider plus a Darkseer with 2 heroes, you're just winning a game. They're too fast.
I would like to see some low cooldown stuns from 5-man in the second round, because as you said, you either need like natural Yules builders, like a Void Spirit that sets up his own stun to disable the Surge, or you just need heroes that lock down the guy that gets Surge, because it doesn't matter how much damage you have if they're moving 800 move speed around you. And Batrider, the percent movement speed from Firefly, as you said, and the Spear Breaker, his Bulldoze, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
Like, it's a significantly more move speed than that, though, isn't it? It's like 70% or something. They go for the Tiny.
Yeah. Batrider was first phase banned in the finals we just watched as well. Every single game is just out.
It's just super obnoxious. I don't really understand why, because they've done nothing but nerf that hero. He's one of my favorite heroes, and you don't really know why, but you're like, I picked this hero, and it just feels easy to play the way I want to play right now. I think he just fits the meta too well.
Yeah, you know what your Batrider is gonna do, even if you put him on the off lane, on the lane. I love the build that people are doing on a Batrider these days. Just straight Boots of Travel and then get a BKB, and you feel unkillable if enemies don't have any BKB piercing abilities.
Yeah, you're just, what, like 480 move speed, magic immunity? Well, you just kind of dump out damage on that hero, so all he ever needed was mobility items and items that allowed him to live, and he will naturally kill you over time. Now, low cooldown stuns, perhaps. Okay, they go for the lane counter for the Darkseer. Will they potentially rotate it mid, you think? Maybe do like a Darkseer safe lane? Like just swap up the lanes a bit? Because I don't think you just throw them to the wolves in the safe lane against an Oracle. Or in the off lane, excuse me.
It's a possibility. Also, I've seen someone, I don't remember who it is since we watch a lot of Dota, when he was playing against Oracle, just getting Vacuum level 1. And
for the secure the range creep?
Yeah.
Yeah. The 100 damage, it's significant. At least I think prior to this patch it was 60, maybe 70, and that's just not enough to reliably get that last hit.
Correct me if I'm wrong though. At the moment, I'm still assuming Phoenix is going to be like a 4.
Could be a 3, but against Darkseer, I don't necessarily like a no stun 3.
Yeah, it's just like, but at the moment, this is a Phoenix Oracle support. It doesn't sound particularly nice.
Doesn't sound good, but then you need to have low cooldown stun on the offlane, something like a Sanking, Axe. When I say Sanking, like he's the first hero that comes to my mind. I don't think that's a good hero.
Mars, Centaur. None of these heroes are what I would call premium this patch. You can also go for a Legion. It goes well with Void. It's nice in lane against Disruptor because you remove the Thunderstrike. I think it's going to come a lot down to... they're probably going to give Nico Baby the last pick, right? On the side of Alliance. Since neither of their supports have saves... it's a Legion like 90% now. I'm almost certain, unless it's banned.
On the side of Alliance?
For 5 men. It's either Legion or Slardar. That's the two best heroes that come to mind for me.
Neither of those is banned.
Whenever I see AM, the first hero is like Slardar. He doesn't care about having his mana burn. His mana pool is extremely low, and he still pressures Anti-Mage, you know, just go for the bash build. This is something that Anti-Mage is really not good against.
I'm not a huge fan of this Anti-Mage pick, to be honest. All the heroes I was thinking kind of sounded good. 4 or 5 men like that go well with their lineup already are also good against Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage into Faceless Void without any kind of save on their side.
Yeah, Slardar, there it is. You wanted a damage amp as well as lockdown for the Anti-Mage. The Legion's damage amp would have came in the press the attack, but Slardar's is much more direct. And we saw it was Charlie, I believe, that was playing Anti-Mage, and it was against, I believe, Terrorblade, Slardar, and like a Beastmaster or something. And he blinked in at like 45 minutes in, 5 slotted, and that he has a hard time getting on top of in the first place. But Anti-Mage, he wants to get into the middle of the fray, and the second he gets amped, he relies on his mobility spells, and he just dies before he can even use them. It's a weird matchup, but the best part about the lane for Slardar is his primary source of damage, the bash, does not cost him mana. So the Anti-Mage mana burn very lackluster in that specific lane. Slardar also has the highest base armor of any strength hero in the game. So if you're wondering, why that matchup goes in favor of Slardar, those are the reasons why.
Alliance banning out Templar Assassin, even more minus armor would allow them to get some tower damage. What about Death Prophet for 5 men?
It's just got banned by 5
themselves.
Okay, they don't want to pick it. Okay, and they also think
they do need some push, so that's why I was down for that. OD, man. No, I'm kidding.
It depends on, like, it really is very nice of Alliance to have that Tiny to be basically a flex pick for them. They can put it mid, they can put it position 4, and that's going to put the pressure on 5 men.
I think they're going to pick Kunkka for 5 men. It seems like the chessy hero that goes decently with their lineup. It doesn't really give them push, which they're lacking, but they have so much kill potential that they have heroes that will hit buildings enough. If they do get the kills and win the team fights, they will be able to eventually take objectives. Slardar's not a bad high ground offlaner just because he does build the Ags, and he can kind of just stand in front of his team eventually with that status resistance and armor, which is pretty nutty.
You know which hero we haven't seen in a little while? Rather, I haven't seen in a little while. Dragon Knight. I always feel like he's good
for Alliance.
well. Oh, for Lim?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think you want to be playing like Dragon Knight into AM. It's very easy to just return the stun.
Okay.
Something that you need to be very careful about.
Kunkka. Okay. Never mind.
On the same page?
Yeah, at least I feel better. It's S4 drafting, right? So he won a TI.
On the same level as you.
Yeah.
The drafting prediction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say Thank you, Shimmer. I'm sure you're one of the only people thinking that one.
So Alliance can still flex this Tiny, put it on the mid lane, and just pick another position 4. But what is that position for? I'd still prefer if they go with something mid.
Alliances
I don't think, since Clockwork and all the other premiums are banned out in terms of pairings.
I still feel like Dragonite is
Spearbreaker might.
I also want to point out that Disruptor inherently used to always be Handskins hero, so maybe we're looking for an FNG hero, as Queen of Pain got picked up now for 5 men, revealing their mid.
I don't think you want to play Queen of
10
Pain.
seconds remaining.
Tiny into Queen of Pain, so I'd still prefer some like tower damage, like a
5
Dragonite,
seconds remaining.
possibly, or you can get. I'm gonna say it, but I don't think it's gonna be it. Never mind, we're just gonna stick with Dragonite. It feels like a good Dragonite game.
There you go.
Shiva's feeling that one. She's like, I haven't seen this hero in a while. It's about time. Alliance is one of the few teams that has picked it, though.
I must say the odds are quite heavily into Alliance's favor. Now that you guys have seen the draft, would you agree with that?
I do not. I'm not
Definitely
necessarily favoring a 5 in here, but
not
I
by
would
that.
not. I would take them at those odds for sure. I'm not, don't listen to me at home, please, all that kind of stuff. But disclaimer, I do think they have the tools to bring down this anti-mage at every stage of the game. Like no matter how many items he eventually gets, as long as they're not drastically behind on 5 men, they have the tools necessary. And even though the Quap versus DK matchup is kind of meh, Slardar minus armor does give them the ability to bring him down in the mid game, and Phoenix is super hard for these tanky strength heroes in the front. That Sunray hurts. So I actually like the 5-man draft more, despite Alliance being better.
I have to agree. But seeing what 5 men, what they've been playing, how they've been executing their drafts, and how solid Alliance looked in the past couple of months. It's hard to just choose one team, but just judging by the draft, I'm feeling 5 men because AM is going to struggle against some of these heroes.
And I guess previous series that we've seen from 5 men as well, one of the criticisms was that their draft didn't have too much synergy, and this one does. So they definitely have grown on that aspect, and you can only imagine that they did their homework against Alliance here. It's interesting to see you guys both siding with 5 men on the drafting portion of things. Let's find out if they can make that draft reality for them in the first game of this best of 3 with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, let's see. So the odds sort of stacked against 5 men, but definitely some hopes for the draft that they've come out with. They open up with this Void Phoenix combo, can be very strong in effect, and is a straight up way of killing this anti-mage in a lot of portions of the game. I mean, well, what do you reckon? Would you sort of rest your chances on the AM this game, or do you think he's going to have a tough time?
I think he can definitely struggle. He can make these like split push things kind of happen, but it's always going to get to a point. Does he get caught in chrono?
Yeah.
And if he does, it's very likely he will get brought down. They have a good amount of follow up to get to throw in there. Like the Phoenix plus the Quap. Yeah, it's nice. I also really like the Slardar pick. I think this is a hero. I think this hero is going to start rising so much versus these these greedy safe laners, these Spectres, these anti-mages and stuff like that. You just trade. You just hit them, and you actually usually end up winning the trade. So let's see how they end up doing their lane setups here. Right now it's the standard, of course. That Oracle plus that Void up top versus Darkseer and Tiny.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, as you say, with the lane setup down here, Slardar and Phoenix, that it does seem like not a happy lane for the anti-mage to be in right. There's going to be a lot of harass and beat down coming on him on the early levels.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any type of heal of anything like that. Sure, he has Disruptor, who's... I mean, recently I've actually seen the Disruptors doing pretty good with their trading. Of course, like the nuke is actually very strong. You get that extra couple of hits because of that little 1 instance of slow that it does every time. So maybe could match that type of aggression, but overall I think Slardar he'll reign supreme because he's out of mana, like Brian was saying.
It doesn't care.
Who cares? You just beat that anti-mage. Just hit him and hit him and hit him.
He's normally happy to be out of mana because then he's taking less damage.
Yep.
So he's drain my mana. Well, let me stay in the lane and just continue to outright click you.
Yeah, and you see the build, of course, for Misery. Double Ferret Fire, just heavy amount of damage and harassment so that he can throw onto the Disruptor. Nice block there by Limp, getting it in a pretty ideal positioning for himself.
Yeah, and this lane, as I'd imagine, it's a lane where the DK doesn't care, right?
Unless he just misses a last hit with his Fire Breath. I've been seeing a lot of people missing last hits with their nukes, actually, recently. Just some little slight mistakes. Yeah, DK doesn't care, though. DK, actually, most of the time, I feel like he just wins the matchup now, so...
Well, that's the FNG and Eco Baby down on this bottom lane against Zibe and Misery. And that top lane, a bit of a hunt going on here. Has Hansken just trying to get in over towards Pylai Die. I mean, we sort of talk about the potential difficulties for Nico Baby down bottom. Ace on this safe lane forward. The houses life going to be pretty good, right?
I feel it's pretty
good. The Oracle.
You got the Oracle. You just dispel the Ion Shell. If they ever do start getting too aggressive, it's double melee. If they walk up next to each other, if they do have double Ion Shell, you can dispel that one. it can start to overpower you a little bit because you can't really push the lane out that hard, and you know, Darkseer's levels start building up. He really starts forcing it under the tower a bit here. So let's see what they do about the camp in particular. I think that they should try to block the hard camp up in the top lane, up in the safe lane. As we see bottom, look what the Radiant side did. Look what Alliance did. They blocked the hard camp. They know that they're eventually going to get to a point where there's going to be those side pulls happening. So yeah, we see the Void. He's actually going to be the one to block or take some of the creeps from that hard camp up top, while the Oracle takes some of them in the lane. So successful side pull from Alliance there. He's get the last hits though. He does, so he actually benefits quite a bit, even though they get that side pull because they couldn't defend it. But either way, Darkseer's happy. And whenever Darkseer's able to get like a free level 3, you're in a pretty decent spot because level 1 Iron Shell just sucks.
So what's the game plan for Alliance this time? You know, you're looking at Limp. Is it just going to be straight for the blink, trying to fight as early as he can, make space for the AM? I mean, you sort of consider this lineup of Alliance without the M, like the 4 of these heroes, they're pretty good killers, right? You got this DK Tiny, backed up by the DS and the safety of the Disruptor, just dropping down stack stones. It's very deadly for 4-man fight that they can bring to 5-man.
Absolutely, and these long duration stuns, DK, super good versus those Void, versus that Quap, these type of heroes that you can just lock down so they can't move. Even versus Phoenix, just those long duration stuns are pretty annoying. So yeah, definitely, I could see them fighting very often with the 4. And they should have I don't want to say like a good timing on a mech, but they're always going to have that factor coming into play, right? You look at Alliance, they have a mech carrier. You look at 5-men's, they don't have a mech carrier. Slardar does not, obviously does not go for it. Queen of Pain mid never is going to be able to go for it there. So they're always going to have that lacking, at least inside of the fights at some point in the mid game. Mid lane's boring, bottom lane's fun. Get to see Nico Baby bashed up a couple times.
No, not fun for Nico Baby.
No.
This, you know, lane where's the anti-mage. You got to keep your cool.
Yeah.
As just the combo of the spirits and the bashes can certainly get to you when you're trying to hit the creeps.
It's not the worst lane. It's not like he's versus full range, right? Where he's getting like poked by a Wind Ranger and a Phoenix or something like that. He is able to at least get some last hits because the Slardar has to walk up and Disruptor can zone decently. Mid Limp starting to pull a bit ahead here, as to be expected.
Yeah, just having a bit of an easier time getting the denies as this melee hero.
Misery doing a good job bottom. Why am I saying Misery? Sorry. They're able to put a lot of pressure. Hanskin now.
I'm going to try with a toss, but...
The bashes. That's always bad, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be first blood for Ace. And actually getting a lot of bashes as well onto the Tiny. Hanskin will be all right. Yeah, first blood for Ace. Very, very nicely done there. It is the hard lane for Darkseer to play. You know, anytime there's an Oracle, that's pretty much your worst enemy in the lane as a Darkseer.
Oh, I think Misery might be able to get this kill. FNG heads up. TP will survive. Both of them have done. I was mentioning Misery was doing a good job. The Disruptor also. Like FNG's done a good job bottom of just trying to secure that farm. As we said, it's gonna be a hard lane for Nico Baby, but at least, you know, he's got that 16 last hits. Now he's alone. And it's a Disruptor who just TP'd out, so a lot of pressure going to come onto Nico Baby for the next couple moments. As Ace,
they're going to try and dive in for this. They go toss back. Yeah, not enough damage to burst through this. Faces what this early on. He's
nope,
more than okay. But, whoa, okay.
He just ran his courier in to die.
Oh, yeah, it was literally the wrong side of the tower to him. It was, goodbye, courier.
Pro players and their couriers, right? I think Chief would be the one saying that. They feed it more than pubs. Especially the carries. I find that it's always the carry that feeds it. But I don't know. I've noticed some weird behavior with couriers sometimes. Like you use it to send to yourself, but sometimes it goes to where you were and it doesn't readapt to where you moved because of something. I don't know what causes it.
You're just making excuses there, Paul.
My courier. I mean, I don't kill too often. No. Thankfully, I'm just a support. I don't even use the courier very often.
Mid lane. You have the eyes being put onto Jesse. 3 of them looking to get a wraparound onto him.
It's DK level 6.
Oh no, top lane. S4, he's going to save the surge for after the root.
They're on the block.
Should be fine unless he gets bashed. It looks like he did get bashed enough. So the absence of them top means S4's left vulnerable. S4 goes down, but it does pay off in the sense that they take Jesse out of the mid lane.
Yep, good rotation there from Hanskin. Of course, using that form, the DK form coming in. Also, with that 5-minute push, this catapult, it's gonna get them majority, if not all, of the tower off of this.
This is some good early damage on the mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
Then it's going to be start to be nuked down by Pi, but he's a tanky man. He doesn't care with the bracer and 11 charges on the ones. He's just going to continue to punch into this tower, and you're right, 6 minutes in.
It's dead.
They're going to get it. Can they at least get a deny? They can't. The tower's down, and now Hansken, he'll be able to find the step for a kill. Maybe even for a second. They get the Dragon Tail stun over onto Pi like die. Hansken trying with the body blocks. Chessie's back in action though, so Pi will be saved. Chessie glimpses back just to make sure that he doesn't end up taking down any of Alliance, but Alliance playing fast there. That is I mean, that's the dream for a DK, right? 6 minutes, you hit your ult, you take your tier 1 tower, it's gone.
And now you can go top, you can pressure that lane too if you'd like to, versus a Void who, a hard lockdown stun is very threatening. Yeah, excellent. Absolutely excellent moves there from Alliance to secure that one early on. And the more we look at it, you know, looking at 5-man's draft, they can't actually wave. They can't actually like D-push, right? They don't have this type of wave clear besides the Queen of Pain, who isn't, I wouldn't say like a D-pusher. They don't really have any. They actually have to look to take fights around those towers. So that's probably what we're going to be looking for these next situations, is them fighting around the tier 1 top rather than just trying to stall it. And oh my god, Ace just bashing S4.
He's getting a lot out of this lane. 2-0-1 on the Void.
The Rush Mask of Madness too. No boots.
It's quick. I know, I mean, it works out sort of between the attack speed and the chance of the bashes and the root thrown out from the Oracle. You're going to lock down whoever comes into this lane alone.
And it's sustained. That's what I like too. Like sometimes you see, oh yeah, he's getting all these bashes, but he's also in turn losing HP. He's healing up a lot when he's going for these hits onto that Darkseer as well as that Tiny. This is that limp rotation though. DK form is ready. Let's see how 5 men do react. They have to fight around it if they'd like to try to challenge it. They can't stall it too much. It's going to be up to that mid-lane chest if he wants to make the move.
Zibe.
FNG. He might go down here.
Gonna run this one down. The glimpse will separate Zibe just in time. FNG to live. I mean, Zibe. FNG's got to be careful. Zibe thinking about chasing him down once more. This is a bit of pressure onto the tower down bottom. Ace also coming over to look to see if he can catch Nico Baby. Nico Baby's got the TP out. First hit bash is not going to be there for Ace.
If you get a first hit bash there, that can just change the entirety of the game, right? Like, either way, AM's pushed out of lane. Look at that AM's net worth. We said he was going to have a hard time.
It's
just harder than I thought it would be.
It's a nasty lane to play against.
Yep.
Slardar Phoenix, you're not going to have a happy time. Top lane, Limp though, he's doing a lot here for Alliance. Second tier 1 tower taken out of the map at 8 minutes in. We'll die for it.
Nice move.
But I feel like Limp doesn't care, right? He popped Dragon Form, he got the tier 1 tower, he opening up the map. It's going to make it a lot easier for Alliance to make plays as 4 whilst they're creating space for Nico Baby to recover. There's a lot of way to move around the map now for Alliance.
Yeah, he did his job, but I mean, Chessie's also Chessie's fine with that anyway. Chessie's like, I wanted this kill anyway, so they're fine with committing even if they do lose that tower.
But what do they do with that kill? I mean, like, you've used the Sonic Wave. Now, like, what's the plan for 5 men? You're losing your towers. What sort of state of the game for them? Is it just all about getting the room for the Void? Is that going to be enough this game?
I think it's only okay because they took the bottom tower too. So now Anti-Mage has a weird place to where he goes. Sure, he can go top, but there's going to be the threat. Void is always a scare. If Void finds Anti-Mage in the lane, you see how farmed Ace is, he's going to solo kill him. He's going to Chrono, Mask of Madness, the treads, more than enough that he'll be able to take down that Anti-Mage. So if they didn't take bottom tower, I would be more concerned, but because they did, it's an okay rotation for Chess.
Toss in on Limp, gets him in for the Dragon Tail. Avalanche as well. Zibe trying to run. The glimpse control there from FNG. Zibe off to the other side. Limp popping the Dragon Form, but not actually in range to get a hit onto Zibe. S4 is in position on the side. Field down, but it won't catch any of them. They're able to get away. Another toss onto Limp, throwing him on top of the Oracle.
Here's that
Comes in on the side. He's got the Chrono on the two of them. Catches FNG, catches S4. The bash is out as well. There they are again. S4 falls. Hansken, he's been amped up by Zibe. Another bash, another kill here as 5 men coming in hot. An excellent play from Ace, getting involved. The Chrono's fantastic. They get 3 kills.
Yep. And this is what, this is probably what's going to happen for a long time. 5 men are going to be able to outnumber it. Whenever they have Chronosphere especially, you're going to see Ace get involved. And look at that. Look at his net worth. He's really starting to snowball out of control. He's going back for a Midas.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, though. Oh, might get caught here.
It's healing him. It's healing him. Healing, and he's out. Time walk there. Limp's going to be chasing him up.
Might be able to get him stunned in one.
And he's saying Pi is around. He's trying to do his best to keep his man alive. Can he do so? He can't. Avalanche holds him down. No chance for a further time walk. Alliance will be able to strike back hard as they come in mid, TP back through, and they get Ace. They take him out.
That's a huge kill. They weren't able to go for that tower there. They get Ace, and in the meanwhile, look Look at Nico, baby. He was just at 2,300 net worth. He got multiple waves up top. Now he has a lane bottom pushing it naturally. He's going to catch up significantly through these last few moments.
Yeah, that ace death, a painful one.
Yep. Alliance knows that they have to react, right? They have to bring 4 heroes whenever 5 men does show up to look for any of these type of pushes, any of these type of fights. They have to try to match the numbers. But again, I think this is exactly what 5 men should do.
Yeah.
Don't slow down.
Yeah, and try and catch them by surprise. You know, Ace only just coming back in. They're maybe not going to expect this move from 5 men. Very quick with the smoke.
This might be able to catch Nico, baby. He seemed very aware, though. Look at this movement here.
Yeah, you're right. He's straight out of that bottom lane.
They're not seeing anything top, right? They have that ward top, they have that ward mid. They're not seeing much.
Yeah. In fact, that ward mid didn't catch any of the smokes, did it?
I didn't quite actually see if it did.
Either way, yeah, Alliance just seem to be very aware that there's something suspicious is going on, and they won't be caught out.
Yep. They are going to rotate now toward that mid tower, but Limp doing a good job parking himself in front of those. He's that big defense, and now they're starting to rotate the rest. They're starting to rotate that disruptor, and they can potentially look for setups. Dark's here. We see S4. He's just pushing top space, trying to just draw the attention toward the top lane, so that Nico baby can chill inside of that jungle and catch up. As he is really starting to catch up.
Should be on track for okay time, as long as he's not hunted down by Ace. Ace is going to have the Chrono up again soon. With the powers of having this Mask of Madness build, you do throw in the AM.
Yeah,
you catch this AM in a Chrono, Nico baby's going to die at this point of the game.
Yep.
Void solo, even if he gets lucky, but with the bashes, but +1, and it's going to be a dead AM each and every time, because one of the things that Alliance don't have is they don't have any saves, right?
Nope.
There's nothing to really stop Ace just going and chronoing the AM and focusing him down.
No, yeah, they don't have the heals or anything. They will have it once the mech comes out on the dark side. They'll have some type of ways to counteract, but it's not like a Sunray. Yeah, a Sunray sitting behind him or an Oracle save or anything like that. So, and yeah, going back for the Midas. This is interesting. Because he's gone for this fighting build. I think because he had such a good game,
he's
like,
you know
what? It's actually not that late. I mean, it's not fast, of course, but you know what?
And it never feels bad, because it is some attack speed,
it's a lot,
right?
It's a lot of attacks. It's 40. It's very rare to be able to get 40 attacks from an item like that. Is Jibe? Will there be a save?
Starting Storm.
He gets silenced on the edge of it.
Yeah, and Pi is just standing a little too close. Ace is going to come in with a counterplay, though. The Chrono onto the 2 of them allows him to kill off FNG. He'll turn over towards Limp, but Limp turns with the Dragon Tail. The wall's been dropped down as well. Chessie with the backup for Ace. Time walking in onto Hanskin. Ace will be able to find the setup for a second. They get the 2 supports.
They got to try to get more, though. During all this, Nico baby is farming.
Yeah, he's hitting those creeps.
It's a Chrono for just the 2 supports. Midas is finished, though, so I think he's... I mean, they're probably fine with this anyway, because it's going to be a slow-paced game. They know just use ultis for those solo kills.
And, you know, I think Ace, for the most part, as long as he hits the Chronos throughout the game, he is always going to have that upper hand against the AM because of the nature of Alliance's draft. And, you know, as we say, they just don't have innately any heroes that are kind of like, oh, it's really scary to Chrono the anti-mage this game. It's never going to be that way.
Yeah.
For a long time, at least, maybe down the line, things like Halberds come out to sort of put a stop to it. But as long as Ace gets good Chronos, he's got a pretty solid game ahead of him.
Yep, as long as he just doesn't focus fire the DK inside the Chrono. Like, they can just wait for the DK till later on. They have more than enough damage. Unless Slaughter's there. If Slaughter's there, he'll be able to probably bring him down inside of a Chrono too.
Watch out.
They might be able to catch this here.
Yeah.
Blink stun.
They've got the opening. They've got a follow-up avalanche. Yeah, with the Mana Void for Nico baby to claim the kill. They certainly do. Chess is out.
It's cute that I like when he can get involved, right? When it's versus those int heroes, you're an anti-mage, you can get involved in those ganks early on with Mana Void. That's a nice move there. Although they're playing with that 4 Protect 1, he can definitely do that. Let's see, bottom Pi. He's forcing the lane in. He wants somebody to react to it. Oh, look at Pi getting all that delicious farm there. Sippe waiting on the sidelines for somebody. He's a strong Slardar. Tress plus drums. His net worth not really reflecting how powerful he really is right now, but in a pretty good spot. Has to make sure that he keeps up in farm though.
And then what are you going after Midas on this Void build? Do you get something defensive, or do you kind of say, hey, you know, I'm still going to get the Maelstrom on the way?
Ah, man.
Good against the DK, right? Good bit of magical damage.
I mean, Manta is still pretty good here. It's just...
but does he need it? How much pressure is Ace under at the moment?
It's just Disruptor ulti always is a fear. I don't want him to rush a BKB or anything like that, but it is a bit scary when you're playing versus Disruptor in a hard stun.
I have the two of them here poking at Pi, but not they can do. They're scared with Zibe here by his side. They don't want to commit onto Pi like that.
Yeah, I just want him to have some stats on the Void in particular.
Now they've got more members here on Alliance. They're going on to Pi. Pi's going to get the chance to put the false promise on himself. He'll live for now. Chessie comes in. He's going to get Glimpse back. Limp can finish off the kill. Ace, Chrono's back up. He's managed to get the catch on the two of them. Focuses down easy target first. Takes out Hansken. They've managed to reduce the armor of both S4 and Limp. S4. Another jump over onto Zibe, but Zibe, he's still on the run. Zibe out of there. Limp. He's on the cliff. He's on the cliff. The Ace there to cancel the TP. As 5 men clean up a third. I mean, Ace's game is just going from better to better to better. His farm, his kills, he's getting it all.
And look at Zibe's health. Look what he survives with there because of Pi just being able to give him that survivability. That cloak, like just straight up saved his life. Just having a passive cloak on that Slaughter. And look at Misery's actually super farmed. He's got a meteor hammer. What the hell? 64 last hits. He's just been quietly farming. Very Misery-like.
DD rune as well. I mean, okay, Chessie's going to just grab it for himself on the bottle.
He's got Orchid.
That is quick. I mean, I wondered if maybe they wanted to get the Void over, grab it, and maybe try for Roche. There's no Elder Dragon form, there's no wall, there's no Static Storm, but looks like they don't want to try and push it. They don't really take Roche that fast. Well, no, that's a lie. They've got a slot.
No, they take it fast.
Pretty fast.
I think that they can go.
Still scary.
I think they don't need to do that. I think right now Chessie's probably feeling so hot. This is the best point of the game for a co-op when you're playing versus AM.
Yep.
AM is so far from Manta. Chessie can just take over the entirety of this game right now. And they have been 6,000 gold lead, 5-man panel. They were mentioning how strong this draft is, how aggressive it can be versus AM. This was an AM picked into Void.
It's one of those games where I feel like it's Nico Baby needs the man and the back, maybe even the Abyssal, before it gets to a point where he's going to be able to confidently get on top of the Void and actually fight Ace. For the most part, Ace, with the backup of Pi, he's just going to be so slippery, and it's going to be very hard for Alliance to stop him from just chronoing the anti-mage when the anti-mage turns up to the team fights.
I absolutely agree. And they're going to have to deal with a very over-leveled, over-farmed Phoenix. Misery is almost the same net worth as the Darkseer and his Slardar. Like, he's really pushing the limits here. An early level 12, they don't have the best egg hitters. DK's actual good egg hitter.
They really don't.
AM doesn't turn up till later. If there's a level 12 Phoenix, I don't really see Alliance winning a fight unless they get a number advantage.
Well, here we go. They're out. And
this is actually a really smart build.
Good build. Straight for the MKB. I mean, this Void's gonna hurt. This Void's gonna punch very hard.
I kind of wanted him to get some stats, just so, but like just straight damage.
He trusts in Pi.
He trusts in Pi.
He says Pi's gonna have my back every single time. Limp, bash, is it there?
Oh, yeah, there, of course.
Second hit. He's able to find it.
And he just gets incinerated by that high-level Sunray.
Zippy, just chasing back the rest of the team of Alliance. They're just all out of there. Of course, whilst this all continues, Nico Baby continues to farm. The pressure's on Nico Baby. We've seen Nico Baby's carry potential. This guy's insane. Anti-Mage, beautiful hero for him. He's got his work cut out this game. You've got to really look towards Nico Baby to pop off big time. He's been able to get his farm up. He's catching up to Ace. It's still going to be very hard, of course, Ace with the Midas.
Yeah.
But as long as they can buy time, Nico Baby is going to hit his item timings. Then we'll see how it goes down in the fights. Because even with the items, it's not an easy game.
No, it's a very tough anti-mage game. There's a Blink now on the Slaughter. They have so many different forms of catch. The Sunray, super high level Ace, he finds a target, hits 4.
I mean, they know, they can sort of drop these chronos as is, because maybe they can get more. The toss is going to be their hand scan.
The silence. It's on the AM.
See if they kill Nico Baby. Link out in time. They have lost 2, but they got Ace. There's a good punch back there. Pi didn't quite have the false promise back. It's still on cooldown. They're going to get Chessie. Chessie sticks around. They've got Blinks on Alliance. They just go straight back onto him. 5 men overstaying their welcome a little bit. Misery's out with the TP in the tree. Zibe will be able to sprint away. So going in, but a little deep that time. Alliance, they're able to find something out of that fight. A good trade back as they end both Ace and Chessie's lives.
You see that mech we were talking about? There's no mech on the side of 5 men. The mech on Alliance's side actually ends up kind of changing that because they may have been able to kill the AM without it.
And another catch here, Pi.
And they're going to find Pi, it looks like.
Just these sort of little openings that 5-man's got to be careful about giving. And sort of looking back, I guess the chrono, it was a little hasty. Just dropping it down onto S4, one of the tankier heroes to take down, meant that after that, Ace was vulnerable. And Alliance punished that.
Nico Baby built the getaway here. He's getting close to that Manta, so he'll be a lot more protected versus that Queen of Pain. Yeah, big moves there from Lions.
We'll see Ace.
He's gonna have the MKB any minute now.
He'll be here for the next fight, but Lions, they want to play fast. They know there's no chrono. They want to try and hit hard whilst Ace hasn't got that ready to drop on them. In the river, Zibe holding his ground. They're going to look to try and burst him. Static Storm down, they need it. He's a tanky guy. He's also getting healed up with the Sunray, but a good commitment from Alliance. Shows that they know that they need to drop everything. The Static Storm as well to secure that kill. They're going to come in with a counterplay now, though, fighting. Looking for FNG. Limp's able to turn with the Dragon Tail stun to hold him down for now. S4 popping their heels. FNG will be left behind. The rest of the team looking to split. Cat and 5 men chase for more. S4 turns with the vacuum wall. Limp actually committing back in onto Jesse. The bash is coming out. Ace jumps to the side. The super level will force Alive to continue back away. Ace still thinking about chasing. Still 30 seconds without the chrono, though, so no further catch. The rest of Alliance will get out of that.
Yeah, they lost their Slardo at the start. That's the hero that keeps them inside of that egg, so they're all able to just walk away, disengage. Limp now getting poked. Coming.
Time being bought for Misery and Ace to head over.
Nice
Hanskin. Close apart. Right jump forward from Ace. It's getting close to the chrono time, so Alliance has to be a little careful. Hanskin will be focused by Ace. Nico Baby able to find the kill on Jesse on the backlines. The hammer from Misery comes crashing down onto the head of S4. And now they've got to be very cautious, Alliance. They've got 3 left alive, but the chronosphere is available.
They're burning the mana, though. They burned a lot of Ace's mana. He barely has enough for the chrono.
He's probably got enough for one time walk on the chrono, and that's it. He gets it arcane rune. Ace comes in, and that'll do it. The setup's there for him to kill off FNG. Turns over towards him, takes the DK down as well.
Oh my god, the Dream Arcane Rune too. He gets the perfect usage. Just enough mana for him to kick in. I think he also got like Arcane Booter. He gave some mana anyway. Nice little setup. I also love the fact that he's holding Clumsy Net. I think this is so important actually on carry heroes when you're playing versus elusive heroes like AM.
Yeah.
You can actually catch it. You can get like a bash, a second bash, a net, and then another bash.
Oh, it's great.
You can actually go for these kills. I love this. And Ace that he's carrying.
It's amazing stats as well. You love it as a carry, of course. Great stats, mana regen, you know, you're never going to have a problem again.
Yep. Big movements here, and now right around that Roche.
It's theirs.
It's theirs, and they're setting up for more. Not able to find it with those blink disengages, but excellent fight there from 5 men.
Yeah, the pressure on. It's going to be one of those games where
it's Nico Baby versus the world.
Nico Baby. Can Nico Baby's anti-mage carry this game? So far, it's been flawless. Technically, KD8, 2 kills. He hasn't died.
Level 19 also, because the solo kills he's gotten on Chesty. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is the anti-mage experience. 2 kills, no assists. You know, he only gets involved when he knows he's going to get the last hit.
Yep.
And it's paying off. This man's big. He's getting very, very big right now, Nico Baby. We'll see if he's able to do it though. It is such a tough game. We see time and time again anti-mage games where it's like this is a great AM game. This is a challenge. But Nico Baby, he's the kind of guy, he likes a challenge. Yep. He doesn't want to play AM in the easy games. He wants to play in the difficult ones.
And this is one of those very difficult ones. If he gets caught by one stun in a lot of situations, it's likely that he can die. Even like he's going for this Halberd build, but like we said, Ace already has that solved, at least in a way. The MKB for that evasion is going to be very impactful.
Oh, and that'll be a freebie.
Jibe just 3 shots almost. And oh, look at this. Another DD bot.
Oh, and thanks to that Arcane Rune, Chrono is going to be back. So, 5 men, they're going to be bringing the fight. Alliance, got to be ready for this.
Everything is out there already. I don't know. Alliance has to get some dream jump here.
They're going to try and go in, but the save's there. Pyro die instantly with a false promise to stop them from committing any further on to Zibe. Zibe's
under attack.
Time. Space made as well for the tier 2 to be taken out down bottom. The push coming in from Nico Baby though. He's been able to shove that top lane all the way up to the high ground of 5 men. That bottom tower got money there, soon to be for Ace to pick up the BKB.
That'll make him a lot safer. Then he can actually like jump in with no fear whatsoever. Level 18 as well, so max level chrono. 7k gold lead.
Yeah. Good approach here from Nico Baby as well, getting the halberd.
Yeah.
An essential item against the void. Come forward, they've caught the void!
The mana bird!
Limp is in with the stun! Ace is in trouble! They've wiped him out the once, can they do it again? They've got to be a little cautious, he's going to be coming back with the Chronosphere with the Static Door! FNG has the setup, they jump across, this void in trouble, there's no help for him! Nico Baby claims the kill with the mana void, the Dragon Tail Limp gets Zibe! It's a double kill for Nico Baby, as they just, a beautiful jump from Limp, they catch out the void. There's no safety for him. Even if Pi was in range, false promise, of course, previously used on the mid on Zibe. And they seize that opportunity. They get the jump, they take the Aegis, they take his life. Baby continues this game where 4 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists. The dream anti-mage continue.
Limp does push up a little bit too far, but yeah, that one ward they have on the cliff there, right? It gets a little bit of vision on that void.
Yep.
They're able to get the jump. And look at how careful his 5-man was too. They put 3 sentries checking all the other spots just in case, but that the obvious ward is the one that got them.
True, they tried to go for the big brain play, but you know, Alliance went for the little brain ward, and it worked.
Yeah, oh my, wait, Misery's level 18? Misery has a Hex!
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Wait, what? Misery has a what?
Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone is nerf it. I mean, he is unbelievably farmed.
He's getting a lot out of this.
I mean, that can change so much of this game. Like, that's a whole nother form of lockdown versus an AM that can't really deal with it. Sure, he's got status resist, but it's gonna be instant. Like, he can dive and hex.
Yeah, but he might hex himself. Watch out for the spell shield.
For sure.
Nico Baby's quick with the reactions. It's an instant cast, but you've seen in the past, Nico Baby, he can look into the future, and this man, he's got some foresight.
I don't think I've ever seen a Phoenix with a Hex this early in a game. I've seen like the Shivas and stuff like early on.
Especially when it's a support. Maybe it's an off-lane Phoenix, but even then they don't normally tend to rush. I mean, this isn't the build-up. But
is he a support? Look at him. He's higher level than Chessie. He's the same level as...
All right, Chessie support. Misery to the mid.
Misery. 2-1 and 9, just finding so much farm on the map. Killing it.
Oh, a nice little pick up here for the two of them. Quiver for the Void, as we've been talking about in many of these games. A lovely hard punch with the plus 300 magical damage for these carries. Yep. And over on the side of Alliance, Nico Baby, I believe he's going to hold on to that. Yeah, he's got the Mind Breaker.
So quick silence, yeah.
Another way to get in, trip Ace up. I believe Ace, he should have the BKB now, right?
I hope he did go for it. I hope he committed for it. He needs it versus Disruptor, but as we saw also, FNG's rushing an Aghanim, so they're looking for these potential, because they're kind of predicting the way that the game will go. It's not going to end abruptly. It's going to continue to go for quite a bit of time.
There we go, smoke up.
They've got everything.
Yeah, they do have this phenomenal team fight, 5 men, and they want to use it.
Level 3 Egg with a Hex. Level 18 also on Ace, so they're just looking for those pickups. Anybody they find, if they can get a good jump, they're just anybody's dead.
Alliance, they don't be careful though. They're up as 5 in the trees.
They don't have DK for him though. It's just ending, and they're all sat up here over very aggressively. But this ward, I mean, is still, still doing work. You know they're smoked up. It's going to be giving them a lot of information as soon as it breaks.
Yeah, it's coming to an end now, so now they know exactly where 5 men are. Yep. Showing in the wave.
Start hitting bottom tower.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Don't know if they've seen Misery yet, though. I don't think they're aware of this sheepstick still. Might be something that catches them off guard.
Radiant's top
Limp
tower is
will be able to finish
down.
Cheeky by Nico Baby. Jumps and gets the last hit. Getting close to Scotty. Tank it. Trying to be able to survive inside of that chrono. And he will be able to have that, BKB kind of, not prevention, but ways to be able to chase out those BKBs with that Scotty slow.
Misery continues to rack up the gold, on the verge of taking this tier 1 tower down top.
Tower is under attack.
As they are starting to get a bit of a hit on the high ground here, Limp. Pushing up the Dragon Form once again.
He's a little scared though. No BKB on Limp yet. It's coming out on the courier though, I believe. Shortly. Be a little bit careful. And like we said though, it's still going to be Nico Baby versus the world. There's a lot of decent combos. So the Alliance does have though, with the Darkseer behind as well. They do have some good team fights that they can execute, but it really is just AM. And he's farmed though.
I mean, that's the thing. Like this is going to be one of those games. If Nico Baby does do it, you've got to be like, damn, this was impressive. This was not a game that's been handed to him at all. He is playing at top form right now. 19k net worth. His positioning is the way he's been finding the farm. It couldn't be any better. His involvement has been perfect. He turns up only when he knows he can get the kills, and that's hard to know against this lineup. As we say, there's so many things on 5 men's roster that can really cause issues for the anti-mage. But so far, Nico Baby has not been caught out. His game continues to flow very smoothly.
And he doesn't, especially right now, he doesn't really have any wards. He's playing this kind of blind, so he's doing a really good job of reading the map and reading the movements from the side of 5 men. God, I'm gonna say C9 a million times. They're just, they're
C9,
all, look, they're everyone.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them right
C9.
there. There's C9, all right, there we go. And Ace, it looks like he's itemizing for the future as well as for that Dragon Tail. I think he's preparing for an Abyssal later on. FNG finally get picked off. It's been some time, though, that he got picked off. He's been farming.
I think he's
nicely.
close to the ag.
Yeah,
right?
he's getting close.
He's at
to
least
it.
halfway there. I saw point boost on an Ogre Club in his inventory.
I think he's 3/4 of the way. I think he's getting.
Yeah?
I think he's only like 700 away from it. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
that can also. Lots of these things can just change the dynamics of games. Disruptor ulti being one of those huge ones that AoE doom. They always do have to heal the save, though. They have 2 different ways of save on the side of 5 men to protect. Keeping it at that 5k. Just a little bit ahead there. But Nico Baby continued to split push, and look, they're pinging it. They're like, no one's reacting up top, so they're likely to try to be making aggressive plays on our side. And that is exactly what the case was. Now they gotta go start responding. Reclaiming their outpost as well. And it's gonna be multiple. Just Lincolns across the board to protect versus not only the Dragon Tail, but the eventual Abyssal that will be coming out. Okay, and they're actually smoking and looking to catch people that were going to back up to catch that wave that Nico Baby pushed in. Let's see if they can catch people off guard here.
Oh, smoke dispelled. Zibe quick with the BKB. They're going to have the Supernova coming out. Can they fight this? Nico Baby's trying to jump over to the back lines. He's going to look for Pylai Die. Ace commits with his BKB over towards S4. See if they can finish this. Nico Baby burning the mana on Zibe.
Text.
See if they've got further control. The crush into the Meteor Hammer. And punching into it, but the Static Storm comes out from FNG. The space is there for Nico Baby to blink back to safety. They've lost S4. They're going to lose FNG as well. They need to just get themselves out of here, Alliance. They tried for this smoke move, but it has fallen apart. Limp also stuck in the trees. He's going to go for the TP out. Is there any way to cancel it? There is. The Hex is back up. As 5 men will quickly shut down that attempt from Alliance to get out and catch them off guard as they show them we're more than ready to take you on.
And just godly positioning, right? Jibe on the front line. That's never what you want. You see a BKB Slardar as soon as you walk up, you're like, ah, crap. That's we wanted. Yeah. We wanted the Phoenix or the Oracle, not this guy. Yeah, tough for them to walk into that one there. Even though, I mean, the Void had to. Let's wait for a second, Chelsea. Should be okay here with that BKB. They actually had to chrono the Darkseer. He had to end up wasting it to get S4 there, but it ended up not mattering. The positioning of the fight. And oh, look at this. Orochi respawns right away. Perfect timing for them there. Aegis and Cheese. Game continuing to be difficult for Nico Baby.
Yeah, the difficulty's ramping up.
Yep.
It's ramping up big time for this Nico Baby anti-mage. As 5 men continue to hold the overall advantage.
He just has to be so careful. Like, and now now, of course, I saw it before, but they see that Hex is online too. Does have good status resistance to kind of protect him. We saw that one kind of factoring in there why he wasn't disabled so long. But yeah, just there's so many things that are probably in his head. It's just like, I have to avoid Chrono, I have to avoid Slardar Stun, avoid Bash, Hex. There's a lot of different things that this anti-mage has to play around.
I mean, is this a game where you think there's going to be opportunities for Nico Baby to start hitting threatening tier 3s and barracks, or is it a game where the strength for this anti-mage is going to be cleaning up in the fights?
It's under attack.
Oh god, it's tough. There's so many forms of catching him.
Yeah.
Hitting buildings like that, hitting the split push is just scary because he gets caught by Hex, Slardar blink stuns, he gets a bash follow up, Chrono, boom, you're dead.
Yeah.
So I think he actually has to show up to turn up to try to clean up the fights, but they're at a pretty big deficit. So it's just a tough game. He's alone. Look at the Dragon Knight's net worth, Darkseer as well. It's 4 heroes on the Dire side, all above them.
Yeah, it's Nico and the 4 supports.
Yeah, really is. Limp is really kind of just a walking stun and a hopeful attempt at trying to hit an egg that's out of position. They do at least have Disruptor.
They're trying to catch him. Oh, he's away. Ace not able to find him there.
Yeah.
Even so, would have actually... Oh, okay, Chrono still actually on cooldown for 10 seconds.
So I guess the big next thing really would be a vacuum into Disruptor ult. That's kind of what they have to hope for because it is an Ags Disruptor. If he gets that combo off, nobody can pop their BKBs. The fight can look very different for them. But another
DD and Chrono ready to go.
He didn't actually put his bottle.
Well, I think he got passed over the bottle and it was probably miscommunication, right?
Yeah, I think
Chessie probably dropped the bottle on him and then was like, dude,
my bottle. Give it back. Oh, FNG bought in.
Zibe's going to start the fight. He's going in with the BKB onto FNG. The heal will be popped. They'll use the Hex onto the DK, but Limp doesn't care. No further commitment. But now he's coming. It's going to catch one, though. It is a good catch. It is Limp.
Oh my god,
the DK
so
down. See Ace now turn over towards S4. The bash is coming out. S4 trying his best to surge away. Nico Baby and Hanskin just on the retreat. This is not a fight they could take. They've got to try and limit the characters. But Hanskin, he's not going to be able to escape. Ace and Zibe jump across. Double kill for Ace. Another team fight in favor of 5 men as they continue. You know, this is how they're going to play out. These 5-on-5s are just very hard for Alliance to do anything. Nico Baby, he just knows as soon as that Chrono's out and Limp, he's lost what is essentially his biggest frontliner. You know, Limp still with the lack of farm that he has, he's still that hero that has to go in and start things off. Make space for Nico Baby to find some way to play the fights. If he's gone, that's the fight over. They've just got to get out.
It's really tough to really match because, you know, you're anti-mage with the slow cooldown blink to move around, right? You have high mobility. You have Surge on your team too, but look at the mobility on 5 men, right? Slardar, he's zooming across the map through the river. Queen of Pain can jump very quickly. Phoenix and Void, they just have so many different ways to actually get across the map and get those catches. And of course, they find the Dream first target. FNG just dies to Zibe by himself, so they really need a godly static storm in order to try to come back in this game.
This is starting to shift into the impossible realms of difficulty it feels for Nico Baby.
Now he has Abyssal though. Maybe if he can start getting some chain kills and they start to outnumber, that's where they can start to maybe trickle back into this one here. And he's gonna try.
They are split up at the moment, 5 men, and there's the jump. Give the commitment onto Paladin, but Paladin is still able to pop the Abyssal, the heal on himself, the false promise. He turns over towards Chessie. He takes the Chessie kill now. Static Storm from FNG comes out. They're going to be able to find the Phoenix Pipefalls as well. Huge. This is the kind of moves that they've got to look for. Nico Baby leading the charge. They take 3.
Abyssal timing when no chrono is up, and now Zibe also.
They are going to have a shot at this. It's going to go for the BKB. Bash is there. Nico Baby, he's doing it. He's doing it. They've just killed off 4 members of 5 men. Nico Baby, this is a tough old anti-mage game, but he just might be able to do it.
He gets the 1-by-1 pickoff, right? They first catch Misery, they pop his Aeon disc, they immediately touch the Chessie. Chessie doesn't get BKB off because he gets Abyssal, dies before he can do anything. He gets a Sonic Wave off, but doesn't actually get his BKB off, which was a bit weird. Gets brought down by Nico Baby, and they do that 1-by-1 quick little kills.
I mean, there's no Chessie for 30 seconds. Misery also down for 30 seconds.
Tower is under attack.
Nico Baby.
Oh, this Rax is theirs. They cannot stop this push, 5 men. This Rax is going down.
Top barracks are under
In a game where they've held the lead for the most part.
Dire's top barracks.
The careful moves and farm of Nico Baby has allowed him to get to this point. He's now just threatening the base. A second lane now being pushed in.
7-0-1. This anti-mage Nico Baby just putting on such a display here. Ace, the Aegis gets reclaimed, but not used effectively. Looks like Misery's a little tired of being under that vision, because that is what caused that entire thing to kind of start off, right? They smoked because they had a ward on the high ground, so they spotted all of 5 men split up, so they were able to get that start of the fight and just pick from hero to hero to hero.
Well, see, they've got the team fight good to go again, but they've struggled in that last moment to really get it off. Ace, he does have to get these chronos, and I imagine you are trying to chrono the anti-mage. At this point, it's hard because Nico Baby is very tanky.
Yeah.
But you need to kill him. You got to get rid of him.
Yeah, no more. I mean, he didn't want to target the DK with the chrono earlier, right? He wanted to
try to get more
AM on the clip there, on the edge of it, but that's what happens, right? Nico Baby, he's playing it perfectly. Cannot believe that he's able to chunk it back this significantly, though. Incredible individual performance so far, as he's gonna knock on high ground. He's gonna force reactions from top men.
Is under attack.
Here we have Ace. Doesn't want to drop the chrono without having any further information. Just trying to spook Nico Baby. Look for him to blink back. They have caught Zibe. I said they caught Zibe. Zibe's trying to go on lift. All right, they're going to try and move out for the punch. Oh, he's caught the bomb. He's trapped in it. Paladin will be able to come up with a false promise and chip the buyback. He's dead on FNG with the trap set.
With the prediction play. He's like, oh, Void's going to jump right here. And Void didn't use BKB, so he's just dead.
They're without a carry for 90 seconds.
Oh my god, I think they've done it.
I mean, that egg is...
Oh, it's okay.
Is it going to be successful? No. The egg is dead. Misery.
Nico Baby's in there. Throw it.
He's going to join Ace ranks with the death for 6 seconds. Chessie. Nico Baby just turned.
Oh my god. He just won the game for his team. He just won it. Him and FNG. Oh my god. FNG. What a static storm. Turn the game on the back of Nico Baby's beautiful anti-mage.
It's still a minute. There's no carry. There's no void. Play outside of the fountain. Jesse, he will manage to get out. This is 3 buybacks from 5 men in a desperate attempt to push away Alliance.
And Ace, I mean, committing for that Satanic and not using the BKB pre-jump gets punished.
Yeah, the Ag Static saw him.
They read him.
It caught him out.
FNG read him like a book. That's Megas, probably. Let's see, they got 20 seconds to avoid. Will they push their limits? They will.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They're getting the Megas, at least without a doubt.
That's gotta be painful.
Dire's middle barracks are under
29 to 23.
Dire's middle barracks.
You've had such a spectacular game the whole time, and then 2 disastrous fights.
Dire's middle barracks.
Just kind of puts the nail in the coffin for you.
And so far, I mean, definitely an AM game for the books, you know, when it comes to just watching how a top-tier player keeps their cool on the anti-mage, finds the space throughout a game against a lot of threats. You know, again, these just do not feel like fun heroes to play against. It's 2 of the cores, right? It's the Slardar and the Void. You know, these 2 heroes together, you know, for the first 20 minutes of this game, any sort of Chrono and Amp Up, like the AM would have died, but they never caught Nico.
They couldn't find him.
They never found him.
And Nico Baby always was finding Chessie, right? In the middle of these team fights, in the middle of everything, when 5 men was even leading, seemed like Nico Baby would always just jump on Chessie, get a Mana Void kill, and then leave away, and he'd get like enormous amounts of levels because of it. He's played it perfectly, honestly. If you want to watch an anti-mage game like you were saying, go back and watch this one because he just dodged around the map perfectly versus some hard stuff. Versus a Phoenix who had a 25-minute hex or 26-minute hex, right? They were not able to find him even with all that. I mean, now they're in just absolute firm control. And it's go time. Illusionist Cape. 6-slotted anti-mage.
Level 28 as well on Nico Baby.
Yeah, just how quick it all accelerates just from a few moments of mistakes. Misery.
They found him. Misery needs help. Ace is going to come in with the Chrono. They do manage to catch the anti-mage. The Supernova going off as well. Is it going to be successful? It is. Do they have the damage on Nico Baby? The Amp Up as well. Supernova stun. They lock Nico Baby down.
Oh my God,
they killed him.
He's dead for 100 seconds.
He is dead for 100. Finally, Nico Baby dies.
Middle tower
now,
is under attack.
Can they actually run it down mid lane though in time?
The Mega Creeps are knocking at their doors. They've got to head back and sort out the creep situation. And Nico Baby,
got buyback
it's just come back up. He's just found the money for it.
The tower died, right? The creeps killed that tier 4, so he has the money for buyback. So
I mean, it's
not going to be the case where they can run down the mid lane.
They killed him. It caught. You know, they had to use everything, but they did kill him. The problem is, you know, 5 men. It feels like they kind of needed to do that 20 minutes ago. Even at this stage, sure, they killed the anti-mage,
but barely.
Yeah.
It was pretty close to actually potentially getting out. Jibe trying to catch the FNG. He kill here with that BKB with the bashes. Is it enough?
They're just coming over to help out. Ace is going to look to charge in on this. Limp committing onto Zibe. The false promise keeps Zibe alive. Ace chasing on over towards Limp. Limp pots the BKB, turns with the Dragon Tail stun onto the Vault. Ace also getting glimmers back from FNG. Still trying to chase as he jumps forward with the Time Warp, but Limp's too speedy. He's able to run away. They don't get any further catch here, 5 men. Roshan is up though.
Okay, all right. They have the Phoenix. Misery is on Mega Creep duty. He's struggling a little bit, but they've got 20 seconds.
Can they go for any sort of roach steal here? That's for me.
Static Storm!
The vacuum into the Ag Static Storm is caught out. Zibe is caught out the Void. If they got the damage to kill off Ace, Ace is going to turn over towards S4, but the Eon Disc keeps S4 alive. X jumps in aggressively, going with the time dilation, the BKB, Chessie in with the dagger, but Limp pots the BKB. They'll turn towards FNG, but FNG stands his ground with the Shadow Anchor. They haven't got a vision from FNG. Will Limp turns now with the kinetic field, reveals himself. That cost him his life. Hans tried to get involved in the back on the river, but Ace has the bashes. Hansken's out. There's a buyback from FNG, buyback as well from Hansken. They want to make sure that this Roche doesn't go the way of 5 men.
Oh god, these Mega Creeps too. They killed off Pylai Die.
And they, with those buybacks, they push 5 men away from Roshan. 5 men do not feel confident around the pit anymore.
Nope. Nico Baby, he wants Chessie. He's got the Abyss off.
He's in. Zibe trying to offer up a crush. There's the level 25 of the Quap, so the pushback from the Fear will give the space for Chessie to get out.
Now they have space to get that Roche though. Alliance with that vacuum play from the Darkseer.
Oh, and it's straight up 97% win rate.
It shifted 1% though off that last fight.
Yeah, it's like, hang on, okay. So, fully believing on Alliance to just absolutely end this game in their favor. I mean, that's what the probability says, and Yeah, you can feel it. They're going to get the Roche. Roche theirs.
I mean, it's mega creeps too, and it's always going to be this threat. They don't have good heroes to actually push out these mega creeps. Sure, like you have screams and stuff from Quap, you have nukes from the Misery's Phoenix, but Boyd doesn't push these creeps out. Not with the item build that he has. Neither does Sardar. They're going to have a really big problem just dealing with the creeps constantly flowing into their side. 14,000 gold lead. Now the anti-mage. They brought him down the once. I don't know if they can do it twice, though.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty tough ordeal right now for 5 men. They pretty much had the perfect sequence of events to even be able to do it the once.
Yep.
That chrono, the supernova going off.
The one thing they could, I guess, like utilize better is a sunray during that supernova. It wasn't casted earlier, but the jump forward, Zibe.
Going in on Zibe. We'll get pushed back by the fair Nico, but maybe BKB out from Zibe. Ace still trying to deal with his mega creep. Lim popping the outer Dragon Bomb. Ace going in with the BKB on. Wants to remove the fact that potential of a static stop, but it still comes out. The BKB is still up for Ace as he's already popped it and can step to the side. He'll look over towards Lim. Focus is there, but Nico Baby commits with the Abyssal onto Zibe. Another false promise. Keeps it alive. Hex onto the teammate into the crowd, but Nico Baby stands his ground, looks over towards Ace. The bashes are coming out for Nico Baby. Ace, he's out of mana. He cannot time walk away as Nico Baby continues to commit onto the void. Into the combo, Misery's out. Nico Baby gets the double. There'll be a buyback from Ace, but the Ancient is falling. A push back from Chessie in a desperate attempt to get this AM away from him, but Nico Baby just jumps straight back in. Ace tries to commit, but the throne falls. This game is over as Alliance will take game 1. It's all there. And in a game where 5 minutes, the top 5 net worth, 4 of them were 5 men, but Nico Baby stood at the top.
Alliances turn to ban.
Dota's the type, there's so many games out there that I would love to play way more than Dota if I'm not trying to be serious. Like, Dota to me, it's like you're trying to win. That's the competitive aspect for me. That's what I enjoy out of it.
Which game do you play if you don't want to be serious?
I have a hard time playing Dota more than like a few games, maybe a week, without saying that I can take it not seriously.
I'm pretty competitive, but we're playing Monopoly, any other games. Like, I want to win. That's why I'm here. I'm not going to play with 80% to just, you know.
That's fair. That's fair. I think also Alliance and 5 Men are going to try to win the next game. I have rather, would you have one final sentence for me regarding the series as we are ready for the draft?
Remaining.
Too.
Don't ruin games.
Don't ruin games, especially you 5 Men. You got this. Come back game 2.
All right, let's see. We're going to have a third game to this series, and let's head over to the draft panel for the second game.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very much to Shiver for that beautiful throw, which reminds me a little bit of what we saw in the last game. Welcome, though, to the Draft Rotunda. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your analytical guide through this journey, and we have everything that you could ever want on a panel. Muscles, brains, everything you could need. Now, all we need is to jump in and actually see what the picks are going to be as the teams are getting ready for the draft. It's nice to be with you gentlemen in the Rotunda.
You as well. I'm glad you're pronouncing it properly. Really glad we could work that out.
I was saying it right the entire time.
He practiced it for a little bit.
Yeah.
5 minutes. It's enough.
Speaking of 5, that'd be the worst transition of my entire life. But let's actually take a look at what has already transpired here in our draft. My eyesight isn't what it used to be with that big beefy chonker over there. Doom to me.
Yeah, Doom picked up by Alliance. I wouldn't be surprised if they snatched that Phoenix up as well for themselves. Magnus and Broodmother banned out by them, and 5 Man banning out the Venom and the Void. Picking up the Venge, yeah, nothing really too extraordinary. Whenever you're thinking about Alliance, I think that's what 5 Man tried in that first game as well. You snatch the Phoenix away from them because they're looking much, much stronger with it. Or you ban it at least. Actually, Dark Series top tier, just as Phoenix.
Yeah, I got a feel for Misery though in that last game. He played phenomenally. He was so farmed. He like 25-minute hex, and then he has to watch his team lose that game. And really, credit to Alliance for holding on, but that felt like 5 Men losing a lot more than it was them winning, and that is a very early Arc Warden.
Yeah, that's a very early Arc Warden. Now, I have seen the Venge Arc Warden combo, which is pretty solid. You can save him from any aggression early on, plus he benefits from your aura quite a lot, plus the talents, the attack range is ridiculous. But you are playing versus Darkseer already, so that's one way of reaching and getting on top of that Arc Warden. Yeah. And it's picked so early. Yeah, you banned the Spectre and Void, but there are other heroes to deal with him just as well.
They also haven't played Arc Warden yet in their professional career. But I'm sure the individual has. I'm sure Ace will play it, don't get me wrong, but they've yet to play it as a team.
We saw some early arcs in this tournament.
Yeah.
Didn't go well at all. How do you guys feel about seeing it in a first phase? I don't even think it was first phase. It was still felt too early.
Yesterday it was.
Yesterday it was
by
good.
Enigma, and Miracle just like, they tri-laned with it. He got 4 kills, ended up having like $1 billion net worth. They won the game. So, and they also had Avenge. So it's quite possible 5 Men are trying to threaten an aggro tri-lane here. It's tough to deal with that as Alliance because you've already revealed Dune Darkseer. Neither one of these heroes wants to play in a tri-lane.
There's a lot of talk about Arc Warden right now and why the hero should work, because he has been buffed up a little bit, not only by Midas, but by the talent changes. And you could see even in the closed qualifiers, some teams would try. Then you would see in the Divine, some teams would open up twice with Arc Warden, if you remember that Tempo series.
Yeah, that was what I was referencing.
Yeah, but it would get countered now. The thing is, tier 1 teams they put some more effort into devising a strategy behind the hero that's picked in the first stage, and then they just make it work. Even though Arc Warden is a difficult hero to play with.
Yeah, I think for multiple reasons with my Papija take, it seems like he slots into the meta for multiple reasons, just with how you want to be winning games right now. So it does make sense that it's something teams are going to be experimenting with, but whether or not you can actually get it in the first phase nice and comfortable, I think is going to be something that's exciting to see, not only in this game, but as we move forward throughout the entirety of this tournament.
I think his biggest weakness is getting exploited in lane, and because Alliance have already revealed what's likely their 3-4 or 1-3, you can feel pretty confident. In fact, isn't this the exact same lineup Nigma ran and they aggro trialing with it? Venge, Rubik, and Arc Warden? It's the exact same 3 heroes.
Still though, just as a question, I mean, it feels like, I mean, when you had that Venge at the beginning, it looks like you're potentially maybe trying to feel out whether or not you can go to the Arc Warden. Do you think that opening with Venge, seeing what those lanes are going to look like, and then you go, okay, this is it, now we can go for the Arc Warden, is kind of how they're thinking?
The Venge is required, I imagine, to make it work.
Okay.
Just because you have the swap.
But you still have pivot potential.
Yeah, because the Venge can... Arc Warden just sort of replaces heroes that have been nerfed. Like we saw Matumbaman play Lycan, which was obviously an accident. No one's been playing Lycan since, but Arc Warden kind of fills that same gap because you provide a ton of... You provide late game structure damage. You're decent in lane if you can aggro with it, I feel. If you get a 2-on-2 that's unfavorable, it's like some LC plus strong support just like running at you. You can't really rotate to jungle. You don't want to, at least, until you at least have a Midas close. But I think Venge is just super good right now, especially with all the other meta stuff like Drow.
Like Drow,
a lot. We saw Medusa Venge yesterday.
You don't have to follow up with Arc Warden. You have Drow, you have Medusa as well. I like the Underlord draft, the Underlord pick, because there's a huge chance that Alliance opt to go for one of the Illusions hero next, right? And the Underlord usually does well against them. And you have Rubik there. Rubik Underlord is a very good lane versus any of those heroes, even if Jakiro is supporting them. The hero that usually comes to your mind if you're thinking about heroes that deal with Arc Warden right now, it's PL, perhaps. It's one of the best ones. However, he also did fall a little bit out of the meta. The power spikes might benefit Arc Warden when it comes to that matchup a little bit more, even though Arc Warden power spikes are really weird.
There's no option for an offensive purge right now, so I'd like to see Alliance maybe look to go for an Ember Spirit. It's at least got to be a threat. Void Spirit's also a possibility. Also to note, this is, I think they probably touched on in the last game, but it's Limp versus Chessie mid. I think it's really cool to see two brothers at this level of Dota playing against each other. I've also lived with both of them for 3 or 4 years in my life, so I'd like to say I know them pretty well, and they know each other even better. Bat going to be picked up. A lot of these teams, this whole draft feels very inspired by Nigma yesterday, because they ran this exact same 3 support duo, Venge, Rubik, and with Underlord, but they had a Medusa instead of the Arc Warden, and they had a Bat, whereas now the Bat goes towards Alliance. Makes sense because I guess it's mid-Bat.
It should be mid-Bat, but I have to say one thing, that if you put Arc Warden...
Seconds remaining.
But it is bad favorite, like most mid matchups. I'm just saying that it can be played. That's all.
We saw yesterday they put Chessie on Puck against the Weehaw Bat Rider. Not certain that is something
that's not for the lane.
Did
you
not
don't
go
want
well.
Maybe a Storm would be all right, but Puck definitely isn't the thing. They don't really have a lot of cash. Like Doom, you don't really care that much if you're Storm. Like he can Doom you, but he needs to get to you first. And besides that, what do you have? Lasso and Ice Bat.
Dire team pick.
Or do you disagree with
last
that?
pick. Okay, so they go for a melee hero. It makes sense. It's also a really old school Alliance combo, you know, like especially with the return of S4. No surprise we see him constantly grabbing Darkseer for himself. A lot of emphasis on Bat Rider as well. But now the Sven, you got that vac into stun combination potential, and your AoE team fight's just kind of nuts right now. Like going 5-on-5 for 5 men will be very difficult, and their last pick effectively has to be mid. And I just don't know what's in Chessie's hero pool that's going to be a real game changer for them. You can't go for something defensive like a Dusa. It's just not possible.
With an Arc Warden, you can definitely. Yeah. You need a hero that's going to be active, because Arc will be AFK for the majority of the mid game. The thing about Sven here that I find so good, and this draft of Alliance, it's the Darkseer, man. He enables any of these melee cores versus the Arc Warden, because you can always surge. And even if that's not the case, he's gonna buy Aghanims. Yep. He will be able to reach you.
Warcry for that little bit of bonus move speed, comboed with the surge, means you're going like, it's just so much value. You're gonna have a super speed Sven just charging at this Rubik Venge Arc Warden, and you're gonna be in some big trouble. And you have so much follow-up stun as well. It's so much easier to play heroes like Jakiro when you've just got 4 heroes that are gonna be going deep for you, and you can just chill, get a nice path up to follow up. There's no real team fight potential for 5 men here.
And yeah, there's some kiting possibilities coming from the Underlord, but Sven is always a hero that if he gets the right items, Underlord does not feel safe. Like usually you see this Underlord, he's your Uber that can't be killed, he always saves you from team fights. But when you're playing versus Sven, he pops that ulti, he just cleaves through you in a few hits. So
the only Chessie hero remaining, they banned out the Quap. Puck is a possibility, but that hero just seems way too weak. There's too much damage output for 5 men. They need something that provides team fight, but I just don't know what that is. Death Prophet is really the only hero I see.
They go with the Puck.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. We have seen this exact situation yesterday in which they pick Puck versus Batrider and Bat just trashes him in the mid lane. And yeah, you're fine later on because of the Dream Coil, but...
What puts them in this position, though, that last pick feels so bad? Does it go all the way back to first phasing the Arc?
Yes, because your first 3 heroes are all susceptible to the same thing, which is just getting ran at. So you put an Underlord to have one body in between, but you're looking at the laning matchups, and you don't like putting anything against a potential Bat mid. So you're left with just this Puck.
When it worked yesterday, yesterday was my day off. I slept for 22 hours out of the 24 hours, so I did miss that. What made it work? Because I think it makes a lot of sense to try to replicate some of the stuff that works. So what exactly made it work that
aggro
didn't get pulled off here?
Well, we'll see, but they Nigma aggro tri-laned very successfully. I have to imagine 5 men's got the same plans. Underlord is favored in a 1v1 against either Doom or Darkseer, or at least should trade. And in theory, 3 range with all the spell damage they're going to be able to output should dumpster this bottom lane. Mid, in theory, could be even. I just want to make sure Chessie gets involved. He had big problems in his yesterday playing Puck because he just fell behind and then effectively was just Nigma, they bought raindrops and he was just like, well, what do I do now?
I would love to see them just secure this Arc Warden's lane, because if you look at it that way, if he gets an early Midas, he can reach his power spikes early enough to join fights, and then suddenly Sven's area of farming will be slowly constricted. They have some good things too. You have the swap with the Dream Coil, right? You have some offensive potential, but for Alliance, as long as their lanes go just all right, as long as they don't lose them, I really like this draft.
It's the towers too, because ultimately, if Sven falls behind and Arc Warrior, if they can take, if Nigma can 5. And then it's just this Bat Rider that's able to make plays. Maybe the Darkseer with the Doom, but ultimately Alliance needs to be even or ahead for their heroes to play the game that they want. So if you're 5 men, it's take that away, and then have your dual support plus Puck combo just sweep the map as your Arc Warden and Underlord push opposite sides.
So you heard words from our casters as to what we might see. But let's look at the numbers. The odds from EGB.com. These are going to be something that you do want to keep implanted in your mind, because words can lie, numbers cannot. But with that, let's jump down to the series and see who's going to be able to take this.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, game 2, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go between Alliance and 5 men. Fog, what do we reckon? So this Arc Warden pick coming out relatively early. Alliance given a lot of opportunities to counter pick it and to know what to do against it. Do you think they've sort of solved the answer to the Arc, or can this Arc still have a good game?
I think they have to kind of run that aggro lane. I think they have to copy what Nigma did. It's the same 3 heroes that Nigma ran too, right? That Rubik, that Arc Warden, plus that Venge. So they do have a lot of potential in that tri-lane if they do decide to go for it. I'm a bit worried, though. I think they're very susceptible to get ran at. I think that's something that Arc Warden does not really enjoy so much. And I see a Bat Rider, I see a Darkseer, I see a Sven. I see a lot of different ways for them to easily get on top of him. So a little bit worried for the 5 men.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's not going to be the easiest of games. It's a bit of a different approach, right? I mean, this time round, being on the Arc Warden, can can they get away with going for the super late game with this arc and just saying, you know, it doesn't really matter how the mid game goes, as long as our arc is farming, he's going to be able to win this game come the sort of 40-50 minutes.
I'm not the biggest Arc Warden specialist, but listen to when Lizard always talks about it too, because he's like the biggest Arc Warden player, and from what I've seen a lot of the times, I think it can be scary. You're versus Sven, like Sven Ags, he stuns on top of you. Like, what do you actually do to prevent it? You might have to itemize, might have to do some blink plays, what we saw from yesterday, just like trying to disjoint this Stormhammer. I think it's going to be tough. I really do think it's going to be really hard for this Arc Warden to get that split push going, getting that farm, but let's see if they're going to be able to do it, right? They do have some comfort heroes. They have that Puck, which they do like to play a lot, but I'm worried for the Puck too. As they said, Batrider, this hero just reigns supreme in so many different matchups now. I
mean, it was picked, well, the last pick right for themselves, the Puck, so clearly something that they feel that they're still going to be confident on. You know, they're not too concerned. They're, you know, this is the pick they want to settle on to be that playmaker, have that control, allow, you know, heroes to be held in place whilst the Arc Warden turns up and kills them off.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of like fun, cute, cheeky plays that they can do, right? Those swaps with the coils. Also, coil is a good way to just make a distance between something, right? They're jumping Arc Warden, puts a coil, they split it up, they can start to like cut it out. Just worried about this hero in general. I've only really seen, I think, Boxy, right? Boxy was the one who had the super successful game where he was playing with a Drow Ranger and he just kind of popped off on the Puck. Besides that, most Pucks for me have been falling very flat-faced.
I mean, particularly against a bat in the mid, you feel that
I mean, in the past you can kind of hit him, but I feel like the new Batrider you just kill him. Like, you just get this like flame break or something, you just push him back, and I've seen some very effective flame break usage. I think people have just gotten better at Batrider, and I think the hero's just gotten buffed a lot, so yeah. We will see how it plays out, as we do have looks like quite a lengthy pause as we get to look at these beautiful skulls up on these gates. But yeah, this should be exciting too, because I think it's 4-position Doom, right? They had the Darkseer?
Yeah, it must be.
So Darkseer, Doom, Jakiro, Batrider, and the Sven. So I mean, the team fight potential is insane. Right?
Yeah, you got the Sven DS at the end.
Sven, Darkseer, Sven, Jakiro, lots of different ways to utilize that vacuum combo. They are versus Rubik, so we can't see those like stolen Ice Paths in particular, one of those big ones, and stolen Dooms. I've been seeing so many stolen Dooms actually when it is being played versus. So yeah, we'll see. I think it's just it's an easier to execute lineup on the side of Alliance, and from what I saw last game when they had the harder to execute lineup, they made it work. So we'll see if 5men can keep their composure after that last one, because I have to imagine they'd be a little frustrated after that last loss.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe they can draw on the positives of the game one. Yeah. You know, for the most part, they were doing great. You know, they were cruising the map. They were showing everybody apart from Nico Baby down. So, you know, not as if they're totally out of it. So, you know, that was a game that they did hold, you know, to the advantage for the most part.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this Doom works too, right? I've not been seeing too many support Dooms. Mostly threes. I've seen like a kind of a one, not like a one position Doom, but we saw, at least in the SEA League that we did earlier, we saw that safe lane Doom kind of take over, some mid Doom. So yeah, we'll see how it works as we do finally get underway.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Hansgen on it, starting off with the boots.
Yep. And let's see how they choose to put their lanes. Yep, they're running the aggro lane. Underlord's already making his way toward top. All right.
Okay, so I mean, as you said, we saw this lane the other day be pretty potent. I mean, looking at what Alliance is going to be having against it, are these heroes that you see dying to this tri lane?
Yep. Jakiro, very slow hero, gets caught by a lift or a stun. He can be easily blown up out of position. I mean, Sven too. Sure, he's got a lot of HP, but it's a lot of magical burst damage that could come out from the three. So we'll see how they react. We're going to see what Hanskin chooses to do with his movements, because it's going to be a lot of that early game based for him. We see Limp, of course, in that mid lane. You know, this is a fun matchup, dude. We've got the brothers in the mid lane. Limp versus Chessie. The bat versus the puck. Which brother is better in this situation? Chessie with his comfortable puck, or Limp with his comfortable bat?
Yeah, what was who came out on top of the laning stage in the last game?
Last game. I mean, it was a DK versus a co-op. So
yeah, it's a pretty. Yeah. This was a bit more flashy of a matchup, because these two heroes can kill each other.
They can kill each other, absolutely.
I know all about a place, or you know, about trying to get into aggressive with Firefly. So this matchup, we could see some action at least.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing really to watch out for, right? Those orbs. The aggressive orb, you get 2 or 3 sticky stacks, he's gonna flame break, push you back, and look for setting up kills. So yeah, we'll see how that one ends up. As Jesse, he's very prepared. He's got that stick finished, or stick ready. Yeah, and I'm curious what Hanskin's gonna do. I'll be very curious. They're hiding the fact that the Underlord is safe lane still at the moment. See, he is all the way positioned behind the tower up there at the moment. And look at Limp again, winning the block.
He did get, yeah, he got a great block in the last
twice,
game.
Yeah. Jesse. So he gets the range creep. It will be Batrider, of course, as he's got that damage. Okay, and Hanskin's gonna go for the just that right click level 1 with the Ion Shell to harass. Okay.
All right, so this tri-lane...
Triple ranged. Ah, Nico Baby's not going to get much anything down here.
Sure. For it to pay off, is sort of stopping this Sven farming enough, or do you need to be getting kills with the 3 heroes here?
I mean, don't naturally get kills when somebody steps out of position. Like, Nico Baby's going to get greedy, right? He's going to walk up. They actually chose for interesting skills. Wave of Terror and the Spark Wraith. We saw when Nigma ran it, it was all aggression. It was stun. It was flux. It was lift. They just went for straight up going for those kills. This one not being the case. Nice. Maybe they can position themselves decently. I mean, they're actually getting the lane to push into them here, so they're trying to make sure it doesn't go under tower range here. It will now. And Misery will drag that wave. Hey, they 2 first. Pretty big. I mean, of course, it is that dual lane, so naturally they will, but 5 men not able to actually go for those early level 1, level 2 kills.
The harassment bringing the 2 of them low, but they've both got plenty of tangos and a salve each.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't actually that bad now for Alliance. When you look at top, look what they're getting out of this top lane. S4, 11-6, Underlord only 4. Last hits, they actually forced Jibbe to get the point in the Pit of Malice early on because they're getting so aggressive on him.
Oh, we'll see if anything, things get better on the second set of waves with that bottom lane of 5 men.
Mid lane's already getting out of hand. 7-6 to 3-0. Just the first 3 waves. It's been dominated by Limp, as we've seen a lot. Level 2 is up on the Venge. FNG knows.
They've got the dragon.
Yeah.
She's coming out with the tips as well.
That's rude. It's a tri-lane. Don't headbutt me when you're a tri-lane.
You don't trip when you're in a tri-lane.
Jesse. Had to go for that quick little silence play there to make sure Limp does not commit when he does use the orb. Yeah, I mean, Limp is really just decimating him in the mid lane. Oh my god.
It's nasty.
Yeah, I mean, we expected it to be bad, but Chessie 6 stacks, 7 stacks.
It's so much damage.
He's pushed out of experience range. Oh my god.
That hurts.
Oh god. Oh god, Owen. Oh my. Oh god, he's got 10 stacks. He's got to try to orb, but I mean, this might be an orb to his death if another sticky does get onto him. He's just dead. He is so dead.
Oh, the pain.
Oh, watch him burn.
Oh.
And he's gonna miss the range. Oh, he missed 2 or 2.5 waves.
No.
Well, mid's over, so no mid hero for the side of 5 men. They're gonna need some beauty to happen at the bottom.
They're going to continue to smash this bottom lane. They'll try for FNG. They'll get FNG a second time. This time, Hanskin with the response will come over and allow them to find Misery in return.
Misery uses the Fairy Fire to ensure that Nico Baby doesn't get the last hit on the kill. Cute play there. I love the Surge puts Ion Shell into the TP, so he's got that speed. But oh boy, what happens in the mid lane now? Chessie, he's gonna need it. Quite a big recovery here.
That's a tough one.
And runes are gonna be coming out. I mean, Chessie has to. He has just right click Limp. Don't let Limp go to check the runes at all. Limp. Will he be able to try to contest for it?
Yeah, he should get beaten by an orb.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it. Okay, so all right, relatively, decent something. He's a full level behind, but at least he does ensure that the bottle does not get filled up. Misery also just making sure he TPs mid just in case, because Chessie's probably like, oh god, guys, help me.
Bottom lane, Spark Wraith onto Nico Baby will bring him low.
Oh, ice armor picked up. The aggression now might be halted quite significantly. Although they do still have a high amount of magical burst, so it's not going to be as relevant in this lane as we do see sometimes.
And do you think they'll just keep the tri-lane like this now, Alliance? Yep. Darkseid's fine top?
Definitely, yeah. This is, I mean, it's not a great tri-lane still for them because of Hanskin, but they have a lot of defensive capabilities. If someone does overextend, they can look to kill the Venge or the Rubik for sure. Oh, the battle, toe-to-toe.
Yeah, both getting very low here. S4, still got a Fairy Fire to play with.
Whoa, careful. Bounty runes.
Radiant
S4 will be able to fill up his bottle. Shibit not having a bottle though, he's gonna get out sustained. As S4 will be able to fill up his mana and health, and he'll be able to continue laning. Yeah, you even see. Look at Jimmy. He's pinging it. He's like, uh-oh, guys. Like, he's pinging the wave, and he's like, guys, I actually have to go to base. This Darkseer with this bottle. I don't have the regen. So 2 lanes where Alliance are definitely going to come out pretty far ahead now. That Darkseer and that Batrider. And even, I mean, Sven he's farming.
He's hitting creeps.
He's hitting creeps fine.
He's hitting a lot of them.
They've got a good positioning of the lane for the majority of the time. And he's getting his farm. They're actually going to go aggressive here in Ace as the Rubik is not there.
So they've got the damage. Infernal Blade comes crashing down on place. But he will be saved. Pyre Misery just with the blocks.
He's tanky. He does have a high HP pool on the side of the Arc Warden, especially early game. I like this itemization. Look at Nico, baby, though. Just chainmail wand. He knows they're going to throw spells at him, so he can get those stick charges up and then just armor for that Venge. Good approach for him to be able to just farm safely rather than going for something like a Bracer, which doesn't give you any, you know, gives you your damage and your HP, but it's really a lot about just protecting your armor when your War Cry's down.
No, Midlane Misery, he's come over.
They're trying to go for a kill here when Chessie hits 6.
Okay. It's going to be hard, though, as already Limp's just out of the lane. He's going to actually go all the way back to base.
Okay, interesting.
Give the lane to Hansken. I mean, he wasn't even that low, but fancying the walk back.
I guess low enough, he's probably like, I'm still at like threshold, right? That, you know, it's all about that burst damage that comes out. Yeah.
Combo would still get him.
Oh, okay. Nice positioning here. TP also from Chessie to ensure the kill. A lot of wand charges, actually forces a coil, but he'll get the kill.
Yeah, nice moves from Chessie. He's going to be able to get himself solidly back in the game. I think he can make these sort of ganks after having a rough 1v1 against Limp mid.
He's still going to be pretty far behind for sure. He needs a couple very successful rotations. We see in the meantime, FNG, of course, he wasn't showing himself down bottom because he's stacking. He's starting to get those stacks prepared because Sven got levels already. That's all Sven really needs in order to go and clear those stacks in this early laning phase. Lasso plus the surge.
They're going to drag him back pretty far. Zibe just get the Firestorm out. Limp getting low, but Limp actually getting onto Parlay Die. Hansken heading over as well as they're thinking about charging in on this. And with the Ice Armor, Hansken can. He starts to tank the tower. Magic Missile comes out from Pi, but he won't be able to find S4 as S4 surges away. Double kill for the Darkseer as S4 picks these up with the Iron Shell. This is going to be a very fat Darkseer.
Oh, yeah. Very strong. Darkseer Doom also doing a pretty good job in this early game.
Is under attack.
And like we said, there's recovery stacks already in the making for Nico, baby, as he's already going to go start stacking up himself a little bit more and farming as, oh, okay. It looks like a little bit of a freebie handed to himself from S4.
And over towards mid.
Oh, the pushback onto the high ground.
Oh, perfect place, flame break from Limp.
Oh my, that was just picture perfect. And now, Jesse.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use the coil.
To coil.
And Limp definitely being a nuisance with these motions. 1, 0, and 3.
I mean, now
down the map.
Breathing room for your side lanes now too, right? No coil, he can't TP coil for anybody. And here we see it. Those stacks that FNG was preparing for Nico, baby. He'll start getting those neutral items built up as well. He's still slowed down quite significantly. You know, that Arc Warden is having a bit of a better time, but he will recover in the jungle.
And top Zibet just having it all out of that. The damage from the two of them, bringing them very close as well. There's a powerful lane between S4 and Hansken.
Yep.
Even able to threaten the sort of tanky old Underlord. You can burn through that HP, and now
Hansken's got excellent levels on this support Doom. He's almost like level 6 already pre 10 minutes. Look at Pilot. I mean, he was in a tri lane, but Hansken also shifted into that tri lane. He's having a very successful start here.
That's bottom. FNG was trying to find some levels for himself.
S4 top, dropping low. He'll be okay. FNG will not be okay. Nice little pullback.
Oh, dude. Do you see that? That was his Midas on the courier.
Did it just die to the tower?
It died because he was diving for the kill and he didn't watch the micro on the courier.
Did he not get it delivered? Did he not?
No, it's the recipe is dead on the courier for Ace.
I mean, that stalls it.
I mean, how long's the courier respawn at this stage? About a minute?
It's a little bit longer than a minute.
Oh, yes, goodbye Midas.
I mean, that'll hurt.
Yeah.
That'll slow him down a little bit.
That's a bit of a slowdown.
He's still up top of that net worth, but yeah, he would have really loved to have that.
More on top of the top.
Yep. And because the big thing is also like levels, in particular for that Arc one, because he was in a tri lane. So sure, he's like level 6, almost level 7, I believe. Yeah, getting those Midas usages early on, of course, so beneficial. That hurts. Pros and their couriers. Pro cores and their couriers. Getting them killed.
Now he's in trouble.
Oh, and they're gonna find him.
Well, losing his Midas, losing his life. They do have potential for a turnaround. Chessie comes in with the coil, grab the two of them. The coil's now hitting onto Lim. Lim can't escape. Magic Missile now over onto FNG. Chessie coming in with Pi and Miseries to take that fight in their favor.
Nice moves by Chessie there, getting very active. He knows how much he needs to respond. Anywhere back goes, Chessie has to be there in response, or they're going to start losing a lot out of the map. Nice move there. Lim made a little bit of a mistake. The coil was just about to end, and he broke it.
He probably would have been fine if he was able to just wait out before the stun hit.
Yeah, it was just 1 second off or so. See how much damage does come out, right? The Ion Shell, the Firefly, Chessie was melting very quick, so lots of damage coming out on that side of Alliance with this high-level Darkseer that you were mentioning earlier. High-level Darkseer, high-farm Darkseer. He's going to have good timings on his mech or pipe. And Nico, baby, Mask of Madness, he's got his boots. Not fully recovered, but on his way.
On bottom, looking for Handscan.
He's speedy, but not speedy enough.
Got him with the 4 of them.
Yeah.
On the 3 plus the double, that'll do it.
Yeah. Not having to waste a coil or anything either. It wasn't up. So now it will be up again for Chessie.
I see them looking for Zibe top.
Is that the mic? It's finally coming out to be delivered. I think it is. Zibe gets the rift off in time. There's a ton of magic damage, though. He just... Where'd he go? He's gone.
And those Iron Shells.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Okay, he got the Midas earlier. All right.
Yeah. I think he got it when it respawned.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought maybe it was like still taking time. I was like, oh, God.
No, I think he got it pretty much a Midas usage after he would have if the courier hadn't died in terms of cooldown.
Oof. That's a lot, especially when you're an Arc Warden, because it's a double. Also on a lot of effective timing.
And lost efficiency, but still, as you say, holding on to the top spot.
Yep.
And the Alliance want to do something about that. They're on their way down bottom to hunt
deep.
Ace.
I mean, he is very deep still. He's still showing himself down bottom there. I mean, he's dead. I'm surprised he's stuck this long down here. Yeah. And now, look at the 25 seconds of the Midas.
And then, can they get the double as well? Not quite. Mid lane, S4. Just get going on. You see a TP over from Handscan. You have the 3 of them, actually the 4 of them. Chessie's still here. Handscan's gonna die. This was a...
Misery with the Ion Shell stolen. The damage, don't think Hansen expected all that.
No, he TP'd in very confidently. That confidence immediately put to an end by 5 men.
And look at this, they're getting active with this Ion Shell. This looks like some Misery shot calling right here, just really wanting to push the issue here to give space for Ace. And look at the target they found. Oh, nice stun.
He's running. Is there any TP backup coming in? It doesn't look like there is. He is going to be left.
Beautiful. Such a nice smoke there. Really trying to put the limits of when they do have a very good spell stolen like the Ion Shell early on. Misery's a very farm. As Misery tends to be on his 4 positions. A very greedy player.
Yeah, 2k lead now for 5 men.
I mean, he's got Aether Lens finished. He's going to use his Arcane Boots, split it up, disassemble, and make his Aether right afterwards. With a Keen Optic too, so yeah, great cast range on this Rubik.
Yeah, it really opens up the potential for those big steals like the Doom.
Yeah. Speaking of the Doom, he did use the Scorched Earth right afterwards.
Dropping the wall down as well. Get the extra damage with the illusion.
He gets a hook delivered.
Still speedy, but the flame break knockback as well as the vacuum will secure the kill on Zibe.
Oh, they actually, they see the Arc Warden for a second, but they actually want Chessie. Gets the coil.
Can they still find him in the trees?
Does not have a TP. 20 seconds, no TP though.
Spot that he's in, they don't read it correctly. Chessie's able to keep himself hidden.
Nice and sneaky.
It's bottom. Pi sets up for the double of Ace to look for the kill. They've got the swap to stop that TP. Same time.
Oh, wait, they found Ace.
Oh,
they found the real one.
He weren't watching his hero. He weren't watching the hero. He was looking down at the double.
Is under attack.
As that cost him his life, Ace.
I mean, they just walked up and found him. Like, it wasn't like they had a ward or anything. Limp was just like, oh, an Arc Warden. Lovely. Those deaths really hurt. I don't know. As Arc Warden, whenever you die like that this early, like that many deaths, that Sven is really going to start catching up to you.
Yeah, so I think it feels sort of moments ago there's Sven was Nico Baby was on the bottom half of this graph. He's building up now.
Yep, and now he's starting to be able to farm my ancients.
Yep.
They're not stacked quite, but
and do you think this is necessary this game, Nico Baby just rushing the BKB?
So much magic damage, so much control. I think it is. If he wants to look to get involved early, which clearly that's the case. We'll see which one it's going to be, though. He has now queued up the Echo.
Okay.
But it might still be the BKB, just because, like, you just look at their natural lineup, like, Rubik, Fadewalt, Venge Stun, like, Puck, everybody has a significant amount of magical burst to control for him. Hanskin, he's tanky, but not tanky enough. Misery says thank you.
Misery's very happy with that. Another kill for my collection.
He's like, I may not need to do this, but...
you know, he was sort of like, can I get away with stealing this? Yeah, we don't want to leave it up to any chances. That's mine.
That's when you get pinged in pubs, you know, when people are just pinging.
Yeah, people definitely
they get
pinging
so
that
mad.
Rubik.
Right? They get so upset when you do that. But he's almost 10. Look at
he's 5-2-5.
He's owning. Yeah, he's definitely...
Yeah, he's loving it.
We see FNG. I actually love this pickup from him. We've been seeing this a lot more often from supports. The Veil. Very early Veil pickup for Jakiro, but benefits almost the entirety of his draft. Smoke will be spotted out here by some Spark Wraiths. Wards will go down, though. They spot almost everything. Misery will be able to find that D ward. They'll find the Sentry, but the Obs ward is a bit of a sneaky one there. Yeah, they're not going to be able to find it, I don't think. So some good information, at least if they do want to play around that mid lane. And they're ready with that Surge. You see Darkseer right behind the Bat Rider, ready for a play. Surge Bat with an Ion Shell. Easy kills on pretty much anybody if they are able to. Ion Shell stolen again.
Coil out, onto his fourth, they got the damage to take him, he's going to pop the mech, wall drop down as well, they're trying to commit onto this Darkseer. The backup is inbound, Zibe, he's just getting his way out of it, and this time we'll be able to do so. Not enough damage to bring down that Underlord now before he rifts out. Just continued space for both teams' carries.
Both of them finding an Imp Claw. I think at the same exact time, both of those carries did find that. Oh, a Grove Bow. Okay. The Gaze will be happy with that.
Yeah, switches that in straight away.
Yeah, definitely.
Very nice with the Maelstrom procs. Also, 200 gold and Ace. He'll have the bots. And Ace still, as expected with this Midas, as the Arc Ward, he's keeping himself at the top. But Nico Baby's keeping up with the pace pretty nicely. You know, this Sven is still just within 1k gold behind.
Their physical damage is very lackluster, though. I think Nico Baby can really start getting involved with this team when he has this BKB. He can just run right through everything. The Coil, who cares? Pit doesn't matter. He's going to be Surge with the BKB running through.
Blinked on for Chessie, so...
God, Hanskin, look at this. He almost has BKB on the Doom as well.
I mean, him and Misery, you know, this is a game where these two supports...
The four positions.
It's a beautiful game for the Forge. Yeah, Misery, he's got his Blink dagger
almost got the Blink. That's going to be really relevant versus, like, I mean, versus Jakiro, versus Sven, even versus Doom. He has so many different spells that he can steal that are great.
Hanskin.
He's spotted.
He's going to try and run. Chessie is going to drop the Coil. Hold him in.
Some team response, though. We see them coming in.
Let's see if they can catch. They're going to put the God Strength. Nico Baby search forward. He's charging straight into the trees.
Oh, he jumped into it. Like he's done it last one. Oh, Chessie.
Did he blip? What, he went in?
Oh, he jumped into it and got hit by the AoE of the stun.
Oh, he thought he could help out. And just jumped into his death as he jumps in at the same time as that stun from Nico Baby was flying over.
I mean, that's quite an effective usage of your first BKB.
Yeah.
More is killed. God Strength used also, and Dire's afraid. Look at this. They're actually scanning the Roche. Maybe expecting Alliance is going to do that, but they don't really have a great Roche hitting lineup yet. Sven needs a little more time. That was a costly one for Chessie. Another time.
Yeah, perfect entrance from Nico Baby to the combat.
Yep.
And he felt confident. You saw it just preemptively, just popping that God Strength before he even got anywhere close. Knowing that would be a solid opportunity for him to find those big kills. The big items coming out from his supporting cores, the Blink Dagger on Limp and the Greaves on S4. So this Sven is going to be heavily enabled in the fights. Lots of ways to control the enemies, allow Nico Baby to do the damage. Yep. And S4's going to be there with a considerable amount of save.
Yeah, we talked about how, you know, looking at this 5-man lineup getting ran at with BKBs and Blink, it's going to be hard for them to really react. They at least have the Venge up to kind of break, at least if like a lasso comes out in some situations, if he's in the right spot. As we see Pi, they're kind of baiting Zibe looking for a swap play, because Misery has the Blink too, so they can react. But they have to be prepared for it, because if they're not in the position to instantly stop it, somebody's going to die, and then it's going to lead to a chain sequence of other heroes dying. So let's see. Will they be able to get the instant grabs once that lasso does go off? Let's see.
They're going to try and run in the ice path, and the vacuum not going to catch
it. And they were prepared. Look at this.
Dream Coil's coming in from the back. God Strength has been popped by Sven and Nico, baby. Going in now with the BKB. He's going to turn over towards Zibe, but he's been doomed. The doom is out upon him.
The stolen doom.
As he's in trouble. Needs help. Are they going to be able to get him back to safety? No, because Pilot Eye swaps him back in deep. As there we go. Misery finding that doom and dropping it back over onto the Sven. Nico, baby, just eliminated from the fight. It's Chessie.
The lasso.
He's going to try and keep this going. They have the ice buff onto the two. Do they have the damage though without their Sven? The magic missile's out onto Lim. Chessie diving in past the tower. The orb bringing them low.
Misery.
And he's got stolen lasso.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, Misery with these ultimates. The doom, the lasso, he's doing it all.
Under attack.
There we go, Misery. I mean, he could steal all he wants if he's going to be able to show plays like that.
And especially
Doom
whoever,
and Lasso in the same fight.
And whoever makes the call to be sitting behind Zibe there, perfectly done. Could not ask for a better dream fight, really. Stolen lasso, stolen doom.
Yeah.
The vacuum whiffs, so they get the most beautiful situation there. They don't even have to use a swap in order to save this Underlord.
Yeah, they got to watch out for Misery. They cannot allow him to get these ultimate steals. Two of them in the same fight. Easily done by Misery. At least he's making it look easy. This Rubik popping off.
We see so many Doom stolen now. They really gotta, you know, now he has a Centaur. He has a Centaur creep. He had it before too, but has to be a little bit more careful of how he covers his Doom. Has to probably just use a Doom and then the Stomp immediately after.
Bottom tower is
Or shit. Usually people don't save their Scorch because they're running in, so it can be a little tough. And yeah, Misery really owning, and he still has Lasso, so he has Blink Lasso for another potential play that they can make. 8 seconds. Still playing around that mid lane. Do they have a smoke? I think he's just kind of playing the bait game, just letting Zibe show himself. Well, the Arc Gordon, Ace has been having, you know, he's just chilling. It's just like, oh, thank you, team, you know, space making for me. Wants to continue to hit some creeps and push some lanes if you're free.
I'm more than happy to play the farm game. I mean, sure, Sven with the cleave, but you're never going to be able to hit so the GPM for the creeps alone compared to this double Midas of the Arc and his temp is double.
Especially when he's just sitting back and his team is making all the plays for him. We'll get the lasso here. They've got the follow-up stomp. It should be more than enough damage for Pi to go down. Pi actually used a drum charge there. I thought for sure he was going to die, but wanted to try to get away somehow. Anyway, that's 4.
He punches Zibe. It's just going to bait him a response from Misery. Comes in with the stolen lasso. I think
it's appropriate that he gives 300 gold for that one.
Oh, that's, I mean, you couldn't have written it, wrote it any better. I think that's the last time he goes up. It's just very ambitious there, trying to punch this big old Underlord.
Especially when he's playing versus the stolen lasso. Like,
yeah, you gotta be careful.
Right that close to the tower as well too. Just a bit of a precarious position for S4 to put himself in. Gets punished. Excellent usage, Misery just dominating. 5, 2, and 9. Double usages of that lasso, and they're looking for more.
Yep. Then they'll get it.
An easy one.
Tower is under attack.
Down on the bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now this tier 2 tower, more money.
Yep.
More money for 5 men. They're building up a bit of a lead now.
Has fallen.
Puck's getting, you know, approaching that Aghanims too, that protection, in particular for the Arc Warden, to be able to hold down the Sven, hold down these BKB heroes. Limp. Hot on Chessie's trail. Can he catch him though? He's zooming. Pops the drum, of course, trying to catch up. Chessie got Blink up relatively soon, or at least the orb. Still trying, but they can't.
Yeah, much too hard of a chase now. As they come in. Misery is going to go for the lift there. The rest of 5 men smoked up. Ready to fight around here. They'll pick up the bounty runes. BKB delivered for Ace, so he can turn up to these fights without the worry of Alliance immediately collapsing on top of it.
I actually like that. I think now he can look to get much more involved, and they can look to actually look to dominate a fight, and maybe get like a Roche or something out of it. This is a good item choice here. If he chooses to fight with it, which I imagine they will.
We'll swap.
Pi.
He's going to look to start things off on the Nico, babe.
Chain disable.
He's already down to half HP. Has to put the BKB. Turns over towards Pi with the God Strength. They will kill the Venge, or maybe not Pi. But he gets dragged back in as S4 comes in with the 3-man vacuum. There's the lasso onto Ace. Caught on the ropes. As he felt too confident going in with his BKB, but they've got the answer for that BKB, and Nico, babe, he's running down more. Looking over towards Misery. Misery trying to juke it out, but the stuns in from Nico, baby. Alliance, they'll fight for triple kill for Nico, baby. As that, I mean, as we said, you know, he's got the BKB on Ace. He can turn up to fights, but not like that.
S4 just makes up entirely for what happened earlier. He's like, damn it, I found it. Now I'm going to make them all feed. Godly vacuum catches the 3 onto the low ground positioning 2 where they're just screwed. There's no way they can get out of there, and it catches the most important heroes. And that God Strength, he has an Imp Claw, so that first hit, it plenty hurts. It's like 850 damage, I believe, from the first attack. Now they get Roche. They're going to get a big snowball out of this. Look at this Sven's level. Almost level 20 now off of all that.
That's pretty crazy after that last fight. Oh, huge swing. Boost in XP.
And let's see that shift in priority. Yep, from 54%, I believe it's going to shift even more now into favor of Alliance as they're picking up. Yeah, a lot of big items. AC now just off of one fight as Nico Baby cleans up significantly.
Jesse's got the Ags, so I mean we'll see if that is going to be having that extra level of control for Ace to do the damage. But still, as we see, Ace, even with the BKB, he's got to be careful. If they get the blink on him with the lasso, he's still very vulnerable.
Tries for limp, unable to quite get it there. Yeah, it's still scary. Like we said, Arc Warden versus Batrider, it's gonna happen. They're gonna see some situations where they can find that Arc, even if he does have defensive swaps. Won't quite get the Tempest double there for Nico Babe. But look at this, level 20. The 2 big talents have arrived for that Sven. -5 second Stormhammer as well as that Dispel. Don't believe there's any really Yules or anything built up this time around, but either way, it's just an amazing pickup. Can purge off at least like the Mjolnir effect that he puts onto himself and stuff like that. So, you know, there's some few things that he can at least dispel.
It just means, you know, as well that the supporting heroes of the 5-man can't ever get away with buying a Ghost Scepter. You know, that's just not going to save you. You see that talent, you're like, well, okay, that is an item I cannot buy. And as you say, just very hard across the board to save people from being charged upon by the stun.
Looking to fight down here. They have this ward on the cliff, so they actually got to see Pylai die, I believe, for a moment there. Pi. Huntskin trying to find him, the drum. He's actually... Nico Baby's like, guys, he's right here. Nico Baby knew, but he's,
he knew exactly the spot that he was going for.
Bounty run dug up by FNG there. Still, we do see that Arc Warden at the top of that network, but we really start to see how fragile he can be. I believe I saw Paladin Sword in S4's bag.
He's passing over to Nico Baby.
So, Nico Baby, the search.
Alright, let's go look to farm the double. The vacuum. Down to the 3 of them. Ace popping the BKB on his Tempest double, but already the Rubik's down. A Rift out attempt is going to be made and will be successful. As they get out, and they just the double doesn't feed away any extra bonus towards Alliance.
It's so tough for them to fight. It's just they collapse on them too fast. I mean, Surge, as we've seen, you know, Dark's your king of team fight with Vacuum, but really lately it's been the story of the Surges. Just being able to get on top of heroes so quickly. Sven is moving 900 movement speed or more when he does have that on him. Plus, also an Ion Shell ramps him up to 2,700 HP. So yeah, we're really starting to see the effect of this Darkseer and this Sven just being able to run at 5 men. The coil tags.
It's going to get the 2 of them. Nico Baby is going to be snapped. See if they get the vacuum on to Jazibe and Ace. Nico Baby tries to turn, but that's the Aegis gone. They've taken him down the once. Can they do it a second time? S4 surging out just in time. The right clicks of the Tempest double continue flying. Will finish him off as S4 goes down. Nico Baby on the retreat. The pit. Will he catch anybody? Gets on the hands, but he BKBs it off. The rest of them are heavily on the retreat. Misery trying to chase. They should be able to get out of it. Nico Baby TP's away. And Hansken should be okay. Misery's going to blink back up in a second. may still be able to have a contact scan. They've found him with the Yulzo. I was about it. They're going to be able to find this tomb. I think the BKB already being used. Handscan has no way to escape. So, escape this. They chase it down.
Nice break by Chazzy. No, he got strength down. BKBs are on cooldown as well.
A prize.
And they have the X coil anyway, so either way, they know that they can make that type of jump opportunity there under the tower. Still keeping this one very close here at the 30-minute mark. 21-19, less than that 1K gold lead.
Check out the full MKB for Ace. S4 though having a blink. We've seen already S4 hitting some nice three-man vacuums now. He's really got to watch out. He's got all the setup.
Coordination gets a lot easier when you get that blink on Darkseer too for everybody.
Yeah.
For Sven, for Jakiro, they all just have a much easier time setting up their abilities. Oh, a Titan Sliver for Nico Baby too. So you got Blessed, Paladin Sorter, Titan Sliver. In this one, I actually could see the value of the Sliver. He's versus Ag's Coil, right?
Well, yeah,
the resistance is actually very nice. Yeah, and extra magic resist too. They have a ton of magic damage on 5 men, so every little thing does add up. Be the choice he goes for, and he is at the moment at least. Can they finish off the double this time? They can. 300 wood, cash money.
Loads of money. Go for that Satanic next as well, so that despite dropping the Paladin Sword for the Sliver, he's still going to have that lifesteal and that incredible amount of strength to fight with. And one of those games, as we're seeing, you know, he doesn't need the Axe because of the enabling of the Darkseer. You know, S4 is going to be the man to get him in with the Surge. He doesn't have any trouble really being kited too heavily.
He definitely can get it eventually later on.
Yeah,
that's what he's saving for.
He can get all these other items first.
I think he's looking at what's more important. And really doing a fine Jesse here. He's inside of an ice path. Oh, he does get the quick blink away. Nico Baby. Don't think he'll be able to catch him here. Jesse does have the coil just in case. As S4 is trying to go for that catch there on the side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now they can push in with this though.
Yeah.
Alliances. Nico Baby, God Strength, BKB. No Dream Coil to worry about. See what they want to go for in terms of targets. I guess the other two lanes are being shoved back pretty hard, so over they'll go.
Still kind of running around looking for a fight. They are feeling that big power spike of themselves right now. So fun things that they can do with the X-Fan though is he can just jump out of the coil. That's one of the biggest things that I've seen happen a lot of the times. Is just he stuns. He clicks the stun button and he flies out. That'll get, you know, later on he'll be able to pick that one up. But
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's still a very close game though. Just one K in it. I mean at this stage you look at the Sven, you look at the Arc Warden. Are either of them in a better place? I mean, sure, Ace has got more farm, but is it enough, you know, to have this 4K sort of difference between him and the Sven, or would Ace have hoped to be further ahead?
Looks like Chessie will get chain locked down, and they do have the damage. Do they have the damage? He should not be able to blink. Oh, he does. Oh my God, he blinks in the direction he's facing. He's able to get it off. S4, can he find him? He does! S4, he finds him. The blink dagger comes into play. I think ideally they'd want to be more ahead.
I think they're a little concerned with the farm that this Sven has managed to find, especially after running that trial lane against him at the start, right? Nico Baby fully recovered, and he's got some insane timings.
I think it's scary because he's playing versus these like double BKB piercing disables, the Doom as well as Batrider, these two heroes. When you're playing just a single kind of core, which this is with an Arc Warden, you're very susceptible to that, right? They just focus everything on Arc Warden at one point in the game, and it's like, oh God. So he's itemizing for it. He's going for the Lincolns again this game. Bit better in this situation because it is that even game, unlike where the last one they went for the Lincolns, and maybe, I mean, I think Brian, I think they were saying that it was not a great choice because it was too defensive when they were so ahead. This game makes sense because how even it is. And that's pretty much the Satanic done if he does choose to disassemble.
He's gonna have it, Nico Baby.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Incredibly huge right now. So Ace, he's got to avoid these lockdown spells. They get the Sven on top of the Arc Warden, and Nico Baby's getting that kill.
Yep. Just a couple of swings, and they definitely can. I feel like we've had a lot of even games today. Even though it feels like for a lot of people this might be the first series for them, but we did cast a best of 5 earlier. They were kind of close. Ace trying to force reaction, keep doing the split push action here.
Yeah, bang on even on that net worth. It's just a case of whether you favor the farm of the Arc Warden or you just worry that these team fights are just going to continuously be too hard for Ace to actually get much done with. We've seen the last few fights that just try and get involved, and it's sort of as quickly as he turns up, he's having to get out of there.
I mean, they're really trying to itemize to protect Ace. Do you see that? Lincoln's finished on Ace, Lincoln's on Puck, Lotus on Underlord. It's really all about getting the peel away for that Arc Warden. And it's also, I mean, Lotus is one of those better options versus even, like, let's say later on when an Ag Sven does come out. It's a kind of a way to counteract it in a way that we have seen utilized a few times.
And then they've got to do this, you know. Yeah. If Ace isn't able to fight in the team fight, then it's 27,000 net worth down the drain. They have to make sure that Ace can turn up against the 5-man of Alliance and get the job done.
Alliance is ready for the fight, though. With this Satanic finished up, with all the status resist, Nico Baby a lot stronger. And, I mean, they have... 2 big heroes are smoked. Look at that. The Darkseer and the Sven are the only 2 at the moment. They're the ones just looking for the wombo combo. They will run into Zibe.
Got him the Infernal Blade. There's the God Trade for Nico Baby. Comes in from the side, goes stun. But actually, the Lotus Soul takes him back to the face, but he doesn't care. He's still trying to get back to Zibe. Highlight Eye swapping Nico Baby away from the Underlord, bringing him up to the high ground. They're kiting the Sven up pretty decently. Zibe should still fall, though, as X4 and Nico Baby are able to
Ace is down. Heroes in the back, though.
Yes, this time the space has been there for Ace to get 2 at them. Both
buyback from Liv. He really wants to try to get more.
Nico Baby finds Highlight Eye. Chessie able to get out with the orb.
It's an illusion of Arc Warden, Nico Baby.
Falling low. Ace, can he quite finish him off?
He is. Just with the attempt stumble. Oh no, Nico Baby. And S4.
All right. I mean, that's the kind of fight you're talking about. Getting secured for your Arc Warden, and the way that started, you know, they're committing on this Underlord. I mean, Nico Baby starts the fight stunning himself with the Lotus. That slows down a bit of his damage output. Then Pylight, just a nice little swap. You see that the Nico Baby wants to commit to finish the Zibe kill. He just tears him away from it so that he has to spend additional time running back over towards the Underlord. And that in itself just brought time, as you said, for Ace to just clean up.
Yep. And it took them way too long to be able to chase Zibe. And I think Nico Baby got greedy, right? He held the BKB for quite some time, gets a couple stuns actually reflected onto him. And of course, it's just a great positioning from 5-man. It's the ideal target for them that gets jumped on. The super tanky Underlord in that front line. And Ace playing around Ward Vision with Avenge on his team with a Growth Bow. So he has that insane attack range to be able to hit people from a distance.
They just couldn't stop him.
Yep. And now a full Daedalus. So he was punching hard before. Gonna be at an astronomical level now.
25 seconds without Nico Baby, and that a fight as well that involved 3 buybacks from Alliance. They're now 7k down, and they're not going to be able to do anything to stop this Roche. This will be Roshan and the Aegis for Ace, as now 5-men in an incredibly strong position. The Dream Core out on 2 of them. They get the control onto S4 trying to surge away as he runs back, but again Pilot swaps in a little close to the rest of the team. Still the rest of the surge lasting long enough for S4 to break away from the team. This time Alliance will manage to get away, nobody left behind.
Nico Baby wanted to show up. Looks like he was kind of pinging, like saying, let's go. Like, let's try to make a smoke move, but team was already backed up. They used pretty much everything. Bottom is pushing in. Now we're seeing that Ags queued up on the Sven. Hey, I think he's starting to realize he's getting kited a bit too hard inside of these fights. Speaking of Ags, Misery about to have his finished up in this game already on this Rubik as well. So seeing him steal a lot of different spells, now he can steal even more often, more frequently.
25 hit on Ace as well, so having that 25% life steal, yeah, he's just going to be so hard to kill in these fights. We're seeing already just the way that 5-men's itemized and can play around him with the positioning. You know, Pilot Die dragging people around. Ace is just getting these entire fights where he's able to pop off, and they're not being able to get on top of him.
So many defensive ways to protect him. Yeah, I mean, he's very, very farmed. 6, 7, 8,000 ahead of that Sven. And yeah, just they're making Nico Baby struggle inside of the fights with all that kiting. So yeah, like we said, the Axe, that's going to be the important one for Alliance for these next few moments. But 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on Aegis, where we do see 5 men trying to stay in this aggressive pose over here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, loss as well, continuing to
Radiant's middle tower
over 5 minutes off the map. No response to that tier 2 going down in defense, but they'll try and get some pressure on this tier 2 bottom. He's bringing the double in.
Cash money.
We'll be able to clean that up. That is going to be
Dire's bottom tower.
This gets it.
Some more money indeed for the Dogs here. This tower will fall, but 5 men there. They're starting to approach the tier 3s. And Lions are going to have to come back.
Huh. Did I see that right? Oh, okay. So he sold the Mask of Madness. He didn't disassemble it for the Panic earlier.
He was keeping it.
Now he sold it for the Axe. Axe is finished though. Lotus Orb.
The Lazo's been lost. Now they jump forward as the Sven, but he's been yawned up in the end. Nico Baby. He's trying to move in. Turns over towards Paladai and Ace. Bring down the Vengeful Spirit.
He's live the back.
With the stun. He's able to jump over. The blink dodges there.
Misery.
He's away. He'll turn back over towards Ace. They killed the Arc Warden the once. Jesse popping the cheese back up to full HP. They've got to be a little careful now, Alliance, because they are without Chessie, without Limp and Handscam for 100 seconds. And 5 men know this. They're pushing in. They'll finish the tier 3 tower. They're onto the barracks.
Stolen Ice Pass as well. Misery exhibit that fight. That Lotus Orb, that play there. Now the jump is coming forward, though. Oh, it's actually a creep. I think they were trying to do a vacuum play maybe there or something, but he's in a lot of trouble now.
He's dead.
He got 100 seconds. He spent his gold.
That game. 568 gold short. No buyback. This should be 5 men closing this one up.
GG.
It is. GG is called. Ace and his Arc Warden doing it here as the team managed to find the space, and again they built up the items. They made sure that they could get Ace involved in these fights, and they just did it perfectly. The entire team of 5 men just laid out these last few back-to-back fights in a way that made
to ban.
Dear lady, so she's proings, right?
Yeah.
What would Le Shrek be? Would it be disco pony? So it's like it's a dance move.
Yeah, exactly.
A dance move.
He can
to another
moonwalk.
side? I like that actually.
Yeah.
Moonwalk, but he has to moonwalk very fast.
Yes.
Yes. By the way, we are about ready to head to the draft of game number 3 for Alliance and 5-man. So one more sentence before we head over in regards to this series. What are we thinking? What do we want to see from the third game?
I want to see more counter picking, what the 5-man did with the like Venge swap into the Batrider against the Sven. I want to see those kind of things, you know, just some more counter picking in general. I think we're not seeing that enough.
Yeah, I think with the Lions specifically, they're like the opposite of Team Nigma. I feel like Team Nigma favors, like, let's screw over the other team's draft. I think Alliance is too much, like, let's make sure we have cohesion, but not as much worry about what the other team's threatening. So make sure to focus on that a bit more.
Bit of balance.
Yes.
Bit of balance. We're finding out what type of balance we're going to have here in the third game of the series. Let's head over to the draft panel.
Alliance's turn to pick. Dire team pick.
Welcome back to our analytical rotunda. We're about to jump into a game number 3, and I think the main thing that we should start talking about before we actually jump into looking into this one with Lizard and Kyle is that early arc pick. We talked about it a whole bunch. It's something that we've seen before. You talked about how much you wanted to see those very early trials. How do you actually feel now that we saw it?
I mean, it worked, but it was just really odd to me because they did. Like, you figure they were going to steal something from Nigma, they would take more than just the recipe and then start mixing around with their own ingredients, because they skilled the opposite abilities at level 1 as the Nigma tri-lane did. They went Wave, Bolt, and Wraith when Nigma went for the stuns and Flux. So they didn't do as well in that lane as I expected. Nico Baby was still farming pretty all right, but ultimately just kind of didn't matter because there's that one fight where Grove Bow plus Venge plus Arc Warden starts dealing massive damage. They do go back for the Venge, no surprise. Although I don't think they should go Arc Warden again afterwards. But
why not though? Like right now when you see this opening, it's even better. You're playing versus Phoenix. Your both clones actually attack the egg and count. But with the Mars, okay, it can be a little bit scarier because it's a hero that can solo you for the majority of the game. They still go with it, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just, maybe this is why I'm on the desk, because I just always had a very, I didn't like picking the same opener 2 games in a row. It's one thing if it's open and you can, change up the style, but if you just first 2 Arc Warden, like this is your strategy. It's the same as picking something like a Terrorblade. Best example, I think it was just because we were talking about the CQ Major. In that lower bracket final, EG was playing LGD and they just first 2 Terrorblade 2 games in a row, lost both games. And I was just like, like why do we do that? No, they're playing VP, sorry. But it was just odd to me. So yes, I get where you're coming from, and it is obviously good. Arc Warden's probably a bit stronger than people give it credit for, but Alliance are prepared better this time. They don't have Darkseer Doom, they have Phoenix Mars. This is significantly more difficult for Arc Warden to team fight against.
Okay, so Darkseer is a problem for Arc Warden because he can get on top of you, or any other hero can get on top with Surge, right? There are plus and downs for that opening and for this one. Like here, yeah, you have 2 clones to hit the egg, but then you can't really hit unless you're in the arena, if the egg is in the arena, right? It's gonna block you from attacking. So there are some plus and downs, but they're more prepared, like I see that.
It just, I think the mobility is less of a threat to Arc as this Mars with damage reduction and the ability to get up close and personal. Like Darkseer, you can surge like the Sven onto the Arc, sure, but if he just does too much damage, like Darkseer's not really able to approach the engage, whereas Mars is just like, hey, what's up?
Now, I would actually love to see a Blink Dagger from Mars this game.
Yeah, the boxy build.
Yeah, I love Yules as well, but Blink Dagger in this game is pretty solid. The problem is, like, even that Mars arena is solved by Venge swap. So as long as you have Vengeful in the right position, it will be difficult for them to take out this Arc Warden.
I think it's a bit weird they would ban the Rubik out instead of Venge for that reason.
Yeah, very peculiar. When you see 5 men, they're just banning out the heroes again that are really good versus Ark and that are picked quite a lot. You have your AM, Spectre, Slark. On the other hand, the Broodmother. That's something that they have played yesterday, right? Or day before. Their last series, definitely 5 men picked Brood. The game they took off Enigma.
Yeah. I don't know if the Brood did kind of win the game. I have difficulties, but again, this is one of those things where I've realized with the benefit of hindsight and more years in Dota that just because I disagree with something doesn't mean that that person's wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm wrong either. It's just differences of opinion. We play Dota a lot of different ways.
Yeah, different perspectives. That's it.
Very mature of you.
Yes, thank you, Rich.
And we all get older. Time does move forward, and time also moving forward in our draft. As time continues to creep up to its inevitable endpoint, what else would you like to see in this draft? What boxes do you want to see checked on the side of Alliance?
I like the bans. I think just get rid of these easy playmakers like Bat and Puck. Chessie's hero pool's a bit limited. Quap's still available, and it's still definitely something we could see from him. If I'm Alliance, I think I just have more of a focus on durability in my draft. Less cooldown dependency as well. I think against Ark, it's really important that you can always stay on map because Ark's going to punish you so hard if you aren't able to. Like if the lanes don't get pushed, then he'll just inevitably force 2 lanes into your towers and you just get hamstrung, especially when you have Phoenix Mars. You need stuff with low cooldowns and wave shove so that you can actually actively search for team fights. I don't know, do you like Doom with Ark?
Why not? Overall in the meta right now, what I like about Doom picked up here is you're going to have a hero that will be an additional frontliner in that mid game, right? It's not only going to be the Underlord like in the last game. I actually thought that was a weak point of 5-man strategy, but Alliance didn't really manage to exploit that, or maybe it wasn't as big of a weak point as I thought. Doom here picked up, it's solid. I mean, it's Doom meta overall. Doom can't be bad, especially in that last game. Like you said, they changed up the way they play in the lane. They had to because that Doom found an Ogre.
Yeah.
Like he comes to the lane with an Ogre Frostmage plus 8 armor. Suddenly that lane is 10 times more difficult.
Yeah, the ban's all meant to protect the Ark, but gotta expect an Illusion Core to come out for Alliance in this game. It's an excellent PL or Naga. Either one. I think you take it 4th though. I expect them to just grab their support hero here for either Hanskin or FNG. Solid. Yeah, you just go PL or Naga and you're gonna have pretty solid team fight. I think PL probably perfect. Nico Bippy special.
Yeah, the only problem is if this Doom is position 4, they could still go with an Underlord, right? It's still in the pool, and they could switch things up once again. But that Illusion Hero probably negates you the ability to play the Tri-Lane, right? If you have an Illusion Hero on Alliance, suddenly their Tri-Lane is stronger because all the spells from Ark Warden get soaked into the illusions. Like your Flux is useless, your Spirits are useless, so that could definitely work for them.
And once again, with that Arc opener, Tri-Lane, something that you're expecting to be very important in this game.
This is only, I want to say something that I really expected, the Mirana from Alliance, just because when you're playing versus Phoenix as well, you want heroes with high mobility. And Mirana will get on top of that egg no matter where it is around the arena and eliminate it alone.
Yeah.
What was your question? Remaining.
Just about the importance of a Tri-Lane, once again with the Arc.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just that Ark doesn't punish in a duel. Like you have 2 abilities that provide damage and disable, and it just makes more sense to be put into a Tri-Lane.
Yeah. Like
why instead of Naga PL is.
So usually it's considered like this. Arc Warden, because Terrorblade is ranged, he's countering him because of the bubble, right? You put those bubbles on towers and suddenly TB is useless.
But it's against Doom as well.
It's against Doom as well, that's true.
5 seconds remaining.
But overall, from my experience and from the games that I have seen in this matchup, Terrorblade just hits his power spikes much earlier and takes objectives. You force a couple of fights before you catch Arc Warden out once in the game. If he makes just one mistake, you can take one side. Like you can take one big objective off of that.
With that, hearing that from Lizard, do you now like that slightly more than something like a PL or a Naga?
I understand. I get it. I just you hit a pretty strong timing. So like Lizard's point, if you're looking to play around the 20-minute mark and really abuse this Phoenix Mars edge that you'll have in 5-on-5s, TB will do significantly more building damage than Naga or PL. So you could potentially make a play for Roche and be hitting high ground to like 25 minutes easily. The trouble is your laning stage, I guess with meta, it's about the same. I'm just not really seeing like a way to make plays on Alliance right now. So they're going to need Limp's hero to do a lot of work for them. To be fair though, 5 men are in a similar spot where you just don't have too much team fight. That's the big concern. They need a lot of time for this draft to come online. The Quap banned out from Alliance, I think that's expected. It's a very limited mid-hero pool now. Bat, Puck, DP, Quap all gone thanks for Alliance. Kunkka now the removal.
Sometimes Limp can get a surprising amount of work done. The question is, what do you actually want to see for Limp?
With all these bans, could just go for a DK. I think you just need a point and click stun, a playmaker, and preferably something that can do a little tower damage. DK just makes a ton of sense, especially when you consider you've got Grimstroke synergy with it as well.
We've seen that for Limp countless times already in this tournament.
It's something that they like, right? Yeah. DK for Limp, it's one of those heroes that he just enjoys playing, and he can do a lot with it no matter what.
So as of right now, you're really looking at that 20-ish, 25-minute timing as a big pressure point in this matchup. Is there anything else that the folks at home should be thinking about with what we see so far for these lineups? Is there anything else that you're like, okay, yes, pay attention to the 25 mark, but you got to be paying attention to this one?
I want to see how the Mirana and Venge look to get involved early game. It feels like 5 men should have an edge in both the lanes and in finding rotation kills. But once you hit like 12 to 15 minutes and Alliance start to get like the death ball going and maybe look to make a play for an objective, I don't think you can really fight them as 5 men. But if you buy enough time, eventually Arc Warden versus TB, you would expect is always Arc Warden favored from what we've seen in the past.
And both of these teams right now can pick this high mobility hero on the mid lane that we kind of expect from them, right? Because not only do they need a playmaker, there you go, the Void Spirit, but they also need a hero. They're also in a good spot because there's not a lot of catch on both of these sides. Once again, like Doom, I don't consider that a catch. You have to blink and Doom a target. If you have a Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember, they're able to get away from that.
What does Chessie go for? Could you Meepo?
5 seconds.
I mean, that's a little wild. You have an Arc Warden?
Yeah, an Arc Warden Meepo is, that's not gonna work.
He's just, I don't think I've seen him really play too many, I don't even know. I need to check out their drafts and what would be a potential.
Ember. It's just it's simple. Just keep it with the spirits for the last pick. One team needed a playmaker, the other one as well. One gets Void Spirit, the other gets Ember Spirit. Like if you look at these two teams and you swap the spirits around, I like these drafts just as much. It doesn't really change.
Feels like 5 men, weaker team fight, but much easier to rotate around the map. Expect them to do at least decent in the laning phase. They've got 3 range.
Seconds remaining.
5 men have an edge, but we can never underestimate just how powerful Phoenix Mars is. And then you've also got the Grimstroke potential. It's a really cool game. I think both sides could have a shot. I feel like it's tough to read into the play because we've seen a lot of big mistakes from both of these teams so far.
It's going to be interesting to see how this particular matchup for me, Arc Warden versus Terrorblade, in the end just goes. Because usually what I expect is Arc Warden defends forever, has a really good defending stage, right, once they get to the high ground, because inevitably they always do versus Arc. Then he goes low ground around that Roche pit, one team fight, and they lose. That's usually how we've seen Arc Wardens in the past. However, times have changed. Hero has been buffed up a little bit. Maybe TB is a bit weaker now.
So one of the first things that you guys were saying, obviously, well, Kyle in particular, you were just saying, I don't really like going for the same first phase in back-to-back games. Now that you've seen this, are you more on board, or are you still feeling that uneasiness?
Definitely uneasy, because I think Arc Warden versus Terrorblade, I keep the Mars is the key. Like, you're gonna just absorb so much damage from these ranged heroes, and game like there's nothing 5 men can do to team fight into Mars Phoenix right now. The Grimstroke as well is significantly better at controlling Ember than the Venge Mirana is at controlling Void Spirit. Yeah. So I have to favor Alliance just because I think it's so much easier to execute their draft.
Okay. Would you agree, Lizard, that Mars is definitely the center point?
Both of these teams. Mars on one side can prevent Arc Warden and everyone from hitting, but if he does not use his arenas carefully, you have a Vengeful Spirit that will be able to completely counter it, get people out. Ember Spirits as well can get out of it easily, so we'll see. It's all about the execution when it comes to that part.
All right, we're going to have to see who's going to be able to take it. And also, it's been awesome to talk to everybody who's been watching this matchup so far. I know a lot of people are waking up and checking in. I even saw this tweet a little bit earlier. You can see like how many different folks are kind of actually checking it out. Yeah. Oh, I think it came up on that screen. I actually can't see it on this one. But yeah, saw that some people, you know, their dogs are watching right now. We want to make sure that everybody does feel welcome here. So just to break down what just did happen. Woof. Over to the casters.
Woof indeed.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yep, game 3 now, the deciding match here between the two sides, Alliance versus 5 men. And yeah, we're getting the Arc Warden again. Comes through once again as the second pick. This time the response will be sitting on the shoulders of the Terrorblade. They want to have that big late game carry as well themselves to match this.
Yeah, interesting that they went for it there, right? I think like a bunch of us upstairs were all kind of mentioning, we're like, wow, the Ricky or these type of heroes that get on top that really use that ink swell would be the ideal, because we've seen Arc Warden picked versus Terrorblade a lot of these times, but it had to have been Nico Baby asking for the hero, probably asking and seeing a good situation for it to be played. So we'll see how he does able to play. It's also versus Doom. A couple of these heroes are quite good versus that Terrorblade in a lot of the sequences of the game. But we will see how it all plays out. I like this itemization, Hanskin. I think this is like some new build that we've been seeing a couple times. Just stats on stats on stats on these 4 positions.
And the mid lane matchup's going to be a lot of fun yet again between the brothers. This time on the Spirits. Ember versus Void Spirit.
Picture perfect, right? This is just. I kind of want to just watch this mid lane because it's the brothers, the brother Spirits. Look, let's see who gets the better block this time. Is it going to be Limp again?
Limp's been getting it. The other game so far.
Beautiful. Dead even. No high fives, but that's just fine.
Let's see who's going to be able to take it. Of course, Jesse, he took the Ember pick off the Void Spirit pick. So.
Yeah, good Ember game. I think it was one of the last few heroes that they had left over. It works really well with Mirana, too, is one of the big things that I was kind of looking at when I saw them going for it, because you can make rotations so easily, slight chains, arrows. Easy little plays here. Limp, he hits level 2 first. Doesn't opt to go for straight instant aggressive play. Or maybe he skills the Aether Remnant and goes for Chessie here on this range creep. It's still a possibility.
It feels tempting. He doesn't want to do it, though.
For it, though. I feel he has the potential to go for it, but it doesn't. He's giving respect to Chessie.
I mean, I guess he knows with the Fairy Fire, you know, Jesse will be likely to live through the attempt on him.
Sure. I mean, he's dominating the matchup anyway. That's what his focus is. First few levels, as we've seen a lot of times, these Void Spirits tend to come out ahead at that animation. It's a little bit better. Just easier to go for those trade hits, too, because you have the Resonant Pulse armor. So 8 and 3, he's done better than I actually imagined on that first wave. Pretty much getting every single last hit. And half of the denies, too. Let's see if he gets all of the last hits, though. He's up to 9. 12 would be the perfect last hits for him. FNG. Let's get the ink swell away. Just kind of pushes them away.
Do you expect Nico Baby to get pretty good farm down here?
Yeah, he should just get some free farm. I don't think they can set up kills unless some random arrow kind of catches Nico Baby off guard. He should be pretty fine in this one. Once those levels do start to build up, there's some potential, right? The Scorched Earth level 2 is one of those big ones. Limp has only missed 1 last hit so far. Still has only missed the 1 out of these first. Okay. He has only missed 1 last hit in the first 4 waves. Very impressive here.
Yeah, certainly been showing some very strong laning against his brother.
Yeah, Misery trying to go for the south break, but a nice little sidestep there from Nico Baby. Ensures that he keeps that HP regen running. And looking at just the start of it, these first few waves, Alliance doing an excellent job here. I think Misery wanted to arrow the range creep there, but nice little tank there from FNG.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane as well, is this expected to be a tough start for Ace?
Yeah, absolutely. These 2 heroes can put a lot of pressure onto him. Fire Spirits are always obnoxious. And just the threat of being pinned, you're slow. Arc Warden, 285 movement speed hero. Especially when lane starts to push out like this, it gets scary. They have so much chasing room versus you. Seeing them block the hard camp, nicely done there by Nico, baby. They're even going to commit a sentry ward, ensuring this Misery can't just arrow those big creeps and get that XP advantage down there. Nice heads up plays there by them. Shibit hits level 3. This is where the aggression, as we said, would start to come out a little bit for him to zone away Nico, baby. But yeah, 15-3 to the 9-1. My God, I mean, Limp is cruising. Well, he's only missed, look, it looks like 3 last hits so far, I believe. Not even. Yeah, he's, I mean, pretty much picture perfect. He's going to be at 25 out of the 28 if he gets these 3, and that's, 28 is the maximum.
Let's see if he can.
So,
easy.
And this one's easy, too.
That's very easy.
He just used his, yep. And he gets the remnant. Oh, dude, he's missed only 3 last hits in the mid lane. This is some real good stuff here by Limp. And Chessie's getting a little bit bullied now. This is where you got to be very afraid here. You don't have your bottle. Limp has his. The runes are coming up. Who's going to get lucky?
First blood.
Okay, will be Nico, baby, that gets lucky, I guess, with a kill. And the rune does spawn bottom. Limp kind of forcing Chessie out, but Chessie likely to still be able to get that rune unless Misery wants to just take it away.
Yeah, we'll see Chessie also hoping to get the bottle beforehand so he can get the refill. Yeah. And it looks like he's going to get away with it. He's able to wait for the bottle to come out in the area.
He's getting smashed in mid. 29-11 to 17-1. Holy. That is, yeah, quite a big differential there. Limp still only missing what looks like now 4 last hits if he gets all 3 of these. He's like, it's almost perfect. And with those denies to boot as well. Does miss the one there. He's missed a total of 1 wave during this entirety of the laning phase.
Yeah, it is rough. And especially when you take into fact that, he got the Ember Spirit after the Void Spirit was shown.
Okay,
so he knew what he was signing up for.
Chessie's actually going to use this haste rune to try to make an aggressive move up top, but there's a dive.
This is only going to hurt him more.
He'll get bounties at least. He'll be able to secure, actually, it looks like all 4 of them because of his rotation.
All right, okay.
So, all right,
Yeah, the 4 bounties, you'll take that.
He's going to be playing under level though, and if I've ever seen a Void Spirit versus Ember matchup, as soon as that Void Spirit hits 6, you have kill threat. So immediately we see that TP mid, Grimstroke plus Void Spirit. They're going to try to set up for this Ember. Chessie very likely to go down here. Nothing he can do about this.
Yeah, this Ember's game's going to be very, very hard to recover.
Oh God, and Limp is going to. I mean, Limp is going to have a lot of easy moves he can make. He's also versus an Arc Warden, versus a Mirana. This hero, he thrives on being able to just get into the backlines. Misery will slow down the push, though, arrowing that catapult. Oh, yeah, man. Limp. Picture perfect, like we said, for him.
Top lane, Alliance tried to get aggressive, but Hansken ends up dying.
Okay.
They were going in right underneath the tower into Ace, but Ace was still pretty healthy. So unlikely they would have been able to take him out with that attempt. They turn over towards S4. Some Spark Wraiths down. S4 on the retreat, but the Flux slowing him out. He'll turn, try and push back Paladin Ace, but they'll continue to stay upon him. FNG will come to the side of S4, and that last Spark Wraith won't be enough to take him out. So S4 will live.
Ooh, Limp gets a DD rune. Easy rotations wherever he does choose to go. Nico Baby has already opted to leave that bottom lane as the levels are building up on that Doom, and he just gets more out of the jungle now at this point as his Terror Blade, and he can leave the lane open for that Phoenix, who, as we saw, did die top. Does need a little bit of help. He's struggling. And I mean, FNG, he's having a great game. He's level 4, so he actually can help the top lane more, I feel like, than the Phoenix. So yeah, great distribution of lanes for Alliance, and a good start here for them in these first 6.5 minutes.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, Limp is just almost doubling the last hit of Chessie. Probably doubling that net worth as well. Trying to dive here, trying to take advantage of the fact that it's just Hansken down here.
Yeah, they should be able to find him.
Ooh, so he's gonna get the TP away. See you later, nerds.
Very nice.
Almost burns out Scorch, but gets the distance away. He TP'd to the tier 2 though, so he's not that healthy, but he wants to at least come back to try to get some XP when his courier does deliver some.
Let's see where Limp's heading now. He's come up to this top lane, Limp. Ready to use this power that he has.
He's
double
so
damage
strong.
rune.
He's got, what, level 5 on the Grimstroke too, so level 3 ink swap potentially.
There we go, straight in. Looks to jump in even deeper. He's going for the big kill, and he's got it. Ace is going to be found.
They look like they knew it was coming, but their response is a bit late here. They should be able to get at least the one.
All right, so they hit back. Yeah, they get S4 as soon as Limp got the kill, he instantly TP's back to mid, not to waste a moment.
He used his double astral step too. I think he was a bit afraid of any type of rotations coming out. That's the Doom TPs, right? It's the biggest one that he has to be afraid of. Again, though, now a regen rune bottom. Limp continuing to have this success as he uses this very obnoxious taunt that I hate so much from Void Spirit. Chessie continuing to be pressured by Limp. Still only level 6.
Now Limp just getting a final bit of burst in that he could whilst the DD came to an end.
Still the 2-level disparity in that mid lane. And Limp, you said, he can be super active. World is Oyster.
S4's trying to move it onto Ace. They've got the arena set up into the Yggdrasil stun. That's a lot of damage on Ace, but not quite enough to finish him off. As he'll start to back up behind the tower, Limp still making his way over. But it looks like he's going to reconsider. They've already backed up too far. Limp feeling that he won't be able to catch out Ace as Ace already starts the walk back to base.
Oh, he'll find Misery though. The Remnant does not quite connect, and there's still 2 more leaps for Misery. We'll be able to back up and reset. Yeah, look at this. Nico Baby's getting away with just being able to sit in the jungle though. They did take the bottom tower, which will give them a little bit easier access. But let's see what moves they can make with this Doom. Can they punish Limp from the tree side?
Nice fall. Chase down onto Pike, and the combo. Very nice and easy.
FNG's just very, I mean, he's very over-leveled. I say over-leveled, but he just hit the 5 very early on, so he can play around S4 like this. Doesn't even need the tome for that 6 if he doesn't choose to. They can give it to the Phoenix, who already has 6. Speaking of Phoenix,
he's been doomed.
I mean, it's a doom to... So I think Shiba is probably a little sad, but his cores are very happy. You know, you don't have to worry about a doom on a Void Spirit now for the next 2 minutes. So definitely got to see Limp play more aggressive now, I feel. Now is when he really has the time to shine and go for these big dives.
Yeah, the combos we're seeing every single time with the Ink Swell just allows them for easy pickoffs under the tower.
The Doom is TPing in, but like we said, there's no Doom. So they can't actually set up for this, and he can get turned on. There's a sentry down.
Yeah, S4's got the arena ready to go as well.
They were ready. If he stepped into that sentry too far, he was dead. They're going to be able to claim themselves some bounties. Just the one, as Chessie gets aggressive and takes one away from them.
5-4, close on the net worth, both. You know, carries, I mean, sure, there's that slight lead at the moment from Nico Baby. They blame Misery and Chessie. Looking onto Hansken, but hard to make a play on this. Hansken is the 6.
They didn't actually even try for the slight chain arrow. They shot the arrow early on, so they're trying to keep their catapult alive here so they can get this push going a bit. Fire Spirits are slowing it down. Now the TP will come out and they gotta run.
Let's see what Limp can find. He's going to jump in, try and combo out Misery. Not enough as Misery's able to leap away. There's space for Nico Baby. And how does sort of the timings work at the Terrorblade against the Arc Warden? Is this sort of the aim to get to a point where you're pushing in with this TB and the Arc's not quite ready to turn up?
Yeah, for the most part. I think he can just show up and hit buildings earlier. It's more about just a split push game, at least. A little bit more about the split push game, at least, than for Arc Warden. But Terrorblade, he does split push with the illusions naturally. Just if he does want to turn up to look for any towers. In particular, when he has, I think, Dragonlance, he could try to show up just for some, but mostly he just wants to farm. If he, he might still just go for the Yasha farm build into Manta. He's going to out-farm the Arc Warden is the big thing.
Chessie and Misery making this move together down here, but nobody to be found as Nico Baby continues to keep himself hidden deep in the jungle.
Misery wasn't looking for heroes. He was like, oh, a creep wave.
So what are you doing here, Chessie? I'm not ganking, I'm just farming.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll be able to successfully set up for this tower here, so more space for Nico Baby. So it looks like he's just gonna straight up jungle and just try to out farm that Arc Warden, because Limp can pressure better than I feel Chessie can because of the way that pace in that early game happened. But I mean, Chessie's recovered. Level 9, Limp, level 9 as well. He's been moving around a lot, and Chessie's just been kind of chilling and farming.
Standard stuff across the board here. Limp working on his Jules Scepter with that setup for that save of himself. Got the hammer coming out for Hansken. At least that's what he's working towards, and they've got a lot of ways to set that up. I mean, specifically the Mars and the Void Spirit, some excellent ways of setting up for the hammer into supernova combat. A close start here between these two teams. And
Yep.
yeah, there's everything on the line here in game 3.
I think you have to be pretty happy as Chessie that you recovered after a very brutal lane. Like it was 43-9 last. It took like 24 of the Ember. It's very significant what went on there, and allowed Limp to make all those early moves and aggressive moves. So they get those towers. Looks like they're saying maybe go. I think here is that FNG typing, and he's back in the game. He's ready.
And so, and for the Terrorblade, as we say, you know, there's this timing where he's going to be able to push and the Ark's not going to be able to do too much about it. As the game gets super late, do things just get better for the Arc Warden? Is it just a little more difficult as the TB to do as much as the Arc and his double will be able to achieve?
I think it's tough because it's a lot based on like how your team satisfies it, right? I feel like actually Nigobe might not even show up until he has like Manta. I think he's just actually going to play this farm game. He doesn't have to. They're naturally going to be able to set up for team fights because they just have the better team fight lineup, so they don't really need him to get super involved. Unless it's just a super good positioning for him. FNG.
Oh, they found him. I'll take the Grim strip kill.
Oh, those big hits by that Alpha Wolf creep from that Doom. Chunks him down very quickly. Protecting their triangle. CS4 playing in that area. Limp. He wants something here. He's a big kill. He's level 8.5.
He's going to be able to catch him.
Yeah, this should be
the Revenant. He's got a couple of leaps, but the Astral Step magical damage will blow him up.
Thought he'd actually get a bit more gold out of that because how far Misery is, but does get almost a full level at least out of it and almost has his Eul Scepter finished up anyway. So great pickup there for him. Allows his Phoenix to play safer bottom. Hans can now just farm and push that wave out.
Mid, so the preparations for some potential action here. Hansken, FNG hanging around, but okay, looks like there won't be any pressure with the push. Top lane Chessie having a poke on S4. S4 pretty beefed up now though with the phase and drums, some good stats and armor early on. So hard hero for Chessie to really commit onto.
Yeah, I like these stat builds a little bit more than just like a straight blink, which I've seen a lot of times, and I've seen a couple of times, like I'm not flaming Boxy at all, but like Boxy's gone for the blink a couple of times in their games, and it's kind of just been like, damn, he can't find these setups early on, so it hurt him a bit. I think as far he probably will still go back for the blink right after this, but like the early stats, drums just makes it easy to fight.
Definitely one of the calmer games we've had this year. 6-5 at 14 minutes.
I mean, in the SCA games we casted earlier, at 14 minutes, there was 35 kills or something, so quite a big slowdown.
I think both teams this game just, one of them's got an Arc, one of them's got a Terrorblade. They've got two carries that want to be hitting the creeps.
Absolutely. And Chessie, I mean, like I said, I think Chessie's very happy because of this slowdown. He's just like, thank God, I can catch up. Get my farm back online, catch back up to that Void Spirit, which he's getting close to. This Jibbe, though, he wants to punish Hansken again here. Doom. Looks like that dive was maybe mid-animation there for a quick second there. Let's see, we'll find a quick, easy pick off. Level 9 Phoenix goes down, Jibbe.
But I mean, as you say, does Hansken do Alliance care too much about this? The fact that Doom is just being dropped onto Hansken time and time again?
As long as they make something happen off of it, right? If they just sit back and farm and then Doom comes back up, it's like, okay, great Doom.
Free kill.
So this is a good move. Just that smoke up, Doom is down.
Yeah.
You can make aggressive moves. S4, he does get his smoke broken there from the low ground. And Chessie. His Revenant is not in a great defensive position here, but he will be able to quickly throw out the second one. That was a little scary for him for a second.
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd be able to get the Eul set up from Limp, but a little too quick with the jumps.
I mean, he used it. I guess he must have.
Wait, what did he use it on?
Did he creep or something? I was looking at the Revenant. I think he maybe used it on a creep because I heard something get thrown in the air. I heard like the.
It must have been a creep whilst Chessie jumped out of position. Whilst he was near the camp.
They might try again here on mid. Chessie. Yeah, he's a bit afraid now. 3k gold lead though. Look at this, 5 men. They're utilizing the map just more effectively in their farm. Misery's just farming, Chessie's farming, the Doom naturally farms a Devour, so he has more effective gold on the map even if he's hitting less creeps. And Arc Warden with Midas, so yeah, they're getting quite a bit more out of this map here right now.
Yeah. You do have this TB right. It feels like these tier 1 towers should be not too hard for Alliance to take, right? They've got great team fight with the Phoenix. and the Mars, they can make the space for Nico Baby to turn up and take these early objectives if they want to.
Yeah, especially when Doom was on cooldown right there. I think that I was there like big go time to try to take that tower down, maybe bring Nico Baby in if he wanted to join.
So would you kind of want to see him a little more involved? I mean, or do you think it is still okay for him to just continue to just AFK farm?
I think he's okay because he had a tower mid. So I think if they do try to commit for the tower, he could TP if he wants to get involved and show up for the cleanup. I actually like what he's doing also too, just small things, but if you see his mana pool, he's been spamming those illusions to get the farm. They've got a mango tree. He's ferrying himself mangoes the entirety of the time while he's in the jungle to get that increased farm.
No mana problems at all for him.
Yeah. Gotta love those efficient mango usage.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with the illusions, not missing a beat with the split push in the farm.
Keeping himself ahead of that Arc Warden.
Yeah, and an Arc Warden that did get a good timing on the Midas Ace.
Oh, Ace gets lucky again. He gets a Grove Ball. Look at that. Blessed by RNG. All right, Yules.
Catch him in the combo. They don't.
Oh, he gets the creep.
Yeah, a little too many creeps laid down there when he put the Remnant out. So a creep connects with it before the Yules comes to an end, and Chessie able to make a very easy escape.
And it was the Marzel committed too, so that Doom downtime, it wasn't really taking advantage of so much at all. So Doom is back up, 5 men. They probably can look to smoke up for another kill here. Limp, he's gonna clear the creeps this time to set up for that. They've got the follow-up.
Yeah, that'll do it. Always that little bit of a difficulty when setting up around the creeps.
Ooh, these are the scary places for where 5 men doesn't want to fight. Around those tier 1s, because then, like we said, Nico Baby can just be like, hello, Terrorblade showing up, Metamorphosis here. Those are the scary parts.
Dire's bottom tower is
Doom
under
blink
attack.
now, easier ways for him to get those initiations. Now Nico Baby's showing up. He's like, all right, we got to kill. Let's take out this tier 1 mid. Let's get the...
He's strong enough to do this.
Yeah, let's get some map control here.
He's got a good team around him.
Do see 5 men bringing the Arc Warden to respond. He's going to throw down that bubble. Limp. Wanting to set up.
Okay, Metas pops as well, so Nico Baby's got that extra damage to take out Pilot Eye. They're pushing in. Jump ball for Zibba. He's going to go in, actually drop the Doom down.
It's on the Grim.
I mean, is it even going to be enough to kill the Grim? I don't think so. He's out and away.
Oh, man. And now they're going to re-engage, it looks like.
Chessie's trying to come in from the side with the Sleight of Fist.
Gets the Sunder.
And Nico Baby back up to full HP.
Does have a regen on Chessie, so he is going to be able to at least heal that one up. But the Doom, that was... They were stacked on top of each other, but that looked like the choice that he wanted to go for.
It felt like they probably would have been able to get Nico Baby. I mean,
that's a dieback. 50 seconds, no venge.
As an easy tier 1 tower with this push from the Nico Baby Metamorphosis.
Yep, they get the
You're set up there as well on Misery. They've still got the Medico. Misery's going to die as well. That was across the board, just a pretty rough attempt to hold around that tier 1 mid there from 5 men, just giving a bit of a showcase on how not to do it.
I feel like I heard them saying that on the panel too. A lot of these times with these Dooms, if you don't have good follow-up, like the Doom comes down, they're just like, okay, we're just gonna walk away and disengage. It's exactly what happened. 5 need to have better synergy when they go for that. If they go for the Doom, they have to go for the slight change. They have to go for some type of swap play to make sure that they get that target under, so they can't just walk away. And now, I mean, look at this. They find Ace too. Are they gonna go for the aggressive play?
They're going to at least be able to take their bounty run away from them.
Yeah. They're getting a little bit scared, though, as there's a lot of forces joining here.
Chessie, can he get these kills? He'll get one of them. Finds S4. Limp also being chained in place. Ace is moving over, but still with a haste rune. Limp, he's out of there.
Nice heads-up plays there. And they're looking for Hanskin with the Infernal Blade. They do have enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right. So, they get back in action, and now they themselves will be able to put some pressure on the tier 1 mid.
Yep.
And they should be able to find
this one. Yeah, there's no meta. No way that Alliance is going to look to fight without that or the Mars ulti. Good response there from them. Just bringing multiple different heroes just to try to secure those bounties.
We'll see Chessie will be very able to jump straight in the front lines now. He's got a full BKB coming. So
Chessie?
Yeah, he's gone back.
I like that quite a bit here. S4. Clumping that into the arrow, into the Starstorm.
Serena wasted again. They get the chance to blow up S4.
Damn, look at these Misery again. Look at this level 14. This is the greedy misery that we really love to see, and he's had a spectacular series so far.
He has, which is good because I believe, I can't remember exactly what he tweeted out the other day, but it was definitely something, you know, regarding the fact that he just wasn't happy with how things had gone the other day, and he felt a bit defeated. But today, he's, as you say, he's really upped his game, Misery, and come in with some very solid showing.
Look at his bottom. They're actually setting up for the Grim as well with Misery and Zibe.
Another kill for Misery.
He's almost level 15. That's the same level or higher than his cores. Look at Limp. Same level as the Void Spirit on the opposing team.
Yeah, no, he's really coming to win it today.
Yep. I like this BKB. I mean, if they play aggressively with it, the BKB for Chessie, he knows that this Void's going to go for Aghanims. It's like the hard counter these silences, so this is just that hard defensive play for him versus multiple different things, right? Void Spirit, Mars, Grimstroke.
Oh, yeah.
So many different things he has to worry about.
He needs it, yeah. And with this, the only threat now is sort of him jumping in with 3 remnants. Yeah, I guess.
Soulbind can still work.
And the damage from the meta. Yeah. That's going to be what kills Chessie.
Yep.
For Mione, done for Ace. As 5 men, they are stepping up at a pace that's keeping them ahead. Ace just continuing to have just a little bit more. Skadi is finished for Nico, baby. So, again, sort of this war of the carries, both of them.
Yep.
Very close to one another. But there is a lot of magical damage that Ace has with that Miona, which will help massively against the Terrorblade and his army. Bottom lane, Zibe.
They're smoking over here, too.
Arrow connection from Misery. They'll jump in, look for the kill. They won't find it. Hanskin's going to be able to live, pop the egg. And this time Alliance, they can turn and punish the 2 of them.
No funny business. They bring everybody. Even Nico, baby, shows up with the meta. They really want to make sure that this annoying Miranda and Doom actually get punished this time. But it's all the way on their side of the map. So what can they actually get out of the map off of that one? It's just going to be, just looks like it's going to be a few kills. Let's see if Nico Baby chooses to push very far forward for the tower. I think he actually might. Just to try to get something out of those kills, right? Get a better use out of his meta as well. And he should bring it down very quickly. They're even going to go over and meet him. I like this movement here by, I almost said Gambit, by Alliance, says FNG.
Pi. Enough in the setup required. Chessie's over. Kill is taken, and yeah, with that loss, they've got to back away. Yep. Heroes coming back alive. Misery and Zibe back in the game, so no further push to be had down on this bottom lane.
Strong movement by Alliance initially to kind of meet the TB over there, but a great response. 5 men, they kind of saw it coming, it looked like, and were able to get that cheeky little pick off.
Rush up. Let's see what they can do here, because 5 men are going to go straight into the pit with Ace. I mean, it's not a super quick roast. There will be chance for Alliance to contest this.
And I mean, they don't have their egg though, and they don't have meta, they don't have
Turkey out of pit, and S4's dead. Chester just commits with the BKB. S4's gone, and that will be the space to hold this roast strong.
And S4 now has Mars ulti up. He gets picked off right before it does come up.
I mean, the rest of Alliance, they try to come over, but now it's 3 versus 5.
There's no meta still, like we were saying.
Limp is going to go onto the Venge outside of the pit. Pi actually going to be able to live out to the side. Pi finally falls the illusion off the TB. It's down onto Limp. Limp's out.
And Limp just spent his gold on Yags too. So he's dead for quite some time here. Chessie gets that kill bounty. Oh man, 5 men's really starting to take control.
They just couldn't get the fight together around the pit. Oh. They lose the 2 of them, then they still decide they want to try and tackle it. 3 versus 5. It does not work out.
Don't think that S4 expected to be jumped on so quickly in that position, because he was, what, 5 seconds from his ulti? He was just about to have it up for the fight there. Either way, though, very heads up by 5 men, right? Yeah. They see that Mars ulti, that Phoenix ulti used bottom. They saw meta committed as well. They knew they had an opportunity to go for Rush.
Oh, Chessie. Oh, they've got the cash. Do they have the damage with the ink swell and the pushback of the arena? They'll be able to blow him up. So Alliance may have conceded the Roche and the Aegis, but still finding some more action for Nico, baby. Keeping him at the top. And just 500 gold off having that BKB on top of the Skadi. And at that stage, he can turn up to these fights, and you know, Ace with this Miona build as expected on the Arc Warden. Suddenly, he is going to sort of struggle to take down and do damage to this TB.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, mid lane.
Dire's middle
Alliance looking for the setup. Double astral step committed from them as he tries to hunt for Pylai Die, but Pylai Die is out to the side. S4 is able to read him though. Jumps in with a blink, spear back. Pi will fall. And the Nico Baby, they can push this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, 5 men trying to push on the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alliance pushes is way harder on those towers when they do get any of those type of pickoffs. And again, it's really just so many of these teams are just going to be trading effectively in team fights whenever the cooldowns are up, you know, on either side. So this one, they had Phoenix ult, they had Mars ult, they were ready to go. At least earlier. And then the Doom on cooldown, so they know they can make the aggressive play.
And they've got this BKB man to Skadi.
He's very ready to fight.
Yeah, he to the point where they win a fight, they can start pushing at the high ground.
Radiant's top tower is
Ace.
under attack.
Tempest double. Oh, it's gonna. Oh, Nico Baby's gonna get the bounty. Oh, 300 gold. Yummy.
Let's see what damage they can get done down here. Creeps coming around onto the tier 2. Misery sticking up top. Closing on that money now to finish the Greaves if he wishes. Oh, we'll see if he wants to fill out his 6th slot first with something else to assist his team.
I don't mind the Greaves because he's playing versus Void Spirit. That annoying pesky silence. He'll at least be able to remove that.
There we go. TP actually coming in on the bottom lane.
They have
the double coming in for the defense.
And they have the BKB right on the Arc Warden. I think he also... Or MKB, sorry. Yeah.
So Ace has got a lot of damage. The BKB, of course, definitely will save Nico Baby for the most part in the fights, but when that BKB's out, this Arc Warden is going to tear him apart with the magical procs of the MKB and the Mjolnir. That is a huge amount of damage that Nico Baby just isn't built to deal with.
And just like last time, he has the Venge, he has the Grove Bow, so attack range galore for this Arc Warden. However, it's different. He's versus Mars. Mars can really counteract a lot of that distance damage if he is able to park that ult down, just block him off, or trap him in, one or the other.
Ult pie.
We've seen this before.
Free kill here to start off the action.
Misery tries to save him with the mech. Shadow, though.
He's gone down. He's going to drop the Doom down onto the Terrorblade. Have they got the damage to kill this TV? I don't think so. The Arena's out, the Soulbind as well. Look at the two of them together. Chessie popped the BKB, but he still gets hit by that Supernova, so he'll try
to commit.
They're not going to be able to push this Nico Baby Terrorblade over the edge. He's already turning back into the fight. Will get stunned by the magic missile. He's popped the Metamorphosis. He needs to find a Sunder target. He's heading in with the BKB. He's looking for it. He'll turn over towards Ace's double, take the damage, take the help from him. The pushback onto Ace is real. Dark Warden is there, the pull from the Remnant, but Ace will live.
Nico Baby has to try to disengage though, and live also.
He's gonna go down. Ace, Nico Baby was still actually getting beat down, but he's dead. Zip Ace able to finish him off.
And FNG goes down as well. Oh boy.
It worked out. They're dooming the TB at the start. It made it a bit of an awkward fight for Alliance to find. It looked like they were going to be able to recover. But Nico Baby, he comes back in. The Sunder target, it wasn't ideal. He gets on like a half HP double, so it's not straight back up to full HP with him. And then he just couldn't get stuck in. Ace was able to keep a fantastic distance in this fight, which meant they could just never get on top of the real Arc Warden.
And that's what we were saying, that crazy attack range that comes in from that Venge, from that Grove Bow, it does definitely come into play there, as you can beat that Terrorblade from so far away. And also the way they use their ultis, right? That Mars ult catches a couple heroes, but the egg was so fast that it actually clipped the one.
S4.
Oh, and S4 also now catching an arrow.
They just trying to do what they can here on the tier 3s, pushing in 5 men, 11k up. Alliance's team fight just all over the place in that last fight.
I'm really impressed with the way that 5 men though are disengaging and re-engaging inside of these fights. Alliance definitely with some, kind of dancing right there, all right, with Stroke. Some of the kind of botched usage of their ultis, right? Like, it looks nice when they get the Mars ult and the Phoenix ult, but didn't have the Sunray healing the Terrorblade so that he can reset. It kind of was Nico Baby feeling forced to just charge in with BKB and get that awkward kind of Sunder. And a huge fight. Look at that gold swing. 13,000 gold lead now for 5 men. An insane amount of items now picked up for everybody. Yeah, everyone just got a full item.
Ace has got a full BKB coming.
Oh, man.
It's getting very tricky for Alliance. It just feels that, again, 5 men are just that much better at making sure that Ace has the positioning in these fights to go crazy, whereas, as we saw in that last one, they just couldn't make things work for Nico Baby. He just didn't manage to get to do any sort of damage as the Terrorblade.
Yep. And Chessie with his greedy build. Now, he's going to have a Radiant stun soon. I mean, it's 30 minutes. It's not the fastest Radiance in the world, but the impact it can have versus those illusions is always going to be there, burning down those cores as well. Yeah, 5 men in a very comfortable spot now here. Always making the right moves. And look at this. Always like sitting behind each other too. The Venge right behind that Arc Warden here in this situation.
Radiant's bottom tower has has fallen.
Great reads of the map and just great execution in team fights so far. Yeah, like we said, picking up pretty much a full item on everybody from that last fight. Shiva's on Doom. BKB on Arc Warden. I think 2,000 gold for the Mirana and just a couple more things, yeah. In a much more comfortable position for those fights now.
So going for the Aghanims on Hanskin. It's about 700 gold off it as well, so that's going to be there. Should be at least for the next fight, so having that save.
It's also one of the best items with Terrorblade because it resets
free refresh.
Meta. Yeah, free reset of meta, which is one of the few, I mean, it's one of the only things that can besides Refresher, right? So definitely potential for it.
And they're out with this smoke. Chessie wanting to make a big hit with this Radiance reveal. Hanskin out here at the moment. Unlikely to be found. I'll use the Moonlight. Oh, sorry, just the Invis actually. Misery picking up there. Just going to get them some vision around mid. See if they can scout the action. And they've got the detection down on Misery. They spot him there sitting mid lane. Oh,
was he just outside of both sentries for a second there?
I guess
he was right smack in the middle of the two of them there.
Because it looked like they lost connection with him.
Yeah, they lost vision for a quick second there. But he's tanky. Like it didn't look like it was going to be that easy of a kill either because of how much he's gotten in these last few moments. Nico Baby still with a hefty amount of farm, but as we've seen, you know, Doom pretty good versus Terrorblade if they can't get a good re-engage.
Zibe in those last few fights, as we've seen, just not being afraid at all to jump in straight onto Nico Baby and his army and look to slam down that Doom. And it's worked. It has. That last fight, just the time it brought, where they had to worry about keeping Nico Baby at a distance and safe. This was all the time they needed to win the fight. Men.
All right, big items. Vlad's for Mars, a Hex, I believe, on the Arc Warden, right?
I think it was. And an MKB for
Nico Baby. But a Hex? No. Didn't he just finish BKB after that last fight on Arc Warden?
I mean, the Ace Arc Warden.
Oh boy.
It always has been one of the heroes that he's been that scary on.
Yeah. Some more control, and now they have better forms of catch for that Terrorblade when he does walk up, if he does get doomed. I believe his attack range is pretty far now, though, so he has to get a little bit closer to even cast the Hex, which maybe can put him out of position, but such a good pickup anyway. This game versus the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I think exactly. Ultimately, it's just going to make it very hard for these heroes to get on top of it.
Yep.
He's always going to be there with the reactive Hex.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be his main hero either. Like, if he's disabled, he's got that double in the back, he's got that clone always ready to throw that covered Hex. 16,000 gold lead. Like we said, 5 men overall throughout the majority of this game just have better distribution across the map to farm. And oh, look at this. He's setting up for that Phoenix with that Hex. Won't be able to quite find him, though.
Now they'll be able to farm up the double.
I say that. The Spark Wraith. Oh, it's gonna... Oh my god. Okay, he's alive. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, that's the thing with this Hex now. That the double just has insane solo kill potential.
Yep. Moonlight Shadow gets popped. They kind of just have to back up into their base a little bit. All right,
the
smoke
to be
able to go out. Okay.
Let's see if they can catch 5 men off guard. Them leading the way.
They have the ward down.
Found themselves Zibe. He's got the BKB in the Shiva's guard. He's going to get the chance to pop it. He's not.
The prize is
there. They spear him backwards. See if they can move on for more. Nico Baby has popped the meta for this.
They have to go for. They have to kind of just force the Roche fight. It's got to be the Roche. They have Mars with that ult. There's a lot of ways to get vision inside the pit, though.
Doom down for a minute. As Lim outside of the. He's got the setup on a Chessie. Chessie will want the BKB to not be caught out by the spear arena combo. He'll jump out. Roshan still alive. Ace going to lead him with the Hex onto the Terrorblade. There to jump in straight away. Pive with the swap back, keeping Ace safe. Ace pots the BKB. So does Nico Baby. He's looking for a Sunder target. Turns over the ward. Double. He'll take out, or at least bring the double low. He's looking for real heroes, though. They found it. Ace4 finds the catch onto Chessie.
Huge picks now. Limp really starting to build that up there with those Yules plus Aether Remnants to catch those heroes before BKBs can come out. I mean, it's one of the best catching mechanics in the game.
Oh, is he refreshing the TB? He's refreshing the TB.
Yeah, he refreshed the TB. I was like, wait, what?
He's refreshing the TB.
Refreshes the TB. He's got everything available. Yeah, I was like, arrow. They will have the sun ray to heal this up.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Now Nico Baby has Metamorphosis ready to go once again.
Yep, Doom is respawning, but Emperor's still down for 40 seconds. It's a shame you can't really hide it though, right? The fact that happened, because you pop egg, it turns to daytime. So they're just like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? So you know that he did use that egg to refresh if you did spot the Aghanims.
But I mean, it's also the thing, like, what would you be more scared of? Are you more scared of them having egg for the fight or having Metamorphosis for the fight? Probably more scared of the meta at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely. Ooh, a DD, nice. Not the best hero to get DD, as you see, you know, Arc Warden's base damage is kind of just not the best. You only get that plus like 100, but it is
it's
DD
still
in general.
Damage.
It's still a DD.
Still extra damage.
It does attack very fast. And now they can look for this Roche. They hex the illusion.
They're going to get this Alliance.
They're going to get it
very far away from the pit. They're starting to head back over.
Oh, what a heads-up play there.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get there in time. Unless Lim can do something crazy. No, he can't. Roshan already falls. Ace picks up the Aegis. Yeah, Alliance keeping close enough, despite the fact they did refresh that meta.
And he popped it.
They weren't in position to actually push them back off the pit. They give the space for the 5 men to get in and take it all.
That's what happens when you're playing versus Arc Warden, right? He pops some of his doubles, he pops his clones, he sends them down the lane, you start looking to react, boom. Quick move into that Roche. And they avenge, so he just makes that Roche so fast. And of course that DD helped quite a bit.
We've got a Prince's Knife.
Ooh.
Very nice for whoever wants to grab it. Leveler. What's Nico Baby got at the moment? Was it?
He just had a man.
Just Van Brace.
Yeah,
right.
so Leveler for him.
Take that Leveler.
Yep, Leveler for him, and Prince's Knife can work well on, I think, Mirana. I actually think that's not a bad option if Misery does want to pick that one up.
Nice.
Full item
on his eye. Just boom,
up
boom,
so
item after item coming out of this Arc Warden.
3 different items built
I mean,
up
he
in
must
the
be
last 10
pretty
minutes.
much done in terms of the slots.
Yeah, I do believe so, yeah.
Yeah, no catch here.
Little fishing arrow here. Not quite far enough.
But yeah, I mean, Ace must be pretty much complete. He's completed the game.
Yeah, he's done. People said you can't complete Dota, but
he's completed it. That's it, 100%.
Potential room for growth, of course, there with those other big items, but yeah, he's definitely reached a big peak level right now for the next few moments. And okay, Chessie's actually gonna go for the Prince's Knife. I like that. The instant slight hex definitely catch people off guard. Definitely did want somebody to have it in this game, though. It's got a lot of potential versus these Phoenix versus these Mars, these key initiations, as we've seen what this game is all about.
Here we go.
Trying to force the issue.
Yeah, they want to do something with this Aegis on Ace.
Arrow. Disconnect.
Get the double in, but S4 committed with his body for that.
He's dead.
He's got this done. They've got the Hex follow-up as well on to Limp.
They don't even need the Doom. They just have the control to double Hex.
Oh, that was I mean, I guess they got the double, but that was a little bit of a crazy attempt there from Alliance.
S4 having a bit of a rough one on this Mars, for sure. As the siege is coming out, he buys back. He has repair kit at least, so he will be able to heal it up and stop a little bit. But I mean, the damage just really starting to add up. The tower is actually down, and now no repair kit for the Rax.
Yeah, onto the Rax they go. What can Alliance do? They're without Limp for 50 seconds. He's holding on to the buyback.
It's a minefield. They can't even walk in. Look at the spark rates, the coverage. These poor supports just have no way to get into the fight. That's going to be the Rax.
Are under attack.
5 men, up to 22,000 gold lead. And still with everything ready to fight.
Oh no, S4! He's been found again! He's dead and gone. That's a dieback on the mark. Nico Baby's going to try and fight with the BKB, but he's been doomed. He's getting healed up by the Sunray to get the better off in time. The Starlet from the pulse there. They're going to be able to protect him for now with the Supernova, but they're going to turn into the egg. Oh no, he's dead! As he gets served, sunny side up, they have got the buybacks. But Chessie also, sorry, Limp with a dieback. That's both of them down. Limp and S4 out of the game. Space
and TV's dying. He's actually just dead to the damage.
That's game over. Game over. GG, well played is called.
Radiant's
5 men,
is under attack.
the Ace Arc Warden, second pick. They're just so good at playing with it. They know exactly how to win games, to set it up, so that Ace has a beautiful time. And especially in this game 3, Alliance started to look a little bit all over the place at the end of the game.
S4 having a real rough one. I think
can't really doom. You can try to doom Dark Warden, but getting to him is hard in the first place. And even if you do, it's like he can still hit you back, right? Plus, he gets so much gold that he can even buy Lincolns if he wants to. And then game 3, sorry, it's kind of the same story. Like they have a Phoenix, so we just felt like it's good against the egg. You can bubble and hit the egg, and you don't really rely so much on fighting the 5-man, like the team fights and stuff. So just went with it one more time. So it made sense, like logically, why we did it. It wasn't like just planned. You know.
I had a question about your team dynamics. You guys have such big names on your team and so much experience, and I'm kind of wondering how you guys talk and who's the leader, because there's just so much experience on 5 men. I want to know, who's taking the charge. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much everyone is doing their own little leadership. I mean, I'm drafting and like stuff like that, but I feel like everyone's doing their part to contribute. Everyone's vocal in the game, so it's nice. It's a nice balance.
Yeah, we don't have much time left with you right now. I do want to ask just very quickly, how did you guys come up with that logo? Because I kind of feel relatively personally attacked by that logo.
No, I mean, we basically took every man in the world, and then we, made that's what every man looked like, kind of,
The hairline of a Nintendo 64 troller.
Everybody can see themselves in that picture, no matter what you look like. I see a bit of Slacks in there. I see a bit of Lizard in there.
Yeah.
I see myself. So that's the idea. Yeah.
It's the everyman's logo. Well, thank you very much. We're excited to see what you guys are going to be able to do in the rest of the tournament. We're really liking everything we saw at the Arc, and I might need to get a t-shirt with the logo on it.
I really should, man. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Misery. Do you see yourself in that logo, Lizard, at all?
I didn't notice it, but maybe, yeah. It's a man.
Look harder.
It is a man.
It is a man.
I suppose. You didn't say thank you to Misery.
Thank you, Misery.
It's too late. He hung up. Very rude of you.
He's gone. With that, with no thank you, we are going to have to throw down to our draft panel.
What?
We'll get the next. Yeah, we don't get to talk. They're actually pissed at Lizard in the back. Yes. Nobody's going to want to do an interview ever again because of this rude man here. We're going to throw down to the draft panel and get the next series underway.
10 seconds remaining. 5
That
seconds
is what you sound
remaining.
like.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Venomancer.
That panel may not have shown their manners, but we're going to be very respectful for our next two opponents, Team Secret versus Viking GG. After seeing what has happened in the last series, it's possible we may get another underdog victory here. Unsurprisingly, Secret's going to be very, very favored, but Viking GG have played a lot of games throughout this tournament. They may be more experienced on this patch, Brian.
Oh yeah, Viking GG. We were talking about it earlier when the day started. They're top. Like when they're playing at peak form, it's scary. They can take games potentially series off any team. And if I was Team Secret, I hope and expect that they are fully respecting Viking GG as a squad. And I just want to say, I've seen it, but I've not been on a panel yet during it. I've played with Viking GG Solari, his Enchantress. That guy is a beast. He's their 5 position, and like if you ever get to play carry with him laning with you, it's like nice, absolutely free lane. This guy, he just sets up his carry every single game. They're one of the few teams still left that's prioritizing Enchantress this highly, and I'll just say it's definitely his bread and butter.
Important to note as well, I know, transitivity does work better in math than in Dota, but both of these teams beat Team Liquid, but also lost a game to Team Liquid. Okay. So, and obviously very recently in this tournament, like yesterday and then the day before. So, with that being said, I think it's pretty fair to say that Viking obviously has a chance at a fair chance, a good chance at beating Secret. I think Viking are, I think even with the praise that we're giving Viking, I think we're still underrating them. I think they have a lot more to show, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of people who may just be tuning in because it's secret are like, oh, it's another maybe tier 2 no-name stack, but Viking have been making a name for themselves. But what is it about a strong 5-position Enchantress that makes the lane free? What is it that, because there's no real thing to purge. That's usually where we see the Enchantress is like against a Dark Seer or something like
armor
that.
Is something.
Yeah, but the slow is just super powerful. She can also go for the impetus level 1 as well, so she has multiple ways to play, so she synergizes with a lot of carries. Most of the time, best way to describe it is she draws way too much attention to herself compared to a lot of other support.
Radiant team back.
That is what you sound like.
Enchantress. I honestly feel like if there's an Enchantress on the enemy team, you pick a lane that like wants to dive and cut, and you pick a kill lane so you can block the camps, because you literally can't play normal laning against this hero. You can't.
Absolutely. It's super annoying. She always buys Blightstone, so like I'm an offlaner, I always have to buy Ring of Protection because most offlaners are at like 2 or 3 base armor, and if you have 0 armor, it just really hard to trade with any right-clicking carry at all, which that's like 8% of the carries in the pool right now. Venomancer, also super annoying hero. I would say Viking GG loves their Venomancer for what I've seen so far. Most games I've seen in their drafts, a lot of teams have kind of demoted this hero to like a second-round ban. Sometimes he gets ignored entirely. People just kind of figured it out. I think it's similar to Doom. You were asking me as the event went off, my respect for Doom has gone down a bit. I will say that people are doing better at countering it. Even Misery talked about the Arc Warden carry being one of the best anti-Doom carries in the entire game. I think Venomancer, he's just not quite as good, but if you play him as a team well, where you utilize what he offers in terms of the tower pressure, the tower defense, as well as the team fight damage over time, all I need to see in a Venomancer lineup is we're taking this fight to be like 30-45 seconds long, and if we out-survive your initial burst, you're just going to get worn and torn down.
I think it's similar to the Enchantress in the sense that even in a bad Venomancer game, you're committing so much to dealing with the hero that it's like, is it really worth it to do that?
Is that true in the laning phase or the mid game? Because Enchantress, you said it was more, it costs too much to deal with her in the laning phase. And later on in the game, like as long as you have the spells,
she's fine, yeah, right.
So for Venomancer, is it the same thing, or you think it's mid game oriented?
The thing with Enchantress in the laning phase, the reason that I think it's so effective to have her be such a pain in the ass in the lane is because there's always some hyper carry sitting behind her. There's always some like, what's it, Terrorblade, Spectre, something like that, where it's like it's you can't commit that much to a support, but you have to, and so the carry just gets to free farm. Venomancer, it depends on the lane. If he's laning against like a Sven or something, it's like he'll just, or Ursa or whatever, one of these melee heroes, like he'll destroy them, and it's a lot to deal with him in the laning phase. You have to tri-lane him or something like that. But a lot of people do fine against him in lane, but it's more the map pressure. He just sits somewhere alone, puts wards down. You need to bring 5 heroes to him if you want to kill him, and it's like, is it worth it? But also, can you just let him take your space like that? It's in Dota, the best teams are the ones that give the enemy team a choice between 2 crappy decisions. Venomancer is very good at doing that.
You know, a pick that I've had no time to talk about is Jenkins continues to ramble on about his random crap.
Anyway, so about that, tell me more about this other.
Okay, so could you please talk about your pubs there, Brian, just for a second?
Shut up. So as fast as I can, Barana, I love against Venomancer because Venomancer's wards are a big part of his kit. So the best way to deal with them sometimes is just have Invis. Heroes that can get on top of him without him having to buy sentry, or with him having to buy sentries to see you. So far they've really bought into that. If you look at the heroes, Sandking goes Invis, Tree goes Invis. Yep. It's kind of fascinating actually. They have very little stuns on Viking GG so far.
Nature's just TPs behind Veno too, actually. That's pretty nice.
So their entire lineup is actually the way Seeker constructs their drafts. It's like heroes that have synergy that are also somehow good against the opponent.
They're like
That's what I love.
They're like soft counters.
Yeah, soft
they're
counters,
never hard
right?
counters.
Ease of execution counters, right? You don't have to itemize your hero's kit. Naturally is pretty good against what the opponent's offering. Sandking Mirana, very classic combo. Looks like they're setting up a Nature's Prophet core, 2 or 1, I mean, is based on what I'm seeing here. I'm expecting 3 Sandking, 4 Mirana, 5 Tree, but, you know, Secrets obviously thinks that Dota a whole nother level than I do. But the Spectre, quite good here. They have very little sustained damage. on Team Secret other than what eventually is a Nature's Prophet core right-clicking, and they have a lot of damage amp for the Spectre. The only issue I have from the ET and the Venomancer, but the only issue I have is they have absolutely no way to say, okay, this is the hero that's jumping in, and then we're haunting. They have no clear-cut initiation, no way to start the fight, and I really like the bans coming out from Secret for that exact reason. Bat, one of the best Spectre synergies, as well as Storm Spirit. Super reliable long-range initiations from both of those, and I hope Viking GG goes for something like the Kunkka. That's actually my #1 pick right now.
They banned the Necro.
Kunkka is super good here.
Like Kunkka, DK maybe, something along, like one of those like off-laner mid-heroes, basically.
Because, as Jenkins had mentioned earlier, the best game for Venomancer is when a fight goes long.
Yes.
With Kunkka, you get the rum buff, you're just sitting around tanking everything. Do you think a Spectre would build a Radiance this game?
Depends on the last pick carry.
Okay.
Or mid. Like, I think it's the core matchup that dictates it a lot. You're not going to build Radiance against Anti-Mage, you know, for instance.
I think you can also just Void Spirit here too, if you want. Like one of the other Spirit heroes are banned out, but like one of the just do shit spirits is good, or some offlaner in the mid lane.
So either someone who's very tanky or someone who's very evasive.
The reason I liked Kunkka is that his form of starting fights is really good against Mirana and Sand. Like, they're heroes with mobility spells that X completely destroys, and also the wave clear is quite nice against Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And they also didn't really have like this by halberd stand in front guy. Like, yeah, Venomancer kind of does that, but he's more of like the Veil Pipe, Force Staff. Like, it's not quite the same. Venomancer's not starting anything either, right? So, like you said, I'd be fine with a mobile hero. If they want to do a mobile hero, that's absolutely fine with me. Just some long-range initiation. Kunkka, even though he is rather immobile, does represent a long range of catch. You went for the DK.
Oh, I was gonna say the reason that I prefer DK over the Kunkka is because I see the DK pressuring towers with Veno. Like, they don't actually have
multiple lanes or the same lane.
The same lane.
Okay.
Like, I think that if you ball with the Veno and the DK, the Veno does the whole area control thing. You can't enter into the area, but that's the area that your tower is getting taken, so you have to enter into the area. And then Spectre's just on the other side of the map, happily farming. Nobody's pressuring her because you have to go to this DK Veno.
How crazy is like Dusa here, man? Is that too passive? Didn't they pick? Were Team Secret the team that picked it, or was it Team? No, it's Team that picked it.
Viking picked Dusa as well.
I know Dusa's nice on paper against Dragon Knight in lane, and it just seems like you just need a hero that stands in front for Team Secret and just says, "Hey, come at us, bro!" Like, all you really do is walk at us.
I feel like a Veno. Oh wow!
Oh, that actually kind of fits that description. Okay. I'm not like trying to take credit. That's like, I would never have thought of Visage. Well, very few teams are willing to pick Visage.
You consider Visage a stand in front kind of hero?
Yeah, he just sits there with his familiars, Gravekeeper's Cloak, super tanky. He just buys these aura items and just says, like, if you he's a hero that shits out damage. Like, his Grave Chill, buffing up his the birds, his Soul Assumption's a lot of free damage, and he naturally buys a lot of aura items and kills buildings just by getting levels. So
I know once upon a time people had a big criticism of Visage for being very susceptible to damage over time, though, being able to burn through
I don't think Poison Sting actually triggers Gravekeeper's Cloak.
Yeah, so in the laning phase probably not, but
Poison
come
Sting
team
doesn't.
fights, I feel like Visage's, I don't know, tankiness maybe gets a little bit cut with enemies that can jump on him.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think they're on a timer.
Okay.
Team Secret for sure here.
I don't know about that though. The way that they play Visage is not like the old Visage. It's not the Dom medallion thing. It's almost like how people play Io in the safe lane, where you build these kind of like off-laning items. He builds into Vlad's, Assault Jurassic, random things like that, and you just be tanky. You just be impossible to kill, and like the familiar damage doesn't even matter that much. It's more about like the Nature's Prophet will do the damage, and then also I think Veil. They did Veil on.
Yeah,
Visage
I was saying
too.
he shits out damage because he doesn't actually have to itemize specific damage items. I just want to say, real quick, that I'm not saying I favor Viking GG, but this is some straight up disrespect.
Oh, those are not fair odds.
That's actually that's crazy. I think people at home, if you haven't been watching the tournament, that like by no means is Secret. Like Secret is one of the best teams, if not the best team here. But
Again,
Viking GG is
a lot of the time these are based off of competitive history. So like I know Flight of Moon was rated quite heavily because like the last time they played against their opponent they had won, and so given how Viking has been around for a while and they've played a 1v1 qualifiers, they've probably lost to Secret a lot. But that was a long time ago.
Let's just say 6 for 1 on one game, and their draft is a Spectre.
Those are good odds. Those are good odds.
They might go Radiance, by the way, here, but the only problem with the Radiance is that you have so much magic damage that maybe a pipe just kind of screws you
honestly feel like the late game for Viking GG is so much better than Secrets that you just itemize to survive the early game.
Yeah,
that's
so
kind of how I
straight
feel.
up like Drums Manta.
I think so. I think so. Just be tanky and don't die.
So if Secret wins, you're saying it's because they're Secret. And
Yeah, I actually like Viking GG's ease of execution draft, but Secret always has like the fun, wonky, nobody else could really pull this off kind of draft. So I still favor them because of the team they are, but also their lineup looks quite scary. Like the 15-20 minute timing push from Nature's Prophet, the Visage, that's scary.
Then let's see if they can pull it off as we pass it over to our casters for game number 1.
Viking GG is one of the 8 teams that have beaten Team Secret this season. They managed to beat them 2-0, ESL won Los Angeles in the group stage. However, the 4 other times they faced up against Team Secret, they got 2-0'd every single time, Kyle.
Yeah, it's almost, I think those all happened after they were able to beat Secret, right?
There was 1 before, and then 3 more series afterwards they got 2-0'd. So, yeah, Secret has definitely had their number ever since that 1 group stage series, including at ESL 1 Los Angeles playoffs, where they actually knocked out Viking GG as well. So, it's, it's similar for most teams that Secret just dominates them.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds about right. I have to agree with the panel, although I'm very partial to Visage. I'm surprised it's taken so long for somebody to pick up this hero. Similar to like the Rise of Arc Warden, I think Visage is this new hero that provides tons of physical damage. It's super durable, and then you can do a ton of structure damage. And if you look at the lineup for Secret, they have so much ability to play aggressive in the early to mid game.
So why are these professional players overlooking the hero then? What's wrong with it?
It's weird. It's hard to fit into a draft. You need to have a player that specializes in it. And off the top of my head, I can only really think of Weeha.
Yeah, there's only
Chaos.
Heroes.
Yeah.
The battle
it was also traditionally a support, and now it's more of a core, almost for sure.
And you need not just a player that specializes in it, but it's also a very unique playstyle that the whole team has to play on, right?
It's just a weird hero. The last team I remember running Visage and being really impressive with it was Wings, all the way back at TI6.
Yapsor, man, he's going to be copping a lot of damage. Celery did go for the level 1 Nature's Attendance. And he'll get a few more shots off on the Yapsor, and he's not going to slow down, actually. He's going to try and man mode up the Fairy Fire, though he quickly realizes he cannot stand toe-to-toe with 2 different heroes, especially one of them being the Treant Protector, who's hitting for 100 damage a hit.
Yeah, Puppy Tree, a sight to behold.
Looks like they're going to be starting out for an aggro tri-lane, really trying to pressure this Spectre. We'll see how long Puppy sticks around, though.
Yeah, this matchup mid is not great for Nisha once there's a couple of levels on DK. Even level 1, you can see it's really tough. You're only really favored if you've got Grave Chill active, and it's a lot of mana level 1. That's a dead end.
Yeah, the Burrow Strike into the arrow. That is just a classic Dota combination right there. A kill combo that Pumpy is able to secure the last hit on and get the first blood.
Yeah, it makes sense to aggro tri-lane when you do have a Prophet. Yeah. You want your Furion core to get levels ASAP. If you can hit 6 around the 5-minute mark, suddenly that's a huge threat to the tri-lane, and it's a Venomancer ET lane. So that extra support, you're never really trading with these heroes.
No.
So he'd just kind of be hiding out in the woods anyway. Better let Matu do what he can by himself.
Yeah, maybe he can come back in when Furion has a serious level advantage. Maybe he's like level 4 or something. Then it'll feel a little bit better. They're going to go on to Shad now. Shad actually takes the time to go for the deny here, but it looks like he's going to die and have to TP back into lane. So things not going so hot for Viking GG right now.
Yeah, I really like that Zai went for the stun caustic. It's so good to pressure these opposing melee heroes. Sandstorm would just shove lane. You have a tri-lane. You want to be getting kills, not just pushing under tower.
Speaking of pushing under tower.
See you later, nerd.
An advantage. Okay, gonna be able to stop that TP here. Matama Man calling for help here, but Aramis is doing so much damage. Puppy, he's here. Maybe they can get the deny. Turns around, denies him. Nicely done by Puppy. Taking that huge amount of damage, and with these blocks and the treants, almost killed Aramis as well, but he snuck out from underneath them.
It's so much fun to watch Secret play Dota. They're always trying to min-max. Viking want to take this series, they're gonna need to do something similar. They have a good draft for it. I mean, Elder Titan Spectre is pretty damn strong the later the game gets. but I really fear for them. Secret have a reputation for being very good at owning throughout the mid game, and they've got a draft that can do just that. Once Visage Fury hits 6, they link up anywhere. What does Viking really do to stand against it? Where's their real spell damage coming from with this draft?
Yeah, they definitely don't have a great way to threaten a hero quickly. Spectre, Veno, and DK. Those are your 3 cores, and those are all slow damage heroes. You start getting some sustain in the mix, you get a mech or something on this lineup from Secret, and it's just going to feel like you're doing nothing.
And you know Secret's going to end up with that. Like, I would be surprised if by 15-20 minutes they didn't have mech, Vlad's, drums, maybe even a Veil, just splitting those items up evenly around their heroes, and then you just walk at Viking.
Big fan of Veil right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was playing that core Phoenix, tried out the Veil Rush, felt really good. I'm sure it feels quite good on Sand King as well.
Yeah, that's what I expect. You get the Solar Crest up on somebody as well, most likely the Visage. I think you still go for HOD into Crest Medallion.
Sure.
Maybe Yapsor goes for the Greaves. I mean, they have a lot of options. It's why it's so important to communicate, and also why Secret's been so good as Zai.
Zai. He does have some wand charges, so I think he's trying to bait Viking GG in a bit. But he doesn't have the most to work with right now.
Yeah, lane so far doing pretty well for Viking. And yeah, Nisha, he's got a Midas queued up.
Okay. I mean, levels is super important on a Visage, no doubt. It does mean he's going to be kind of delaying his sort of early game snowball rolling over towers and such, but
yeah, and maybe we, you know, into the hyper late game, yeah, sure, Viking will have an edge, but if you think about how this game might look around 30 minutes, if Secret do really just all in on this team fight item, sustain aura, you think, wait, Viking just kind of don't have damage. On paper, it feels like they would, but you think about Secret's Death Ball, you know, the tree armor, the Gravekeeper's cloak, like they have a lot of stacking damage resist, and they're going to be able to pressure lanes almost all the time thanks to Matumba Man on the Fury. And so it'd be really curious to see how this game plays out for like the first Roche fight or two.
That is kind of why they drafted some of the supports they did, right? The 3 cores, not the greatest damage sources, but you have an Enchantress and Elder Titan who, from a support position, can cover that weakness a bit. It's just a question of, is that really going to be enough?
Yeah. It's just the speed of the damage, as you said. That's all. It's very slow to come online. And if you're playing into a Pipe Greaves, you know, how do you threaten that first target of Team Secret, especially if that target gets armored, shielded up,
or the target has Gravekeeper's cloak on him, which very likely the Visage is going to be on that front lines.
Yeah, Matu's done a really nice job up top. 22 and 12 in almost a full 1-on-2 scenario is very respectable. And I like the Mirana pick. I expect we'll see more of this. There have been some gripes about Ench, you know, that we nerfed Doom. He can't eat these big creeps anymore, whereas Ench can just take them over and walk up to the lane. The Mirana denies that fact. So perhaps we'll see this more. This is something PPD used to do a lot when we were playing in Complexity versus Optic. You just have the Mirana follow the Ench.
Yeah, Mirana has certainly been a value pickup right now with the prevalence of Enchantress, of Phoenix. Like, it's just a nice counter pick to all those heroes. Arrow is going to combo off of the Burrow Strike here, but the Ghost is going to chase away Secret.
And Yapster's always been a big fan. In fact, it eliminated me from the TI 6 wildcard upper bracket playing Mirana twice. He's always been a fan. That was a long time ago. Wow. Aramis?
Stuck inside the trees here.
The blocks.
Just being perfectly body blocked by Matumba Man. Hey Kyle, do you know if there are no trees and you lay out your bramble thing on Tree Protector and then you lay the sprout down afterwards, you think that retroactively applies the extra?
I would assume so, right?
That's kind of interesting. I have no idea.
I think it's just, I honestly have no idea. What? Yeah, are you Googling it?
Hit us up at Dota Capitalist and I'm keeping a Kyle if you know the answer to that question.
Yeah, and you might win a prize.
Yeah, maybe a shout out.
Unlikely.
It's looking a little rough for Viking GG because we've been talking about some of the problems they will have in the future, and they've got some immediate problems right now. Yeah. The score is 4-0 to the favor of Secret, and they're also up by 3,000 worth. So Viking GG are going to have to change things around a bit.
Yeah, last hits don't look terrible for them, but it's more that Secret were able to get those early kills. And they're far ahead in the net worth department. You can even check out the levels. Not as bad as I would expect, but Visage and Furion both certainly on top. But it's really the supports that make up the brunt of this edge. I think Puppy got the first blood. Yapster's got a couple of kills as well. DA form is ready, but tough to use it. And Matu picking up another kill with that first Furion ulti. You just can't contest this lane.
Yeah, when you give a Furion like solo levels and he gets his 6, God. It's terrifying how much the Wrath of Nature does.
He's got almost 150 attack range on the Veno. Now he has treads as well. Level 7, so he's maxed out trees. And Puppy, like, sure, he was a little underleveled when he showed up in the lane, but he's even with the Elder Titan, and he just provides so much that you can't actually get on top of this Veno. To your point, Veno ET, it takes a long time to kill somebody, and a tree's hitting you in the face for like 125 a smack as you attempt to do so. It's just not a feasible proposition.
Miss Burrow Strike a little bit too slow for that, Zai, but Nisha's going to come in, and they're going to see if they can get some kills. Matamaman's going to join in on the process. You're going to go for kills, and then go for the tower immediately afterwards. Shad's going to actually pop his ultimate here, see if he can get away, and maybe jump to the mid lane where they were trying to dive Puppy's Tree Protector, but they don't get that.
Yeah, really nice move from Secret, and they're just going to move Zai straight to top. Really well done. And that's the threat of this Visage Furion. When you come online, Bird's active, Matumbaman ready to TP, so they can immediately connect, find a kill, and then boom, Zai teleports top. Matu can now play bottom. He's still ready to come in if needed.
Stun onto the Visage, but Puppy. Aramis coming in from the side here. Shad's around, but what's a Spectre going to be doing in 9.5 minutes in? Not really much of a threat. Aramis trying to do it all by himself, and to no surprise, the Visage is more than tanky enough to be able to deal with this. They do get the mid tower, though, so they've got that going for them. I've got the answer, actually. It says, checks for trees once upon creation of the path. So it has to be tied to the tree when you cast it.
Okay. That also means if it's hitting trees and let's say a Timber Saw or the Furion Summon would destroy them, it still gets the tree bonus damage.
Right. Yeah.
Cool. Secret right now is putting on a clinic. 4K ahead, 7 kills, but it feels like they're just in total control of the game thus far.
Deny! Oh, the Celery Eye is actually the one to get the kill there.
The mid-tower advantage is big for Viking, though, if they can start abusing it. I'd like to see them put the Veno there. Maybe you get this top tower first, but you want to control this mid lane, force Visage off into the jungle, and remove it as an area for Secret to make plays in.
Yeah, my question is somebody's going to be stuck in that mid lane, basically, because the Visage is always going to be there threatening it, so either the DK or the Veno is going to have to just chill.
Yep. It's tough, too, right? Because Matu now, with no tower bot, they got a couple wards mid, he can just play there. And if there's ever a fight that breaks out, he pops ulti, TP's right in. So Viking feel kind of forced to make moves, but this is the downside of the draft. The wave clear advantage is firmly in Secret's favor, even with this Midas on Nisha, who's already level 10, just 11 minutes into the game. So you can't really stop either of these big cores for Secret, and you're trying to buy time, because in theory your draft will have the late game advantage, but that's only if you can keep up in net worth. It's tough to do that when your cores simply don't farm nearly as fast.
A smoke move. This would be a really big kill if they can get it. Slow him down. Long enough for the stomp to be able to land. Look at those Treant's body blocks, though. Boom is having a hard time getting around it. And now they're actually going to be able to turn things around. With the Moonlight Shadow, Zai's got to be able to get nice and close before he pounces with that Burrow Strike. The arrow slides on by as Aramis was able to dodge it, but he had to go back into Matumbaman's range, and he's going to cop a lot of damage for it, and very likely go down anyway, as he doesn't really have anywhere else to juke. He goes for the stomp, but he gets hit by the Wrath of Nature, revealed by the Sprout, and brought down before the stomp could land.
It's clinical. Puppy's still planting himself top, just spamming armor on the tower, his teammates, queuing every wave, and Matumbaman too comes up.
They really do have like two of the best answers against Venomancer, right? A ranged core that deals really well with it in lane, and a support that can protect that tower against Venomancer's constant intrusions. And now the mid lane, boom, goes down to Zai's epicenter with the Veil. A lot of magic damage, and that's exactly what you need to bring down a Dragonite.
Yep. Yeah, they're just playing clean. This is a big match for both teams. Top 2 is really what you're going for. You want that upper bracket as we move into the playoffs. Viking 3-1, Secret 2-0. The winner of this would almost, I believe, guarantee that they'd force at least a tiebreaker to be played for one of those top 2 spots. Viking only losing to OG thus far. Secret still have them on the schedule.
Yeah, it's pretty much just these two, and then OG are the only contenders for the top upper bracket, because Liquid, Fly to Moon, and Ninjas of Pajamas, there is a very clear top half and bottom half to this group right now.
Yeah, and so far so good for Secret. And you can see the downside of these Viking cores is like all 3 of them have to just right-click units one at a time. Sure, Dagger, you got Breathe Fire, but it's just not the same as the speed at which these heroes with make-your-own creeps can do. It's only 10 to 1, but like, just look at the map control. It's the trouble. Bottom, like, Secret can just kind of play wherever they want on the map. They got this really nice ward behind the tier 1 mid, so they can continue to just roam through the enemy jungle, completely denying it from the squad of Vikings.
It's one of those moves where it's like you set up a lot to try and kill a 5 position, you know, because you just don't have other options.
Yep. And mid tower is being attacked as this all goes down.
Yep. And the Venomancer, he can't actually set up a ward wall against the Visage. Visage familiars deal very well with that.
Indeed. We see it with Terrorblade as a counter to the Veno. Visage is the same deal, just so much raw physical damage. These wards die immediately. Aramis.
Is the arrow going to be there in time? Nature's Path goes and tries to slow down Aramis. They're still going to be able to get this kill. Toby actually gets a pretty decent Nova, but there's no follow-up damage off of it. Boom's here, and he's in dragon form too, but he does not feel good about this fight at all, because everybody from Secret is able to show up in a moment's notice.
It's the durability. Look at the items from Matu as well. Drums, Mask of Madness, crit. That is super cool. He's just going for this full right-click. I'm ahead, and not just that, I have a Treant. I have a Visage. I have the same. I have so much protection that I'm going to always be TPing into this fight a little late and just smacking people. And if I, by some chance, a miracle, they find themselves trying to kill me, his whole team's going to be there to support him. Just really nice movement. Secret always have 5 anytime there's a chance of a team fight occurring. And Viking just don't have the ability to play with that much pace. They can't deny the Arcane Rune, though. Zai will be upset about that.
Top tower is under
It's true.
attack.
You know, they had the stat pop up about Viking GG and the camp stacked. Doesn't do you a whole lot of good when you lose control of your triangle and they take away your ancient stack that you had set up.
And I love this. Look, I mean, Veil into Pipe. That's the thing I love about Secret, and what I think they just do better than most other teams, if not all other teams, is their item decisions. It always just makes sense.
Slides in, hits Toby. They're going to be able to finish him off pretty easily. Now, Zai gets a little bit low, but anybody who sticks around and tries to go for that kill is going to be caught by the Visage. Double kill for Yapstor. And Aramis, fortunately, his movement speed from the Tranquil Boots gets him away from Puppy here.
Poor Viking, man. Like, this is one of those games. You just kind of end up scratching your head when it's all said and done. Because I can't... What are they supposed to do in this spot? You know, Secret are just running around the map. You can't kill... They opened on Zai there, but he gets armored. And while he's getting assaulted, Secret are just killing heroes faster than Viking can take down Zai, who ends up surviving. MKB, right? Like, Yapstor has the luxury of going brown boots into straight MKB. The Roshan is there whenever they want it. Level 13 on Visage. Anisha's only 1,000 gold away from an Aghanims, that third bird becoming active. And what, poor Ench, man, you get grave chilled, you just die. 4 heroes versus 1 illusion.
It's crazy how much damage they're going to be able to output in like 5 minutes times. Once they complete that MKB, they get that Daedalus up on the Nature's Prophet. And Viking GG, there is now, I guess plan A was trying to like win the lanes and get some early map control and prevent towers from going down. Now we're in plan B, which is just hold on and hope we get to late game.
Dude, and Puppy's just such a high level. He sat top for so long. And it's this great move where you give Furion solo XP, he's activated, all right, he leaves the lane, Puppy takes it, which allows him to max armor out first. He had that maxed level 7 because he didn't need to shove waves to find XP. It's another thing Secret does really well. They almost always rotate rotate a core around the 6 to 8 minute mark and leave Puppey or Yaps or whoever's on that key hero for XP. That's a dead ench. I believe arrow? Not even needed. Save it. Pipe's gonna there's so much damage reduction on the side of Secret, and Matu's gone straight for raw DPS. So you're just checking all the bases. Look at where the map controls at for Secret.
Toby's trying to keep his spirits high. Tip Shad.
Top tower is under attack.
You can do it, buddy. Keep on hitting those creeps. We're gonna need you. In the meantime, though, they're just going to have to forfeit a lot of towers because every single time they show up to defend, they're caught by the initiation of Zai or Puppey. Puppey, in fact, is going to have an even better initiation quite soon as he's going to be getting a Blink Dagger as opposed to like Meteor Hammer that we would commonly see for Train Protectors.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is just a statement went from Secret. I like to see them innovating a bit as well. They picked Lycan, albeit by accident, yesterday, and I want to see more teams experimenting with Visage and just specifically any hero that can make creeps or illusions, doesn't matter. They're good right now.
You think that the farm meta, it's still kind of...
It's just that these heroes like Visage, they scale, but they're also super good at dealing structure damage, and that's something you could exploit when you play against heroes like Spectre, where you just don't have that same option.
Sure.
So mirroring the map is just not possible when you've got Furion and Visage able to just play where they want and just simply shove faster than you do. You have a blink on DK now, so you're ready to take fights, but there's so much survivability and sustain itemization picked up now by Secret that if you take a 5-on-5, you just won't kill anything. Maybe you can kill Yapsor. He would certainly die, but it's almost as if he's daring you to kill him with this item build.
Yeah.
He'll have an MKB at 20 minutes.
Another thing the Secret lineup really abuses, and this is something that I believe the one game that Liquid won with the Drow Ranger lineup, they also abused, was just Viking GG. They picked some pretty hefty cooldowns.
Yeah.
Right? I think they actually had the same setup of Spectre DK. Visage is perfect against those kind of lineups. As you were saying, takes objectives, but also no cooldowns.
Yep.
Right? It just goes at you all the time.
Keep fighting. Now, Blink on Puppey, so hard counter initiation, Arcane Rune on Zai. I mean, the items are just so good. Like, straight damage on Matumba Man, more minions for Nisha, double drums because that item is sick, and then Veil Pipe on Zai. Less team fights than I expected, but ultimately they're so far ahead, I think it's just fine. And they can always go back
look
for
at
it.
this. They're going to finish up Roshan and get the Moonlight Shadow initiation. So not only do they get that Aegis, but they're going to get some free kills for it too. As boom, he's got to get out of here. Matumba Man is all physical damage build isn't the greatest, but it looks like, what was that, an arrow?
Yeah.
Nice. Catches Toby, so they get 2. And Viking GG still holding that 1 kill that they got.
But look at what the entrance Spectre doing, right? As this happens, Spectre's like, yeah, I can finally recover. But he's just now approaching Secret's tier 1 bottom. Like, they took a Roche and a team fight. He's yet to deal tower damage.
Oh, God, that was 1,000 damage crit from Matumba Man.
Yeah. Because nothing threatens him. In theory, you pick the Spectre to kill this Furion. But to do that, you need to be able to find him. And ultimately, you can't. I want to find hope for Viking, Cap. I do.
But it's a grim affair.
That's such a great metaphor for how Secret wins games, though. Just a slow descent into destruction.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It just feels like they sort of squeezed the life out of you.
Yeah. Nisha's 2,100 HP in an Essence Ring. Gonna take another tier 2.
Radiant's top tower.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just, even keep going high ground. Venom not quite level 12. That'd be a nice addition to the damage output.
So how much value, you were talking about having these sort of minion heroes that are able to push into towers and take early objectives. How highly do you rate being able to get that fast tier 2 tower?
I think you want to do it before 20 minutes whenever possible, just because of the outpost. Less about the XP boost you get, more denying it from the enemy supports. And poor Celery.
Yeah. Nope. No. And a high ground miss. That'll allow him to survive, but but Shad, he's getting quite low here as he tries to dive past the tier 3 tower. Puppey with a really good overgrowth, catching multiple heroes, and boom, he is outside of his base and he can't run through. Nisha's actually going to be a little bit low until now. He's bailed out by Zai and everything's fine. Secret are all mostly healthy unless boom actually blinks back in and finishes him off. Managed to get the kill on Nisha, gets a second kill on the Dream Protector as well. Okay, 3 kills in total now, making a 4. Zai's going to go down, and Shad, he's going to clean up on this. Matama Man, he loses the Aegis. They're going to surround him, and he'll probably die too.
Sick.
How did that just break down?
Was that just a buyback on the Ench?
That was not very much buybacks from Viking GG. I think you might be right. It was just the one.
Not bad.
Not bad. That was incredible.
I mean, that was all a sick Venom ulti. I think it hit 3 or 4, and Shad doing a really nice job of just coming in late. A lot of chaos going down. Secret maybe a little over aggressive. Also surprised Matu has the Aegis, not Nisha, because he had the resummon, and theoretically, you know, if Matu buys back, he can just teleport back in. Visage doesn't have that power, but ultimately just well played. Shad just finding the damage, Boom just distracting. I think there was a 2 or 3 man ET ulti, but mostly the Venom ult hit 3 or 4, and that's what you need to win a team fight against Secret. And it also went on for a little longer than maybe Secret wanted, but hey, we'll see how they recover.
Shad got the chance to, like, he was initiated on, got back to the fountain, was able to pop it. Like, all of those things are just kind of like perfect for Viking GG when it comes to a team fight. Still, though, that was an incredible team fight. 4,000 net worth is what they got out of it on top of 10,000 experience.
Yeah, it means Secret, in theory, as you see the roller coaster just start to climb again, Secret might not be able to end game anytime really soon, and that's the big change. The XP goes from an insurmountable lead to, okay, not so bad. And yeah, that's pretty much how it is, because Secret can't just win the game now. They might have to wait for next round of items, next Roche. But as we discussed, as we get into the super late game, that's where Vikings start to get a lead, especially if you get your Spectre to a point where it becomes a real threat. Because Furion ultimately, no matter how far Matu is, he'll have a very tough time going toe-to-toe with the Spectre unless he's fully 6-slotted and Shad only has 3 or 4 items.
Yeah.
You need like Daedalus, Satanic. I think he's going for either, is it MKB next, Mjolnir? Maybe he'll just buy the AC, actually. Somebody on Secret's going to want one.
Yeah, I think you want an AC, right?
Yeah. Boom's got a BKB now, so he'll want to make himself a target.
All right, well.
Yep, Scotty on Spectre, it makes sense. You just want to stick to this Visage or Furion when possible. It's also very effective against the Mirana. It's what the panel was talking about. Like, you just have all these great targets to hop on. And, I mean, Yapzor has gone such an aggressive build. I think that's a Mask of Madness coming up next. That is typically Yapzor.
There's the AC for the Nature's Prophet, so that'll certainly give him a lot more survivability when the Spectre jumps on him. And Toby. Okay, Zai's like, nope, abandoned ship.
Yeah, AC this early is so sick because it's effectively just a 10 armor swing. -5 for you, +5 for all of us. And when you consider just how hectic these team fights are going to be, you just can't get an item that's more value.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Puppey almost found a border.
The roaming band of Visage familiars is going to find a kill on Aramis.
What are you even supposed to do?
Yeah, it's just one of those cores you hate playing against as a support. It's like when Arc Warden starts getting really big and you're just like, oh, I'm dying to a Tempest double. Cool.
I've always loved Visage against ET, because if you hit him with a Grave Chill or even just find it with birds, as we just saw, there's really not anything you can do. You want to channel Stomp, you're stunned. And you're just taking so much damage. ET hates being hit in the face by things he can't deal with. And if you look at the map control, Secret's still in full control. I'd love to see Viking maybe make a move when they have next Haunt up, but they can't really take a team fight right now. They need some sort of pick-off or a way to bait Secret into a disadvantageous location.
Oh no, Toby! He took an arrow, but Secret are a little bit, they're respecting the high ground area.
Exactly, that's the only way Secret lose a fight, is if they dive onto something like the Veno, collapse around him, and then boom, before he dies, pops ultimate. And then suddenly Viking will have this window to turn things around. Ag is also on Zai. You don't see that very often.
No. And it does have the change now where the Burrow Strike puts on the Caustic Finale on them.
Yeah. That was what it was before. I thought it...
No, it used to be just the prolonged Burrow Strike, and then they added in the Caustic Finale. Pretty sure.
I'll trust you. They're hunting. Spectre Haunt is prepared.
Boom leading the way. Blinks in. Immediately gets the stun onto the Visage. And here comes Shad. They're going to try and blow up Nisha as quick as possible. The Stomp is going to be able to stop these familiars from getting out the damage. Zero Splitter, it's going to land on Nisha as well. Pulling him back in. The Moonlight Shadow, it actually allows him to dodge the Dragon Tail. Where was the counter detection? Shad, stuck inside the trees, will be able to dagger his way out here. As Zai actually turned around and put the clumsy net onto the Spectre for a second. But Spectre did manage to get out. A last second Nova is probably going to make it so Secret don't feel good about pursuing here. In the end, it was offlaner for offlaner.
Yeah, nice job by Secret. You cannot initiate on the Visage Viking. He has 29 armor and an Essence Ring, and Puppey was right there to tree armor him as he got jumped on. Plus, early BKB by DK, you're just going to get rooted through it as we witnessed. You're not killing Nisha. You can take out Zai and Yap, so those have got to be your opening targets.
No, that dagger. I think it was where he wanted it to be. He got stuck in the trees as a result. Now, boom, he doesn't have a way to cut down the trees. Quelling Blade's still in his backpack, and as he gets revealed, he'll die as well. And all of a sudden, the game, it was looking all right for Viking GG for a while. Then back-to-back core deaths, and Secret are able to siege the high ground just like they were doing 5 minutes ago.
Yep, you could tell. Secret, they understood the game state. They juke the fight top in that upper triangle of Radiant. You don't want to fight into this Viking team. They force them to cross the Rubicon. And you saw the Veno walk all the way up, pops his ulti, immediately dies, and there's no follow-up now because they've already used Haunt, they've already used DK, Blink, and BKB. There's nothing to do anymore, and Secret are then have time to reset, heal up, take another engagement. This time, Viking spells on cooldown. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, the sad part for Viking GG is when you're down by this much net worth, it means you're afforded very, very few mistakes. You lose one team fight, especially against the Visage lineup, and you're probably going to be losing at least one lane of barracks, very likely two. We'll see the Dragon Knight come up in 10 seconds, but even as he arrives, you'll still have to be a 4 versus 5. Crimson Guard doing what it can to prolong the life of this tier 3 tower, but eventually it does go down, and Secret will take the opportunity to retreat and not lose a potential team fight. After all, they've got Roshan spawning in 30 seconds time. There's no need to take that kind of risk. There's that Vlad you wanted to see.
Yep.
Puppey, fine position, manages to find that, and it seems like Boom's like, okay, the only way to win this is for it to go late. I'm gonna go Hannah minus.
That's the next evolution. I mean, it's something we've seen for a while, but there's been a lot of focus on damage amplification lately. We've seen a ton of Magnus being picked up, a lot more ET. But the next phase is when teams start to double down on this damage reduction, specifically with the itemization, because you've got Shiva's, AC, Vlad's, Medallion, the double drums. Like you just don't die. And once you can go for this, you go for these like greedier builds, like MOM on the Furion, Midas on the Visage, and then you can go back for all these teamfight items without hurting your own progression. And now you get to this point where you're 22k gold up, but it really feels that way because you have such a stronger team positioning. You have, with the AC and the Vlads alone, that's 14 armor. Secret are in the lead. Not to mention the minus attack speed of the Shivas on Vikings heroes as well.
Wards laid out. They have an Enchantress, enchanted neutral creep sitting there inside the pit. They know they can't give up this to Secret, but look what Secret's going to do. They're just immediately going to blitz you. They're going to go inside of Viking GG's base. They're going to have to panic TP back, and Secret may even still get something out of it. They have to fight through backdoor protection, so we'll see if they can actually do that much damage, but I kind of doubt it.
Bottom's coming in. I was thinking maybe they were hunting the Spectre, but they just want to make sure if Viking fights them, it's going to be because they chase.
And now that Viking GG, some of them are inside their base. They know, Secret knows they can take over the triangle.
Yep. All about area control. If you want to team fight Secret, you're going to have to do it on their terms, and it's just so tough to catch them off guard here because Viking are forced to telegraph their moves.
this dragon form. It's going to be wasted unless Secret actually choose to engage Burrow Strike into the air. Nice chain stun there. Spectre's going to pop the ultimate. YapzOr taking a lot of damage in that backline, but immediately the birds triple drop onto the Spectre, and all of his offense gets stalled. Now Zai's going to go back in with that epicenter. Boom's trying to help him out with Matumba Man right now. The Glimmer Cape goes out on the Spectre. They actually don't have detection, but he'll be revealed eventually, especially with the overgrowth. A drop of a sentry. Zai comes through. Nice two-man Burrow Strike on the two supports, and they get popped.
And that's what I love. Look at Secret's HPs, right? Almost everybody faded to about 50% there.
Yeah.
GG's come out, and I love Machu. He just stands there between the Spectre and the rest of his team. And yeah, Juveno ults him, DK shows up, but he just BKBs. Like, they're just too far ahead at this point. Like, a clinic, really. How to take an advantageous laning phase that they set up them.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Just on your little mobile phone and you talk.
Yeah, I mean, you remember how like you used to go like you remember you go out to dinner with somebody, like you're on a date or something, and how they talked to like the waiter or the waitress or whoever, you like, yeah, I'm not gonna talk to this person again. Like that was like a thing.
Yeah.
Like, man, this person's just not very polite. Maybe now you order food in, and like if it's not there quick enough, you're freaking out.
You slap the guy when he opens the door, you know? Maybe shoot him. Say, I don't know who you are, and then shoot him through the door.
Through the door?
Like a blunderbuss? I know, but you know, we could be old man and complain about that shit all the time, but at the same time, complaining drives innovation. Would anything get done if people didn't complain? And in a world where technology moves so fast, companies must always look at their stuff every day. Complaints.
But so do you think if you really cared about someone, then you should actually complain? It would make them better.
Sure.
Well, let's throw it over. Let's throw it over to our draft panel. They really suck.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Team Secret's turn to pick.
I'm not here to complain, I'm here to explain. And I've got two great minds to help me do it with Jenkins and Banana Slam Jamma as we jump into game number 2, Viking GG versus Team Secret. Gentlemen, we had a pretty strong inclination that Secret are the better team. The odds indicated it. The draft, however, seemed pretty reasonable for Viking GG, but Secret is just Secret sometimes.
Yeah, the thing that's crazy to me when I watch Tier 1 Dota for a team like Secret is, I got asked the other day, when is Spectre a bad pick? And I was like, I usually don't like playing Spectre into low cooldown push lineups. And initially I looked at their lineup of Secret, I'm like, yeah, they have Nature's Prophet, that's a little bit of push, but overall that's not really what that lineup does. And suddenly they just picked this Visage hero, and I'm like, I kind of know in my mind what counters Spectre, but these Tier 1 teams, they just visualize it as a unit of 5, right? They see this entire formula that adds up to this unique game plan that just shits on the way the opponent carry wants to play. And I'm just like, you watch it come out, and it's like, holy shit, they're up by 20k at 20 minutes into the game, and this game's a joke, and the Spectre doesn't even get to play Dota. And Viking GG is a better team than I think they were able to display that game, but I think they just got dissected by
I think so. It's a game like that gives you the sharp reminder that Team Secret is a lot better than a lot of teams, and why they're the best team on the planet. It's hard to even break down why they won. They just won all the lanes. They made good rotations. They put their heroes in places that resulted in them getting more farm without dying elsewhere. They went these crazy item builds, Monkey King, Baron, Mirana, but he's not going to do that in every game. That's like that one game, this one scenario thing. Like, they're so specific, tailoring to the game. It's nuts.
You know what's crazy about it, right? Is, to me, I don't play much 4 position, so it's hard for me to think about this stuff from their perspective, but I was like, my one concern in this draft is they don't really have sustained damage when I talked about their first 4 picks, and suddenly your 4 position Mirana is just rushing an MKB. It's like, I would have never in my mind even considered going MKB first item, but like, they just see the exact exploitations that the enemy team could possibly find in their draft, and they just seal up all the holes, man.
And the only way that works is if they win the lane. Is if they're far ahead and they make the right rotations. It's almost like they itemize in these like niche scenarios where you can only do it in like 1 out of 100 games, but they make it that 1 out of 100 games to make the draft work, to the point where like these drafts, if you aren't Secret, I don't know, like OG could maybe make these drafts work, but like I don't think they're good drafts for 99% of teams.
The beauty of that draft is, like, I mentioned what's wrong with like what could potentially be exploited. I guarantee you Secret doesn't talk about this shit, right? Like nobody on the team says, hey guys, we lack sustained damage. Can somebody go for damage items?
Like
Yapzor just knows that he's the one.
They trust him.
That's supposed to do that. And nobody says, you know, hey, like, why are you buying MKB or whatever? They just each individually know their role in the game so perfectly. Like that's the beauty of tier 1 teams. Like it's like when I try to paint a picture of like of how I imagine the most beautiful setting, and it's a bunch of stick figures, you know, and then you watch them and it's like, now that's exactly how I imagine my beautiful painting would look like.
And you know what? Real painters, they like get a feeling and they just paint it. Like it's not like, oh, I'm gonna pick this color because of this is what I imagine. It's literally they just go. It's like riding a bike. You just do it. You don't get on the bike, do the pedals. It's just the neurons are connected.
And with in regards to that, I know for Team Nigma specifically, one of the questions that I asked them was, playing without Kuro, what exactly has changed? And I believe it was mind control. It was like, well, we're kind of lacking that leadership, and we in certain key moments we're like not sure what to do. And so I think for Team Nigma, this is a good thing that eventually you have all 5 players that have that painter instinct, that they all know, they can visualize it, and they know what they need to do without anyone really telling them. And I think Secret is at that level with their understanding of their heroes, and then hopefully their drafts as well, as we look at the first 4 picks and bans for these teams. Viking GG snapping up an Io and a Magnus Secret with a Warlock and an Ember Spirit in the first phase. Bans for Viking GG, Doom, Clockwork, Queen of Pain, Underlord, Venomancer, and for Secret, Phoenix, Tiny, Sven, Anti-Mage.
This is like 100% a Darkseer coming, right? Like they're gonna ban like Oracle or some crap for Secret. They banned out the 2 carries I would not want to pick Darkseer into, and then also it goes so well with Ember Spirit. This is the kind of stuff where I love to test myself, and people at home, you can do this too, where you're like, okay, I see these 2 bans. I think they're setting up this, and then see what they do. Because if you're right, you're like, hey, great, you know, I knew that already. Or if you're wrong, you're like, oh, maybe, oh, you know, because usually it all makes sense, right? We talked about it in their gameplay, and sometimes when I see their drafts, I'm like, here's some issues they may be having, and they always come up with a creative way to solve it. And I pretty much just take drafts like this from their perspective. I know we've been kind of praising them a lot, but Viking GG, like, they have to think the same way. You know, what exactly is Secret going for? You know, I know that I said Darkseer, but those are also great mag pairings. The Anti-Mage, the Sven, and now the Slark. It's just annoying to deal with these heroes. I wonder what they're going to choose to do, though. Apparently Mag was in every game this morning.
He's very
potent in the SCA region. He's fallen off a bit in EU, but nonetheless, I still see him a lot in the pub games. And I know I talk about pubs, but I will say the pick rates in pubs are reflected pretty accurately in these games. Like if I see the hero a lot, I'm seeing it here too. And I've been seeing a lot of carry Wisp. I had the displeasure of playing against Matu playing it the other day, and that owns. I have never laid against it before, and I'm like, holy crap, there's an ogre wailing on me, and this Wisp, I'm taking balls to the face, and not the way I would envision that on a Sunday night. So
yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. You do feel Jenkins.
Your dad's not in Ukraine, so so this I really like this Warlock as an answer to Magnus. Just a lot of teams are picking this against these like teamfight wombo combo, things like Faceless Void, if Enigma was an actual hero, but Magnus, of course. It's also great against the IO. Like the IO relocates in, all of a sudden. Well, if the IO is relocating, it's because somebody's setting up, right? So that's 1 person, 2 people coming in with the IO. That's 3 people. That's a big Warlock ult right there. You just turn around the fight or disengage or whatever with the rock. So I think it makes a lot of sense. The Wind Ranger, this is where it just gets Team Secret like. I don't know.
It's probably Yapzor, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Right. I did say IO carry, but I would definitely say because you have a mag, it's most likely just all in on this one guy. It's going to be an IO support, buffing up the one guy along with the Empower. And Wind Ranger's actually pretty nice against those type of lineups. It's going to be some hard right clicker. So Wind Ranger as a support, quite survivable against all those. You have a shackle shot to potentially get the 2 targets together. I wouldn't say that's necessarily reliable, but
that's true. It's not bad.
It's nice in lane though, because usually the IO in lane likes to run the support down. The support usually has to be very scared of the duo, and Wind Ranger doesn't have to worry about that. You can kind of just hit the IO from a safe distance.
Oh my god.
That's weren't you the one saying this is like the worst hero in Dota, worse than Pudge?
I legitimately think Omni is the worst hero in Dota, but really? I mean, it's team secret.
Status resistance.
I guess I have to eat my words. I don't know.
Puppy would like to have a word with you after he's done with his monitor, sir.
Yeah, he would.
So tell me about Omni Knight. Why do you not like him? Is he too slow? Does he not have any stuns? What is his shortcomings? Because he's very popular sometimes and then completely ignored other times.
I feel like Omni Knight is just in a place where his abilities are old. A lot of these other heroes, they've been given these, crazy things, slows attached to this. All of a sudden, Void's Bash now applies another auto attack, and it can also trigger the bash again.
Sure.
You have all these crazy new Dota mechanics that are being added to heroes.
Oh yes, because status resistance has been around since the dawn of time.
Let me just say, I love the God's argument. He always said this: status resistance, 50% status resistance, is just Magic Immunity is 100% status resistance. Right? Technically speaking, this isn't my argument. Okay,
I'm with you.
But I like the idea behind that. Like, I think the initial change to this spell was a downgrade. I like that they added the strength to it. I think Valve realized, all the community realized that it just wasn't good, so it had to be buffed, and it did. But man, after that, like, Omni spells just got nerfed. Like, the heal cooldown's really long.
Yeah.
The
range got nerfed also, I think.
The range got nerfed on his slow. Now it's just a slow, not an attack speed slow, so it's worse for trading in the lane. So if you're a Faceless Void and you're sitting there against an Omni Knight and you're trying to bash him, like, you're not slowed by him. You just hit him at full attack speed now. So it's
I actually totally forgot they did that.
Yeah.
Did they remove the attack speed slow part?
His ult is such a long, insanely long cooldown.
What is it, 160?
Yeah, I think something like that. It's very long.
So to make him good, Brian, does it have to be paired with a strength core? Or?
No, it's just some hero that, like, the 50% status resistance and heal sustain makes them play like they could never play otherwise.
Some troll, like, something like that.
Even though he is a strength core, Alex's a great example, right? Like, he just becomes literally unkillable, and he can go for some more aggressive items and play in a way that's absolutely madman-like, where he's just up in your face and you say, "I dare you to go through me." Troll's another great one that you already mentioned they banned as well. I would say the only issue Viking GG can be looking at here is damage issues. Warlock heal, as well as just the AoE punishment that if you take longer than a few seconds to kill them, you're dying. And then Omni Knight is probably the strongest, like, damage resistance hero in all of Dota when you combine all of his spells and the Guardian Angel.
It's true. The problem is the cooldown on the spells. That's the issue. It's like when they're up, he's a great hero. It's just,
well, Guardian Angel's the only long cooldown, and
the status resistance is like a it doesn't last that long is the problem. Like,
yeah, it does. It's like 10. It's like, isn't it almost 100% uptime?
It's like a 2-second downtime.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost 100% uptime.
But I'm saying in the early levels, like, if you're talking about this hero when he's got maxed out in all of his abilities, it's like, okay, well, good luck getting to that point.
Okay, so they go for the Necrophos, who so far is really nice against all these heroes. Omni Knight is kind of annoying to deal with, but it used to be way worse because the repel was way better than Heavenly Grace against the Necro, because you could always save the guy getting reapered. But
Omni likes to take these long fights though, and he also builds into these, like, Omni's always really tanky and just such a pain to kill, and Necro doesn't care.
I really like this Necro pick, actually.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more Necro.
Ooh, Drow.
Drow Omni, eh?
It's not the. I think they're going to be playing Omni Ember. Like, Ember is going to be the primary utilizer of the Heavenly Grace, at least in the mid game.
Are we still leaning 4-position Yapzor Wind Ranger after seeing all these heroes? Okay.
Yes, I'm almost certain it's pretty standard. Like, Drow. They might even put Drow mid, honestly, against the Necro, because Ember does not like laning against Necro. I'm not saying they have to do that, but they could.
And the mag lane is always just a free lane if it is mag. I mean, Viking could run Necro off lane.
Yeah, Necro Spearbreaker off lane is pretty solid.
Like, that actually sounds pretty good.
IO. There's a lot of different permutations of these lanes that we could see. I like Viking GG's chances a lot more this game. Drow's super hard for Necro to deal with, but I think in the mid game, before if he gets Greaves at a decent time before feeding once or twice, they look pretty good, but I think the Drought pick is going to be heavily punishing of the way they want to play on the side of Viking GG. So I'll go with Secret again. I like that last pick. I wasn't sure what they're going to go for, but now that I see it, I'm like, okay, it looks good to me.
You know what? I'm going to go with Viking just because I really like their draft, but I do want to specify that I think if Secret dismantles them the way that they did last game, Viking could, the drafts could be anything, and it wouldn't really matter. That was a stomp. I like the Viking draft.
Even beyond that, as we see, the odds have kind of equalized a little bit. Not as one-sided as we saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
But
That's weird that Game 1 changed that.
Well, actually, middle of Game 1, it was like 1-3 or something like that. So trying to find the balance right now. Even beyond the fact that I do appreciate you sticking up for Viking, I'm most curious about this Omni Knight. What am I looking for that this hero is going to be able to do that, I don't know, like an Abaddon couldn't be able to do or something like that?
It's the Guardian Angel during RP or Chronosphere. It's just so like, you guys cast your big spells, nobody's going to die during those spells. That's the whole idea of the hero.
That's really all that he offers. I don't think his laning is strong enough to pick him as like a lane dominator anymore.
They did ban out most of the carries that give him an issue, Anti-Mage, Slark in lane specifically, so I think he'll do absolutely fine in lane. And I know Zai is like super good at these wonky heroes that you just don't see very often.
I kind of feel like they just want to try Omni.
That's what I'm saying. Zai's like, dude, just give me Omni, bro.
And he played Snapfire offlane the other day, so I feel like he just wants to play it.
But Zai wants to play it. I want to see it. Let's pass it over to our casters for game number 2.
I also want to see if the best team in Dota 2 can win with the worst hero in Dota 2, at least according to Jenkins. Kyle, do you agree with that assessment?
What is? I thought you were talking about Wind Ranger, because Slacks is upstairs as it gets picked. He's like, oh no.
I mean, if anything, he's going to be very torn. He's got Wind Ranger and Omni Knight on the same team. Like, is he cheering for that team to lose or win?
Who knows?
Did you know the Omni Knight has 100% win rate here at Omega League?
How many times have you been picked?
2 times.
Oh, well, there you go.
In the Divine China region.
Okay, yeah, it's not been picked at all in the West.
No.
That is what you sound like.
Amateur.
The battle begins.
Oops. A record of 15-0 in the finals, so if you can't find a challenge competitively, I guess you've got to start competing against yourself. And yeah, it is going to be Zai on that Omni Knight.
This is like Virtus Pro and their A to Z challenge.
Yes, that was fun. Till game 5 of that finals, and they're just like, you know what, we'll try, and they won in like 20 minutes. This matchup is pretty tough for Nisha. Toby's just gonna push the lane as we're about to witness, and yeah, he jukes out the first Q, so that's a nice help. I will say, Secret in team fights, all they really have to do is not get grouped up. You know, you're playing against a Spirit Breaker, a Void, and a Mag. Just Delta split, ensure that you can't get 2 or 3 man RP'd, and you should be just fine in theory. And wow, that's a lot of damage he's taken already. They know where he is. You can see the Fatal Bond.
Yep, boom. He's just slowly gonna die here.
They have an exact
digging his way deeper and deeper into the trees. Okay, they lost track of him. Okay, he will actually survive, though. Is it really living, though? Just surviving like this? I mean, he's not going to be able to stay in lane. Puppy's going to be able to solo zone him.
Is Empower level 1 the build, Cap? I haven't played this hero
off lane. I don't believe so.
I would be very hesitant to do so against 2 ranged heroes.
Yeah.
High harass.
Think mid, absolutely.
Yeah. This bottom lane is very tough for the Wisp. Limited armor. If he stays under tower, he should be okay, but he's just going to get smacked in the face by Yapzor.
But yes, that is something we should absolutely point out, is that Toby is going to be playing the mid Necrophos, and Boom is going to be playing in that offlane position. So maybe this is just a little bit of inexperience, perhaps?
Well, it's interesting because the thing about it is most of the time, I think that the value in lane swapping when you put stuff like your mid player going off lane is if the matchup is superior, because you can't predict it, right? If this was Toby playing Mag, they would know it's going off lane.
Yeah.
But I don't think that this surprise factor really helps them in the laning phase, because Mag going top instead of Necro is... It's not a huge lead. It's not like a Bat Rider. It's not going to totally change the matchup. In fact, it's arguably worse for the Mag than the Necro.
Yeah. No, it's a matchup that we've seen Drow Ranger picked into a number of times, and it always wins the lane. I think.
Yeah. That's the question as well. It's not seen that often because people just don't play Warlock very much, but I love playing Warlock into Spirit Breaker. It's just this really fat, tanky hero that never buys BKB until late. He's going to charge forward. You're going to Fatal Bond him plus 1 or 2 other heroes. You Fatal Bond 3 heroes. It's like 75% damage increase. And there's always going to be a Wisp nearby as well, right? If you're going to reload in. So it's a really nice pick from Puppey. It also is great follow-up to counteract an RP or a Chronosphere. And they have the GA, as the panel mentioned.
Throwing out a couple more shots. Boom. Again, staying alive. Fortunately, the creep wave's going to push into him and all that jazz, as long as the hard camp doesn't get pulled, and that's what Aramis is currently trying to make sure doesn't happen. Shad, he's 15-0 right now, so he's doing okay in the CS, but Zai is totally free farming in comparison to poor old Boom, who's certainly not doing that. And our mid lane matchup, about even here with the Ember Spear picking up a few more denies, so Nisha doing very well.
He should be expected to use a more regen, though. I'd imagine that the second salve.
So probably about even in net worth.
Midas will be the build on Shad. I again just fear for Vikings damage output.
Yeah.
It's Void and Necro versus the world. They've got a lot of global mobility. We saw them abuse this yesterday in their win. It's just much more difficult against Secret's lineup because Ember Spirit is very mobile and oh my god.
Shackle shot into the double nukes. Shad, though, that shackle shot didn't actually last long enough, so he undid both nukes damage, I think. So
look that way.
It was kind of a waste. I just can't believe in any Void lineup that doesn't have like clear damage to pump in.
Yeah.
Right? Your ranged heroes are Wisp and Necrophos.
Yeah.
And Necrophos obviously like may not even be able to get his Q off.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty close range, and single target Reaper Scythe isn't the most valuable thing either. So
yeah, that's the trouble. Is I look at Secret's lineup and I see okay, all 5 heroes have some kind of nuke. They have some way of using mana. Deal damage. Viking, Wisp, Spirit Breaker, not so much. Same with the Mag. It's all about the Void hitting really hard and Necrophos staying alive. But if you're Secret and you can just spend one of your big ultimates to disable or neuter the influence of an enemy core, where's the damage actually going to come from? Shad's got the Midas queued up. We'll see if he goes for that instead of like a Mask of Madness or something, but typically they just kind of win the lanes. That's the key for Viking here.
Pull back on Puppey. He cuts through the trees to be able to sneak back to the tier 1 tower. Living for now. I feel like we're being a bit negative for all Viking GG in this entire series, and mostly because, well, we've had to. That game 1 was a bit of a stomp. What are the upsides to their lineups in this game 2?
Well, if they get ahead and Necro's impossible to take down, you don't really have a recourse for Secret if you fall behind, because you're playing against Spirit Breaker Wisp and a Void. So they're just going to run around the map, and if they're ahead and they're able to push lanes safely without fearing Secret aggression, then they can just use RP, use Chrono for pickoffs, and then reload and charge as well. Like they'll always be the ones finding kills, and they won't be failing to accelerate because they'll be shoving lanes safely. Nice job, DD for Toby.
Yeah, no issue in getting on top of the Drow Ranger, right? Like, charge onto him, relocate once the charge is close.
Exactly. You can't defend Matu in this game as Secret if you're behind. They just run at it.
Especially if you get like the sandwich move, you can only gust 1 combo. Maybe he does it to the IL +1, but it still means the charge is going to come through from the Spirit Breaker.
No, Secret really, Zai loves his off-lane bottle. I don't see many off-laners picking it up, but it's 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I was like, okay, I'll try it out myself, and I just feel like I never get enough use out of it. So I have to imagine that's just one of those things where team synergy-wise, they just give him a lot more opportunities to refill. Good first blood there from Secret.
Yep, he's went for the triple Wraith Band on Matu, so he's very strong in terms of right-click and...
Nisha, nice dodge there with the Slight.
That is the trouble with the Spirit Breaker versus Ember.
Yep. And a bit of trouble here for Toby, though the Flame Guard burned away. Oh, he's got the Reaper Scythe, but Shackle Shot through, and wow, that was enough. Nice bait there from Nisha, setting Yapzor up for the kill.
I can't believe he got that kill. And of course, Yapzor, he gets the last hit, as always, and now he'll take a bottle charge as well. That's his tax.
Yep. And he can very easily build into a fast MKB. He did it on the Mirana before. Hey, might as well do it for the Wind Ranger.
It's funny, because Secret, they play such a diverse hero pool, but if you really pay attention, oftentimes their role players end up doing the same job. It's just a different dressing. And in this case, Yapzor probably just asking you, just, give me a ranged hero with a good set. Gotta have the skin upgrades. And buy MKB.
Same kind of archetypes everywhere. Zai is going to be playing, just the offlane DK at some point in time. Underlords, Omni Knights, he's going to be that big tanky boy that draws a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Probably get some team fight itemization in there.
The big thing for Secret, oh, hang on. No point in silence.
Yeah, and that does mean that Matuma, okay, if we can get a shackle somewhere in here, they can't even do enough damage. Jeez. Yeah, he's got so much. Wow. This is a cool armor combo. He's got a couple of arrows there to finish off one of these two heroes, but in turn of the two strength heroes, the ones that are too tacky to go back.
I don't think he expected Toby to be there all of a sudden.
Yeah, just kind of like wraps behind a tier 1 tower and walks through it.
Yeah. Now, Secret, the one thing they do that's a little different from most other teams is oftentimes Zai ends up on like a 3.5. His farm priority is lower than a lot of other offlaners.
Yep.
And they don't necessarily give that extra space to the cores. Oftentimes it's the two supports of Secret, much like we see here from Puppey. Mid lane this game, previously he was top tier 1 as the Treant, soaking up that XP and gold. And this is the Secret special. 8-9 minutes in, one core that's ahead rotates. He's the space maker. They give their 5 position that level advantage. They should have Golem for their first move. And 4-1 the score. A slight lead for Secret.
Zai doesn't want to be sticking around in this lane against Shads, knowing that he's got Chronosphere up. And the Chronosphere is going to be used here. See if they actually get the kill. Looks like he's probably going to have a chance to get up Purification, but it's still going to be chased down by the Spirit Breaker. Aramis.
No bashes.
Hoping for a high 5. No bashes from anybody right now, but there goes the Shockwave from Boom to take the kill. Meanwhile, though, top lane, they managed to get the kill on Toby.
Yeah. Much of it. I love that from Secret. Zai recognizes he's dead and just dives further into the enemy area of the map. Secret don't even consider helping their boy. Instead, they kill the enemy mid.
Yeah, get a kill that's much more value. Look at that. Puppey protecting the bottle refill for Nisha.
What a bro.
Every coin helps.
Yapzor, I love how Yapzor's buying a tome. Already level 6, but it's Yap. And Speed of the Devil, Zai's net worth being rapidly encroached upon by his 4-position Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
No surprise there. Level 6 available on Puppey, so why not push this mid tower?
They're gonna go for the dive back on a Boom. Boom actually getting the skewer on Nisha into the tier 2 where Aramis is there to connect with the charge, but there's too much heal coming out from Zai. They're gonna have a hard time finishing off any of these heroes with Zai around. Like, how can anybody get low enough to get a Reaper Scythe in the first place? And Toby's gonna find himself overextended here. So the rest of his team is not here to join and protect in defending this tier 1.
Why can't they defend? No Chronosphere on Void. He used it on Zai, immediately on respawn. He TP's mid, they push a towers 5. You can't counter-initiate as Viking to help your Necro, because there's a Warlock Golem ready to be dropped. There's no chance of you taking this fight. What is Void at this point without a Chrono?
Absolutely nothing. He's a walk-in Midas at this point, which he almost has complete.
Yeah, that'll be big, but I just fear for Viking right now. They have a tough time making moves. They're going to have 6 on the Wisp. There it is. 6 on Spear Breaker. And you want to get aggressive. The trouble is that both their mid and... Really, again, all 3 cores cooldown dependent.
Yep.
So you might be able to find one kill or one fight, but then Secret get this 2-minute window to do whatever they want. And there's always the Golem to counter-initiate as they assemble 3 heroes now towards the bottom lane as Nisha runs through the jungle. Love that high ground ward. Makes it so much simpler for them to play the map. And hey, Zai again.
Zai just seems to... it's something about his personality, too. That I feel like he can do these sort of plays and always put himself in danger and always draw a lot of attention, but this man will never tilt.
No. I mean, he's played with... hang on one moment.
easy TP out from Aramis, but it's not going to be so easy for Celery, who's just eventually going to die here. If Boom needs to do something about it, tries to skewer him away from Celery, but Sleight of Fist just does too much damage. Now, they do have the Void coming in. He's got the Chronosphere. He's going to try and go for a surprise pickup. Okay, never mind. He didn't even try for it.
It's the little wins every time from Secret. I dies again, but who cares? He gets the RP used, his team takes a tower, and Nisha gets a counter kill. Then forces more rotations. So all of a sudden, Secret have already taken both objectives, so of course they'll be able to defend this one, and they know Viking have to make a play here because 2 TPs were just forced. Then they're fine with the fight, there's no RP.
You know, having watched Zai do this in several different patches now and with several different heroes, I know it's not this simple, but I would almost be tempted to always ignore Zai. Because he's so effective at just being able to bait out like really big rotations for a minor kill. Aramis, he does go down. Toby going to be in some trouble as the relocate going out from Celery is actually going to cut the tether and instead use it to bring Toby back to the fountain. Oh no, he's going to have to use the Chronosphere to be able to survive through this, but he didn't grab Nisha in the process. He's able to kind of loop through, time walk away, but Puppy, he can drop the Golem if he wants to. Nisha wants him to as he dives in, hits it with the Purification, the Golem follow-up. Celery comes back in from the relocate. The tether save, is it going to be enough to bail Shad out? He's only got 2 levels of the time walk, so he's got to cut his way through these trees. And there's Matama Man, able to block off his exit with those frosty arrows.
The discipline from Puppy there, just holding the ult, using it as the tether comes in. And just, as long as he's got that in reserve, Viking don't feel comfortable to force a fight. And RP was used on Zai earlier, the Chrono forced defensively, relocate forced defensively. Viking want to be playing for tempo. They want to be being aggressive with these spells, and because Secret are kind of just leading them around the map by the hand, it's on their terms you're forced to fight, and ultimately Viking don't get the opportunity to play the draft the way that they want to.
And not being able to play this draft, the execution they're hoping for means they are looking like just a bit lost now at this point, as Secret is just going to kind of run back and forth between lanes and find kills here. Still got Ghost Shroud up. Toby can start dodging some damage, but he doesn't get it off before the Shackle.
There's just no spells. You don't have Chrono, so Shad isn't a Dota hero. He has a Midas.
Radiant's top tower
Secret, even though the net worth was only 1K a few moments ago, it was the map control that was more important. It has nothing to do with the net worth lead. It's how Secret are able to play the map. They've all of a sudden got total control of the Radiant top triangle, and now they can just do as they please. They have vision on the Void right there. Oh no, that was us having vision. Just kidding.
Now, there's no doubt a lot of this comes down to Secret and just the way they're playing, but draft-wise, like one of the later picks was this Necrophos.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there was a hero that could have served Viking GG a little bit better? Because it feels like as soon as they're kind of behind, they just run out of damage. We talked about the damage problems from game 1 as well.
Hard to say.
Oh, okay, they're going to be able to get on top of Matama Man here. There is going to be saving grace from Zai. He's got Divine plus a little bit more heals. Aramis is in trouble as Yapsor is going to be able to run down underneath the tier 2. Relocate back out as Silence on top of the shackles. Shad's going to be low. Yapsor misses out on the shot there that would have finished him off, and Shad is able to get away. Boom. Not quite so lucky, though. Toby actually made the skewer back in the ring. Underneath tier 2. Nice combo from Viking GG that allows them to finally bare their teeth and bite back against Secret, who is kind of running them over.
I will say that is the downside, or rather, I guess the upside of Viking's draft. These 2 cores are very tanky. You saw them try to kill Shad, he gets away, and yeah, they were able to take out the Spirit Breaker, but Aramis, in a fight where only I die as Spirit Breaker, I'm happy. He took so many spells, full Yapsor ultimate required to take him out, and Secret ultimately have some limited damage issues if they don't get a full combo off. Matu wasn't really able to fight with this team. He was too low, and Toby's got this hood up, so he's not really a target for Secret either right now.
I feel like it's going to be a bit of deja vu to game 1, where we're going to see Viking GG. Like, pretty soon their lineup's going to show, like, oh, we can really win some team fights, and then Secret's just going to hit their, like, second timing and kind of run things over.
The thing that was unfortunate is that Zai's GA, it saves his Drow, but they weren't able to actually deal damage during
Zai gets Hero back in, but that is just a beautiful Golem plus Fatal Bonds combination. They all got to run away, but the damage is going to come in from Nisha. Already takes out the IO and the Fatal Bonds, so make sure that Boom does a fair amount of damage to Aramis as well, who gets sniped out by the Shackles power shot combo.
See a pattern here, Cap. A couple big ultis used from Viking. Secret respawn, immediately find a fight. Viking give it to them. That's the trouble. They want to keep playing aggressive. They've got the Wisp and the Spirit Breaker, but they just can't.
Yeah.
You cannot fight Secret if you don't have all your spells ready.
Now, they did still have their Chronosphere, but he was focused on taking that top tower, and Secret, I think they made just such a nice, clean initiation.
Yeah.
They just played it fast like you were talking about, right?
Yeah, it's tough. Vikings still very much in this game. They've just got to be disciplined. If you don't have spells, you've got to try and get other things done. You want to, if Secret's going to find a fight like that or kill a couple of you, it shouldn't be in front of your tower if possible. I'd like to see them just keep Shad in a side lane and have the rest play around it.
The Gust actually stops his tether away and allows the Shackle shot to pin him to some trees. Toby hoping that the tier 3 can save him from Nisha's assault, and it will. And Boom and Aramis here lying in wait. Secret, they didn't have the vision of him.
Nisha with that Heavenly Grace on him is just so strong. Even if you stun him, so much status resist. I love the Deso pickup too. You've got a Drow. He's going to put that minus armor on everybody. It helps Yapsor's damage output as well. And in a way, it's a subtle help to the Fatal Bonds as well. It spreads damage in the form it's received. So if you make everyone take more physical damage, they're Fatal Bonded. They'll just take more physical damage from the Fatals. And Aditi could mean a Roche is a possibility. I think you let him bottle it here.
They did also take a tier 2 before 20 minutes here. So if they manage to take away that outpost, it would leave Viking GG very experienced starves. So there's certainly two different really good options with this double damage, though picked up by Zai.
Another Shawl. I imagine that goes to the Necro here. But I'd be a little cautious just because armor is going to become a big problem for the Radiant side. Glimmer on Puppy. Essence String for the Necro. Yeah, he'll swap though. Give the Essence to the Mag.
Yeah, opts for the Ghost Shroud, which will help protect him a bit more when he goes into that ethereal form, and sure enough.
Yep, Deso DD.
DD and a Deso.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Make pretty short work of Roshan and Viking GG. They kind of had to play the bottom half of the map, because what if their outpost gets taken away? You know, they just sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And look at the vision control from Secret. Again, this top triangle, the moment they got those towers, they immediately asserted dominance over this area of the map, which then leads to a free Roche. And now that they have Roche, they have an advantage, and hey, here's Void.
Viking GG, they're hoping to be able to do the same, right? They get that evasion also in Secret's triangle. The problem is that they're so easily pushed away by just the slightest provocation from Team Secret.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game. You can check out the big difference, as always. Look at the supports. Total score of 0, 10, and 5 for Viking, whereas Secret's coming in at a strong 6, 1, and 17.
Yeah, that's a impressive score from the Secret duo. And they're going to smoke up, find their initiation. Aramis shows himself, quickly gets off his W and is able to jump away. Celery still has his tether up, so he's going to also be able to follow Boom back to the base. So good job. Viking GG are doing a good job of like keeping this net worth. It's not sticking around that 4K. They're not getting caught.
It's the map control though, because Secret make this play, it forces Viking into the base. Yes, Void's farming, but Secret have control of 2 lanes and a ward around the one that they don't. And because this lane is now pushed mid, they can take bottoms here too. Void still isn't really safe to do that because for all he knows, there's just a Wind Ranger waiting. He's not going to show on map. Yapso that is, because he represents so much threat when he's off it.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Manta into Diffusal Blade, so give it a couple minutes and our Void will start being able to pump out some real good damage.
This is a lesson I got from Fly way back when I was first coming out. It's very simple. If you're ahead in the game, control 2 waves. Cut them, play the jungle, sweep the map to the other side when a lane gets in trouble, and ultimately you're at the very least going to get an even fight.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's top
That's exactly what they
is
do.
under attack.
Mid pushed, bottom pushed, sweep. Force Viking to the other side. Once you know they're in base, we'll go run at them.
They've got some really nice defensive vision. Shad sees all of these heroes coming, but I don't think he got out of the way in time. He's going to turn around, start banging on Denisha before he time walks away. Relocate out, so this will probably cost the IO his life, but...
He's had really nice timing on those. You notice, like, the reload's out, the tether comes in maybe quarter second before the reload. Very necessary when you're playing against all these quick stuns, like the shackle, the golem that could come out from the warlock as well.
Right. Yeah, despite that, still 4K. There's always somebody from Viking GG hitting one of those side lanes. Right now it's that Necrophos that Secret are rotating to, but in the process there's kind of a support in the way, and that is, or actually that's Shad there in the bottom right, so.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They're gonna try and keep from doing the same pattern. They're going to try and be a little extra efficient and stay here in the bottom lane, hiding in the trees.
Yep, one wave taken by Nisha bottom, and then boom, join the team, cut across. You know that there's heroes in the area, and they're just trying to or economic warfare, rather, waged against Viking here. They're going to know Magus here, and Yapsor, hello.
Pretty big kill. Aramis is actually going to come in here. TP out. That's not going to be good enough. The multi-shot will bring down Boom. And they do have another shackle shot to Aramis. That makes it a double kill for Matumba Man. And Nisha, with his solo double damage, was able to really threaten Toby.
Yeah, I will say, Shad had a Midas real early on. Top net worth. It's still a big threat. He's going to be empowered. If he can finish that halberd, I assumed he would go BKB. It's a halberd.
Oh, look at that. Drops the ward to spot him, farming up the Ancients without showing anybody. But relocate in to make sure that Shad 100% can get out. Viking GG have no problem losing some of these heroes as long as Shad survives. 2 seconds. Jump over. Ooh, that was a close call. Does manage to get away.
That was a Hollywood level escape.
Yeah.
I was watching the opening scene to The Matrix for a moment. The telephone call came just in time. But relocate used, and now Secret knows, hey, 2 enemy heroes are in base. Let's run towards it.
They're just... It feels like Secret's going faster and faster, but Viking GG are still keeping up.
Secret need to keep playing near flawlessly. Even with a 20-5 kill lead, they're not yet in that commanding position. And again, that whole net worth lead, look at Yapsor. He's the one ahead. No one else is. This is an even game, except the Wind Ranger has an MKB, and the Spirit Breaker has, well, Tranquil's Drums. And a Blink on Yapsor as well. But he is 6-0 and 10. He's earned it. All right.
Can Void like just straight up 1v5 this game? Because like that's the way Viking GG is basically playing. Is that they're kind of setting him up to get 75% of the farm that's available on the map.
It's definitely possible, especially with Empower and a Wisp. And if they can get to a point where they're ahead, if Viking are ahead, they can just dominate map control. The trouble is they've been on the back foot this whole time, so it's Secret constantly sweeping around. They get a little bit of a lead, and suddenly it's the Drow and the Wind Ranger afraid for their lives if they show on vision, because they might just be charged reload on.
Toby, he's got a Lotus Orb, so he can quickly remove the shackles, but he's going to be caught by the shackle shot. Yapsor.
Yep. It's got to be Shad doing that.
Aramis is going to go for the pickoff here on a puppy, and they should be able to get this rather quickly.
If he got that Golem Fatal off, could have been real spooky.
Aramis, oh, such long-range damage, but fortunately Celery's there.
He's been on point, man. Celery, it's a tough game for his team. What's his kill death right now? 0 and 6. Okay, not as good as I had hoped. But I think the point still stands.
I mean, it definitely could be a lot worse.
It could be worse.
The fact, like, we've only seen Secret manage to pick up, like, what, maybe like 5 kills over the last, like, 6 minutes, and literally all they're doing is hunting nonstop. And that also leads into your point of what you were saying. If Viking GG are ahead, they can dominate map control. I feel like Secret are very aware of the high ground threat that is there. They can't just simply go, hey, we're stronger than them right now, let's go high ground. They lose one fight and this game could just flip over on its head real quick.
Yeah, the graph's telling the same story where, yeah, it is Secret right now making all the plays, but Viking are hanging in there. It is not a repeat of game one. Secret don't have that same potential to just utterly dominate a team fight. They need to have ideal spellcasting, and ultimately it's Viking that should be in control of an engagement if they're able to get the critical targets. You want to find Puppey first, maybe Yapsor, and do something to neutralize Zai. Because if you get off a Chrono and then everybody's G8 inside of it, it's just a full reset. And Viking need their big cooldowns a lot more than Secret need theirs.
So Viking GG, they're currently the Dota representation of a kitty cat motivational poster. Hang in there, buddy. 6-21, just trying to draw things out and wait for a mistake from Secret while trying not to bleed too many heroes. And Yapsor, he goes for a kill onto Aramis, but they've immediately relocated onto him. They're gonna be able to get this kill. They're gonna punish Yapsor for that kind of play, trying to do it solo too. That is a wicked 6 streak and the extra death timer on him.
That was really funny. I would have liked that move a lot more if they'd been waiting in the wings so they could have saved Aramis, but you'll trade your 4 positions. We just remarked on how gross the net worth disparity was between them. Yeah, level 16 on Yapsor to the 10 of Aramis, so you're fine with that?
They're gonna go one more. Puppey, he's got Ghost Scepter and Glimmer Cape. That'll only help you so much here. Puppey, are you willing to drop the Golem here in an attempt to turn around? The rest of his team is here to bail him out, and Puppey's good.
Yeah, I think you got to go for a Nullify. The problem is Void needs so many items in this game. When he gets them all, it's very dangerous for Secret. But I think you'll want a Nullifier at a point. You need an MKB because the Drow's going to go for a Butterfly.
Yeah. His offense hasn't quite been solved, but his defense is looking really good. You can see he's kind of fiercely jumping at Team Secret now that he's got the Heaven's Halberd plus the Manta. He's feeling good about his options.
You can also purge off the Heavenly Grace, which is going to be real spooky as the game gets late.
Yeah, same goes with Guardian Angel, right?
I'm actually checking that because I didn't know if I could say that confidently.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's any Dispel now. Oh.
Yeah.
Was it GA that's undispellable now then? I think, oh no, the Grace isn't, the GA is.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. You cannot remove Heavenly Grace, you can remove GA. That's what the Nullifier is really for. Because then there isn't really a counterplay for Zai. Even if you were to get Nags up, you just save Nullifier during Chrono for the Purge.
Okay, well, they had to give up that last Roshan, but this one that is just about to spawn, Viking GG have a very real chance of being able to force a fight.
I love that Halberd. You have a Wisp on your team, you're going to get the HP regen increase. In addition, you can disarm the Drow.
Yeah.
Plus, it forces Matu to think about an MKB. Yeah, of course, the Wind Ranger already has one, but you're not really too worried about him as the Void. And, well, if you are, then you have more problems than just Yapsor. But it allows you to deal with this Drow a little bit better. This next big fight, they got the charge of the ideal hero.
Trying to track down Puppey. Oh. Gonna cancel out on the charge. A little bit scared. The bulldoze. Oh, jeez, that physical damage so much. And look at that from long range. The initiation comes in, but it's denied. The Gus stops the Void from being able to get in there. He doesn't want to pop his Manta just yet. Unfortunately, he'll be able to heal everything up here. But missing Aramis, I think they feel like they're gonna have to just wait and let Secret start banging on Roshan a bit. And try and jump in last second, but Nisha's not going to try and give them that opportunity. He's going to be disrupted. He's going to get in Viking GG's face. Jumps away before the RP can land. Shad goes into the Roshan pit to check things out. Roshan at half health. He gets the information he wanted and gets out.
Armis has respawned though. We've got to remember Sandberg's Spirit Breaker rule. Never stop, never stopping. Really well played by Puppey though to get the upheaval and the choke point. You can see Viking just can't collapse through that area. This is a really tough place for them to fight if they don't open on Puppey.
They smoke. Another blind jump in. Roshan is low, but Secret are making sure they didn't overly commit. Shad, he may actually try and fourth it. Roshan a bit low. Shad getting bashed up by Roshan. At the same time, they found their initiation out of Yapzor. That's a pretty good kill, but he got off the win run first, so they're going to have to blow everything they can to hope to be able to kill him, and they should bring him down. Staying back inside the Roshan pit. Roche goes outside of the pit. The Chronosphere goes out. He uses it to try and force down Roche. Can he still get the Aegis? Oh, they missed the kill, but they get the Aegis. That's the important part. Now Shad has that extra life, but he's going to abandon the rest of his team because he looks at this and says, this is a terrible situation. I've used my Chronosphere. Let's just try and get away with the spoils of war. Sadly, Toby and the rest of the supports are not going to be able to have the same mobility options as our Void.
Oh, but and it also they used all the spells, Cap.
Yeah.
So now Secret, they have Aegis, they have 3 dead, and they can go push. Like, you can't use Chrono for Aegis. It's not an effective trade. Because even with this respawn, you have no Chrono.
Yeah, it feels like they're probably just going to have to give up a lane of barracks.
Yeah, nice buyback from Yap. Wasn't really necessary, but it represents strength now, and they can just push no problem.
Nisha, he's got no goddamn chill right now. He's going to use the Ul Scepter offensively on Shad. He's going to stay away from that Void.
On Drow?
No.
Mana pot. Deceiving.
Oh, mana potion. And a lot of long ranges. They have the telescope as well. So this Drone Ranger hit from very far away. Boom. It was given the cheese from the Void, but it may not matter. The BKB going off, gets the skewer back, but Nisha and Yapzor combined together, their damage is just immense. A charge through onto the Drone Ranger. Shad is going to go for it here without the Chronosphere. He's looking for some kills, but look at him. He's just being kited around constantly. Time walking off the damage over and over again. Celery's going to try and bail him out here. See if they can keep that Ace alive. They will not. But if they can kill Nisha here, it would be massive. Skewer back in. Self-fueled Scepter. He's got a Remnant coming up in a second, but his silence goes out. The Reaper's Scythe, and he's down. Dead in the grave. And dead for 2 minutes, too. At that, Team Secret. A rapid retreat now, but a time walk. Forward, dilation, slowing down this Drone Ranger. Shad, if he can keep up on it. Buyback coming in from the Ember Spear. Celery trying to help out this Void to go in the RP, but it got silenced. The Gust goes out. Matumbaman, he takes out the arrow, turns the damage on the boom, and a shackle shot comes in from Yapzor, locking down Shad. He just cannot get his hands on any of these heroes. And finally, as he does, he's got Toby to help him out as well. But Matumbaman, he's looking so tanky now. There's no help, and Shad is giving up on this, but all of his friends are dead. Toby's gonna fall, and Shad, he'll make his way back to the base, much like he did before, but at such a cost. It was 1 lane of barracks before, and now it could be 2. As Secret, they've got that glint in their eye, that killer's grace. They can just keep pushing forward now.
It's like trying to play chess against the computer, Cap. You use Chrono, you take Aegis. Secret just don't give a damn. They're using that window to take a full Rax, a fight, and potentially opening them up. Yeah, there's Chrono now, but there's still 2 heroes dead. Like, you gotta just play smarter if you're Viking to win this one. But I mean, Puppy's only used 2 rocks, but on both occasions it was to interrupt the tether right as it came in and then help Yapzor find a kill. Just beautiful. BKB was used by the mag, but it just didn't matter. And Matu with the silence in that one engage, like that could have been sick from Boom. He got a mid-cast animation.
Yeah.
That's 2 racks, maybe 3. No buyback on either of these cores.
They've got the Chronosphere. Shad, he's just gonna kind of go for it, but every single time he approaches, it's a shackles, it's a silence. There's always something there to be able to slow him down. Now, Matumbaman's pretty far forward here. Shad, not going to go for the Chronosphere just yet, but they're losing their buildings pretty quickly. He's going to have to just throw it out soon as he's trying to beat on Matumbaman. There goes the build-up. That's going to be Megas. Finally, he does throw out the Chronosphere, but he's been Yule Scepter mid-Chrono. More damage coming in. A shackle shot that. He's totally dead, and Shad's just doing nothing at this point. His physical damage just looks pathetic against the power of Team Secret as they will take another 2-0 against Viking GG. That makes them 8-0 against this team now since their loss to them at ESL 1 Los Angeles.
It's just so cool to watch, Cap. Like, they're just so good.